Welcome, everybody. It's here, ladies and gentlemen. It's draft night 2024. Man, the energy is here. I am so excited to be here all night with you guys. We are going to be covering every pick tonight from the draft live right here and discussing it. It's a special edition of the normal Thursday Night Hoof podcast and the Built-in Buffalo Network. We're going live all night. Like I said, we're going to have guests coming in and out. And obviously, we're going to be Bills-centered, but we're going to talk every pick around the league, everything. And it's not just me, Anthony Romeo, joining you tonight, but Akeem is going to be here all night with me as well. Akeem, how's your energy, baby? Are you ready to go? Because we got a long night ahead of us.
Hey, Rich, Akeem Richards, Built-in Buffalo. I'm ecstatic, Anthony. This is yes. Like, it's like Christmas for me. Like, we're older now, right? So the Christmas isn't the same for us anymore, right? So this is the replacement for Christmas Day. I'm ready to go, bro.
Absolutely, and we better get some good presents. That's for sure. Yeah, we want some good presents this Christmas Day. That's what we're looking for here. And of course, we got Lance with us as well. He'll be in and out doing a lot of the producing for us tonight, but also giving us his comments and feedback. Lance, are we ready to go?
Yeah, it's finally here, brother. Oh man, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to get this thing kicked off. I'm very excited to get what's going to happen, get to what's going to happen here, because this is what we've talked about for months, and now it's finally going to go down. We're going to stop talking about what we think and start talking about what's real and what's in front of us and what's about to happen here.
Yeah, that's crazy how much work and effort goes into looking at players and thinking about and all the mock drafts. And now it's happening, right? Now we get to see the actual results. It's so hard to guess what's going to happen. 99% of the time you're wrong. But, I mean, I think you can nail down a few of the picks today pretty easily, but we'll see. You never know. Draft is always, there's always some surprises sprinkled in there, and we never know when the Bills might trade up or another team might trade up to give us something interesting there. It's going to be a special show tonight. I'm so excited. In all seriousness, to be here with you guys, to be able to be live all night. I love doing this. I love interacting with the people in the chat. So thank you all for joining us and being here. Remember, all night long, if you want to have your comments added and discussed live on the show, you can super chat us on YouTube. If you're viewing on YouTube, you can add a super chat, and we will put it up on the screen and discuss your comment. If you think you can guess the pick, or you know what's coming, or you have certain feelings about a pick of a person, because we know everybody's got a different player going to the Bills, right? You never know. And there's going to be disappointment along the way until the Bills pick. So you can always tell us that too. Send us those super chats. We're going to be interacting all night as best we can, but we're going to be busy discussing everything as well. So the best way to get your voice heard is to go ahead and do those super chats. And in addition to that, tonight, we also have a sponsor for the first two nights of our draft coverage live here, and that is Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner here in New York? Look no further. Acropolis Realty Group is your full-service independent brokerage specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, our experienced team at Acropolis is here to guide you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And they're not only the sponsor tonight, but they're actually the company that helped my wife and I, and Vince helped my wife and I buy our current home here in Syracuse, right? So They cover all of New York State, so Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse. We know that's where the majority of you are tuning in from. You can call Acropolis Realty, and they'll take good care of you. We're so happy to have them on board as a sponsor, and so that's why you'll see their logo here tonight. And definitely reach out to them. Tell them Built in Buffalo sent you. Tell them the Hoof sent you. They'll know for sure. So thank you to Acropolis. We're really happy about that partnership. Man, the clock is already ticking down, guys. You know, we've got a lot to discuss in a short time period here. So,
Yeah.
man. So,
go ahead, Anthony.
I was just going to start it by asking, you know, a couple simple questions. There's a lot of hype that comes into draft week, right? I mean, even in my friend group chats, they're texting me all these things. Oh, did you hear this or this rumor and that rumor? And this team's going after that guy. And I always tell them the same thing, like, believe nothing during draft week. Don't read any of it, believe it. It's all smoke. Stick to your guns, right? Again, we talked about this last week.
Yep.
You've got to just, it ends up being closer to that first mock draft you did than listening and changing it all toward the end. Is there anything that's come up this week, maybe Bills related or otherwise, I guess, that you think could be real and could be something that sticks? At least, you know, the rumors that have been flying around.
You know, once you get closer and closer, more rumors start to arise, right? But one rumor that I think I'm willing to believe is teams wanting to move up for a wide receiver. I've heard the Colts wanting to move up.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard several teams wanting to move up for a wide receiver. And as we all know, one of our biggest, if not the biggest positions of need for the Bills is wide receiver. So if a move up for that position does happen, how will Brandon Beane and that Bills staff attack the draft then, when if there is a runoff on receivers or there is a plethora of teams that's moving up to draft their receiver that they want? How much pressure does that put on Brandon Beane? How does he respond? Does he respond by going up and getting the receiver of his liking? Or does he respond by noticing everybody else is too aggressive and he may want to pull back a little bit and may get that second wave, that Ricky Parcell, that Roman Wilson, that maybe a Xavier Legette if he's a second round hopeful, right? So how will Brandon Beane attack the draft if other teams start to attack that position of need at wide receiver?
Yeah, that's a great point. That is something I know my friends have been messaging me about too, especially wide receiver, being that's pretty much the number one position the Bills are targeting. And other teams, all of a sudden, like you said, Indy in this conversation for trading up. You know, I've seen, you know, Seattle taking a wide receiver. Like, what?
Seattle.
You know, so many other teams this week have suddenly been in the wide receiver conversation. We knew this is a deep draft, and all the teams should be looking at wide receiver because there's so many guys who are, you know, high ranked and rated overall in this draft. But, you know, how that affects the Bills is going to be interesting to see that play out in the first round. Is there going to be a run on guys that most of us thought might fall to the second round, especially toward the middle end of the round today? That could be the case. However, I'm hoping, obviously, as a Bills fan, that most of that is smoke. We want to see 6 quarterbacks and 10 offensive linemen go ahead of the Bills pick today. But Lance, how about you? What are you feeling in terms of, you know, something you've heard this week or the last few minutes of Bills rumors, other rumors around the league that might affect the Bills? Anything significant that you're feeling right now?
Yeah, Jordan Schultz usually brings us pretty good information, and so he was talking about the Bills being in it for, you know, at least 2 receivers in this draft, and then the potential to trade up as well is there, like Akeem mentioned. So definitely feeling that. I mean, that's not breaking news by any means, but it is a good insight. It's what we kind of thought, and just kind of hearing that validified by other, you know, more in tune sources, NFL sources that kind of give us that inkling that what we thought all along is probably what's going to happen here tonight, or during this draft, I guess, not just tonight.
Yeah, right. It's a long draft, right? It's got to play out for 3 days.
Yep.
But you know, this is the first step, and those things that happen today are going to dictate what happens really tomorrow, and then obviously on day 3. And even after the draft, right? That's still exciting after the draft, talking about guys who didn't get drafted and free agents there and getting to choose which team they go to at that point. Still some drama to go down, even post-draft. The other big question that I wanted to start out with you guys, and I know I have my answer, right? Two-part question, I guess, right? Best and worst case scenario for the Bills in your mind. And I can answer first since I'm asking the question, give you some time to compose an answer. But my best case scenario, I've been thinking about it all day. I did, I know I said in the group chat, and I did do this. I reviewed some wide receiver tape again today to say, what is it about? Why was I sold on this guy? Why didn't I like this guy? And I can tell you that my best case is Brian Thomas Jr. falls to the Bills at 28. If that happens, I'm sprinting to the podium, and if they don't take him, I'm going to be very angry. If he's still there at 28, we don't take him. But everything I saw on tape showed me that my favorite player in this draft for Josh Allen, and the one that I think will pair with Josh Allen the absolute best, is Brian Thomas Jr. His ability to get open down the field. If a play is broken, he can find a way open. He's got the speed, and he's got a high ceiling, right? He can develop and become even more than what he is now. He'll have that instant impact and impact down the way, right? So that's why I like Brian Thomas Jr. Worst case scenario, we kind of played this out last week in our mock draft. The Bills get to 28. They try and trade down, but there's nobody who wants to trade back up with them. They have to stick and pick, and most of the guys they want are there. They end up going with, let's say, Xavier Legette. I'd be happy with that pick. But worst case scenario is Xavier Worthy falling to the Kansas City Chiefs, or the Kansas City Chiefs trading up to get Xavier Worthy would definitely be, for me, a worst case scenario. He's the one guy I'm like, that speed, that dynamic ability is going to benefit whatever team he goes to. I don't want it to be the Chiefs, that's for sure. So that's my best and worst case scenario. I've been thinking about that a lot today. What do you think?
I like it. I mean,
one of the things is that you don't have to give up anything in your best case scenario either, right? So that's
really right. Nice. He falls to 28. I will say I've been in the camp of, if we're going to get Brian Thomas Jr., it's probably going to have to be similar to what we did with Kincaid in years past, where they trade up 3, 4, 5 spots, not spending next year's first. Maybe that second, if it's a few more, maybe can work with the picks that we got now. But it's I'm not opposed to. I think it's realistic to think that it could be a trade up of a few to get him. Good point there, though.
I like it. Best case and worst case scenario. My best case scenario, again, is and everybody's going to have their feelings towards how the Buffalo Bills should attack the draft. We all have different theories to come up with the hopeful same conclusion, and that's to win a Lombardi trophy, right? But in terms of best case scenario for me, staying put at 28, and my guy is Xavier Legette. Xavier Legette has grown into my favorite receiver in the draft. Now, it's because he, in my opinion, he has all the tools to be a perennial Pro Bowler for the foreseeable future. He has the size, he has the speed, he has the physicality, he has the run after catch ability, he has he can take a slant to the house, he can catch contested balls well. The only thing he lacks is the experience, and that's why I do want him to get drafted in the first round, so we have him for that 5th year and that 5th year option, just in case he does need to develop some, right? He can develop his game while he can be an immediate impact at the same time. So I will want Xavier Legette in the first round because of that 5th year option. And worst case scenario for me is watching all the receivers fall and we don't get the receiver we want, and we settle for a guy like Keon Coleman. If we was to draft Keon Coleman, I don't know what might happen to this TV here tonight. Hopefully he'll prove me wrong if we do draft him, but that's the last thing I want. Not Keon Coleman.
You brought up the one name that Eric and I have been disagreeing with from day one. And Eric has been pushing back at me, and I know he's probably going to tune into this, if not now, later, but he has been insisting, like, Keon Coleman is a dynamic playmaker. If you get him, you're getting a good player. And my answer has been, but it's the inconsistencies I'm worried about. The fact that he has can he really get open, or is it because he can't get open that he's had so many contested catches? Is he really going to be that physical player you need him to be at the next level? Yeah, there's just too many questions. I think he can be a capable, good wide receiver at the next level in the NFL, but I'm not willing to take that risk. So I'm with you that if it's Keon Coleman, I'm kind of going, are we sure that that's going to be the difference maker for us, and hope that it works out rather than kind of have the confidence in one of those other guys. If it's Xavier Legette, sign me up. I definitely think he fits what we need and would be a great player in our offense. So I love that scenario. Worst case scenario, yeah. Hopefully we don't have to relive or live through that one. So there'll be some guys, like I said, 6 quarterbacks, 10 offensive linemen. Give me all those picks ahead of the Bills.
Right. What you got, Lance?
Yeah, my best case scenario is going to be Roma Dunze. I think his fit is just too good to pass up on. If the Bills can go up and get him without completely selling the farm, look, the best case is he.
What is your definition of that? What is your definition of that? Right. Without selling the farm, what would you give up? Sorry.
Best case is if he can move, or if he can drop to 12 or 13 potentially, then we're giving up this year's 1, maybe next year's 2, and another pick, but not both first rounders if possible. That would be a win. If it takes both first rounders, but not next year's 2, so we have a high 2 and our 2 next year, then so be it. I wouldn't be mad at that either. But if you have to give first and second this year, first and second next year, that's what it would take probably to get up to where you could select, 8, maybe 9, 8, 7, 6 in those areas. You're going to have to give up all that. So if you can get into the teens with maybe just this year's 1, with next year's 2, and some other supplements, maybe they throw a player in there. Can they throw in Khair Elam? Does somebody want him enough to where he bolsters that deal enough to not give up draft capital later on? We'll see. So if they don't give up both, if they don't give up both first round picks this year and next year, and both second round picks this year and next year, I think that's a win. And keep it to 3, maybe 4 picks at most to get up there and do it. Worst case scenario, I kind of agree with you. Everyone's been hearing me all draft season leading up to now, saying I do not want Keon Coleman to be a Buffalo Bill, especially here tonight in the first round. If they get him at 60, I will be less mad, because it's like, all right, let's go. He's a compliment. He's not, the expectations aren't there either. Expectations on a first round guy are the kind of the crux of why I don't want him to be picked in the first round by the Bills, at least. So yeah, worst case scenario, we get there, or we trade back, and then the guy like Legette or someone just doesn't fall to us in the second round, or if we wherever we traded back to, that would be obviously worst case. But I just if they end up having to take a guy, say they come out of the draft with like a Brendan Rice in the third round, and they have to go reach out and try the veteran wide receiver market, or try to make a trade for an established receiver, and what they come away with is Brendan Rice, I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing in the world. You still have that young, cost-controlled player, and then if you really need to add that veteran, and from what I'm hearing, one of our guys, Kevin Masari, and I talk a little bit too, he's saying that there are rumblings that, the Bills are heavy in the vet wide receiver market as well. So there could be, a free agent signing or a trade coming, that Buffalo could land a veteran wide receiver through one of those avenues. And then, maybe that first round pick isn't necessarily so crucial to be a highly touted or highly ranked wide receiver, let's say.
Yeah, right. To your point, right? Before the Diggs trade went down, most of us thought that wide receiver was a need, right? So most of us wanted wide receiver in round 1 to be that guy next to Stephon Diggs. With him gone, yes, that accentuates it, but I agree with you that there are multiple ways to fill that hole, right? Just drafting a guy at 1 in the first round at 28 is not going to get it done, right? Getting 2 guys in this draft, another report that's come out, right? The Bills definitely are looking to get 2 wide receivers in this draft, if not more. We'll see. And then I still say sign one of the veterans on the market as kind of a protection plan, right? It doesn't mean they're going to make the team or, whatever. You bring them in, let them be a mentor or do whatever. DJ Chark's been a guy that I've been saying, from the beginning, I think would be a good fit for that. But there was rumors he was going to sign with the Chargers, I believe it was. So we'll see. Everything's going to go down after that. Stuff's all going to go down after the draft. But Brandon Beane's been thinking about this since before free agency, right? He puts it in motion then. He talks to those guys saying, look, we are interested in you, but we don't have the money right now. We're not going to get it till after the draft. Then we can start talking about, bringing you in and for the amount. And if you get an offer before then at this level, then, take it and run. So I do think that that's a possibility, not just at wide receiver, but also at a position like safety, where, if they end up only getting one guy and bringing in that body, you're going to have to bring in another guy, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Looks like some breaking news here. Dave's
I was just about to report it. I was just about to report it. I was going to say, speaking of receivers, A.J. Brown just agreed to a 3-year, $96 million extension, $84 million guarantee. Stay out my head, DM3. But the Philadelphia Eagles now they have 2 receivers. They paid basically $100 million. A couple of weeks ago, it was Devontae Smith, and now it's AJ Brown. So we see how seriously the Philadelphia Eagles take the wide receiver position, and who knows what they might do tonight. So I thought that was a pretty interesting deal, to say the least. So AJ Brown, 3-year contract extension.
Yeah, that's a big money deal for a big player, right? I mean, AJ Brown, the years he was with Tennessee, he was appreciated as a good player in this league. But when he went to the Eagles, you could see that he was that dude, right? And now he's getting paid. I mean, that's a huge deal for a wide receiver, right? Especially with so much of it guaranteed, right? That's a huge percentage of guaranteed money. That's the Eagles saying, you're our guy, and we're not wavering on that, right? This is not going to be a Stephon Diggs situation for them with that much guaranteed money, right? So they are committing to him. And when you have a tall, big-bodied receiver, I remember when we played the Eagles this year, I was looking at him on the sideline and like, man, I did not appreciate how big of a dude AJ Brown is. Right. So it's amazing. He's had an impact on that offense, on the growth of that quarterback, right? And now, he's getting paid for it. And that's what this league is all about. It's ultimately, it comes down to, if you've proven on the field, you need to get paid, and somebody's going to put up that money to pay you. And in this case, it's the Eagles saying, we're building our offense around you. We're willing to give you what it takes to keep you here for the next 3, 4, or 5 years.
Exactly. Once again, NFL Draft Live Special, built in Buffalo, myself, Anthony Romeo, Lance Nelson, the BIB team. Let's transition back over to the draft, right? There's a lot of interesting storylines leading up to the draft. So let's get in one. Let's get to a couple of them. I got a question for the both of y'all. With a particular player, a highly touted player in this draft, Marvin Harrison Jr., the son of Marvin Harrison. He's handling the draft his own way. He's not doing pro days. He didn't sign his leasing agreement to get his name in video games like Madden or some sorts. How do y'all feel about how Marvin Harrison Jr., highly touted, he knows he's possibly the best receiver in the draft. He knows he's an impact player from day one. How do you feel he's conducted himself in his draft process? Whoever want to take it first.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say my simple answer is this, right? It all comes down to personal preference. Good on him for doing it his way, right? He knows his own value. He's saying, this is who I am. This is what I'm doing. And I think that likens a lot to NIL in college, right? They're bouncing. You see players bouncing all over. It's all about, what can you do for me? And I know what my value is, and this is what I bring. And if you're taking me, this is what you have to offer me, right? So I liken it to that. It's all about personality and the person themselves and the people behind them. His dad being who he is and having that league history, and him being probably the best player in this draft and feeling that way. He's done it his way. All of that said, I respect that. That's fine. I would rather have a Rome Odunze. That's who I'm looking for. If Anthony Romeo is the GM, I'm taking Rome Odunze, because I want a dude who says, I'm going to stay on this field on my own time until I get the number that I want, until I prove it to myself. I don't have to prove it to any of you. I know I'm that good, and I'm going to prove it to myself and show you all. Right. So that attitude of like, and just hearing him speak, Odunze, I mean, the motivation inside of him. And again, not saying that Marvin Harrison Jr. does not have that, but he is showing it. He is walking the walk and talking the talk. And you could say the same thing about Neighbors. Really, he hasn't done as much. He did his combine workout, I think, but he didn't do the combine workout. He did the team workout right at the facility. So there's still a lot behind that, but I like the go-getters, the proven, and really I would say that the Bills do in general, right? McDermott and Bean are looking for the process type guys. And to me, what Marvin Harrison Jr. is doing is kind of anti-process and more me, and this is who I am. And look, he's entitled to it. I'm not going to fault the guy for that again, but to me, I would rather have a Rome Odunze on my
Same.
team.
I'm 100% on board with you. This guy just seems to be very, having that NFL background through, lineage through his father and things definitely shows. There is, in my opinion, a sense of some entitlement or just it's the nobody else is going to look out for me, so I'm going to look out for myself attitude, and he's going about it the way he's being advised by a guy who's already done it, and I can't knock that at all. But it's still to say it's kind of an arrogance out there about it that I'm not in love with. I would rather have more of the humble and hungry approach. That's the Bills kind of process, and Sean McDermott preaches that. That's the culture that's built in Buffalo. I think Rome Odunze speaks more to that. I think that all these guys have a supreme confidence in themselves, and I'm not going to knock the way that Marvin Harrison Jr. is going about his business. That's his prerogative, but I think that it definitely is different. It definitely does strike me a sort of way, and but at the end of the day, nothing but love for the kid. He's obviously going to be. Everyone assumes he's going to be a great pro, and if the Bills were to shock us and go up and get him, we're going to root for him as we would whoever they select tonight. So I think that would be pretty exciting. But at the same token, not the biggest fan of it, but I understand it.
Yeah. As we were talking, they just put him on the screen.
Yeah, I seen him.
They heard us. They're showing him on the screen there. So that was good timing by ESPN and us. But yeah, I think he's going to be a great player in this league. At least it would be a shock if he isn't, for sure. But you never know for sure, 100%. But man, he's probably the highest ranked player in this draft for a reason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 minute and 16 seconds, 15, 14 seconds until the Chicago Bears are on the clock. It's about to kick off, man. It's about to kick off. And exciting time. Exciting time. You got Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is supposedly the number 1 overall pick going to the Chicago Bears. So in a minute, we'll have to wait another 10 minutes for them to finally announce the selection we know.
It's coming, yeah. This first one,
and then after that, I think that the draft can get interesting because we don't know, necessarily where Washington's going to go. It's going to be Daniels or Drake or Drake May, but which one, right? And then and then the New England Patriots might take whoever the Washington Commanders don't take. And then when it gets to Arizona, that's when it could get really tricky. So I'm excited to see what's about to happen.
Yeah, I know. This first pick, even though it's pretty much who we know it's going to be, but it's still going to be an anticipatory. They use all the time. They probably call all the family members. They could. It's kind of annoying when it's starting the draft and you're like, everybody knows who this pick is. Why are they taking the whole time? But it's part of the process. It's what happens. It's going to be the same thing all night long with these guys, right? It's going to be using the clock, counting it down, waiting to see when the pick is in. And we'll be giving updates as the picks come in. Some people don't like the spoilers in the chat, so be wary of that. Don't be that guy. If people say they're waiting for us to announce it, don't give it away in the chat. But we'll be discussing it on here, so break it down for you. That's why you're tuning in with us, right? So we're excited to see this pick come in, and I think now it is officially that the Bears are on the clock, I believe, right? It's clock has started. ESPN isn't showing the countdown ticker, but it is officially 8 o'clock, so after 8. So I would assume the ticker is now going. And again, we'll be updating you as the picks come in live. We will announce them and break it all down for you. But until that time, we still got time to give here, gentlemen. Any last thoughts overall? How many quarterbacks go in the top 5, top 10? You think 5 guys could go in the top 10 quarterbacks? I think we know that 3 are definitely there, right? Probably.
Yep.
But after that?
After Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels, I think it's very possible at least 2 more can get drafted in the top 10, if not in the top 10, just outside the top 10. I believe JJ McCarthy is screaming up draft boards for the reasons teams feel that he can be a successful franchise quarterback. So we have to look at that, right? We have to look at who are these draft needy teams in the process as well. These quarterback needy teams in the process as well. And when you have the Las Vegas Raiders that's possibly looking at a quarterback, you're looking at the Minnesota Vikings that's possibly looking for a quarterback. So those are 2 teams. You have the Denver Broncos up there that's probably going to be looking for a quarterback. And now you got a kid in that was throwing the Doomsday the ball in Michael Penix Jr. You got him as well. So I think JJ McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. can both be slotted into that top 10 or at worst top 15. And 5 quarterbacks going in the top 15, it can lead other teams to go ahead and push that envelope. Now we thinking about, okay, these guys are gone. Now we're thinking about, when does Bo Nix get drafted? When does Spencer Rattler get drafted? So those are the next wave of quarterbacks. So depending on how these first picks go after the obvious 2, I say that 4 to 8 range. After we see that, then we can get a better idea of the other quarterbacks that can be drafted or selected in the first round.
I think how nervous do these guys get when those first 3 guys go off the board now?
Yep.
And now you're really staring it in the face, like, man, where's my guy? We'll see.
Yeah.
So
it's an interesting year because most people would say those first 3 guys are first round quarterbacks in a normal year, but the rest are iffy or maybe not. And it's because all 3 teams at the top need a quarterback and are likely to take quarterback that it's, what team is going to say, well, we need to go up and get that 4th guy before the other guys do, right? Before the other ones who need quarterback.
How patient do they get? Yep.
Exactly. And then when that guy goes, okay, now we're at that point with, okay, who takes the next one? And in my mind, I was watching, I didn't watch as much tape on quarterback for obvious reasons. Bills don't need one, and it's not a super position of need for us, but it's an interesting one this year. And one of the things that I look at the tape and see, I'm like, okay, I could get the hype around May, and obviously, it's Jaden Daniels with his season that he had and Heisman, but JJ McCarthy going up draft boards, I don't see it when I watch the tape. To me, that's a guy who I see him, and the plays in his highlight reel are when things are so wide open, that he never even has a guy charging at him, no pressure ever around him. I think it's because that team ran the ball. Michigan ran the ball so much, he never had to, they never had to deal with pressure coming at him. The teams defended the run so much that when they pass, they're just like, well, we'll let him pass and see what he does. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't have the arm talent. He does, right? He's got a lot of the statistics. The box are checked there for an NFL quarterback. But to me on tape, I like a Bo Nix. I like a Penix over at JJ McCarthy, at least when I see what is going to translate to me to the NFL game. And, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but if there's a guy who's going to end up in New England, I hope it's JJ McCarthy at this point.
Right. Even though them sitting at 3, they might be fortunate enough to get a guy like Jaden McDaniels, and that would be a good selection for the New England Patriots, and that's something that we have to think about, right? Because now we're bringing this guy, JJ McDaniels into the division, and now he's a mobile quarterback. He has a nice touch. He could throw the ball. Of course, he has to work on his pocket presence and getting accustomed to the speed of the NFL game. But he has the ability to run the ball and produce with his legs as well. And that's where we're coming to in 2024 in this modern NFL. You want to have a quarterback that's able to have some pocket awareness and to have some mobility back there to escape if need be. So we'll definitely see what happens if the New England Patriots draft Jaden McDaniels. And I want to bring on, before I let you take over, Anthony, I want to bring on our first guest. He's backstage. He's ready to go. A part of the Built in Buffalo family. Buffalo against the world every Monday night, 7 p.m. My brother Emmanuel Kulu. Bro, how you doing, Kulu?
Man, it's good. It's draft day, bro. It's draft day, man. We here. We here.
That's right. We're ready.
We be rating, man. Y'all know what we talking about. We know what we getting today.
The other fun thing about draft night, by the way, is it brings us all together, right? We all do our shows on our nights and we interact in the chat and all that. But, this is our first time being on together. So good to be on with you, brother. And, man, happy draft day. This is so exciting. We are ready, man. The countdown is on. I've got the screen going with ESPN saying, here comes the commissioner. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, man. Beautiful time to be a Bills fan.
So Kulu, since you now coming on, let's get right to it. What are you looking forward to see tonight in this draft? What are you expecting to see, or what are you hoping to see tonight from the Buffalo Bills and their draft selection?
Bro, I've been saying it on the show for a while, for the past since we started back. I want to see a receiver. I want to see a big physical receiver. I'm talking Brian Thomas Jr. I'm talking about Adonai Mitchell. I'm talking about Xavier Legette. I want a big physical receiver. And on top of that, Josh Allen has even mentioned that he likes Xavier Legette. This is a guy that I've been talking about. So my eye is on those receivers, 3 receivers. If all else fails, we got to go defensive end. If all else fails, that means if all of those guys are gone, we got to go.
Okay, so basically, if the guys that you mentioned are gone, you would go another route altogether in terms of acquiring a player, and you would go the defensive end route.
Yes, I'm going edge. Going edge. A lot of people got us projected as getting Chop Robinson at 28. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at a real superstar edge rusher. Somebody that Von Miller can kind of groom into that position as he kind of, eventually will fade away soon. That's just the reality of the NFL. Sometimes you're going to be training your replacement. That's the reality. But that's if all else fails. I want to see a receiver. I think most of Bills Mafia wants to see a receiver. Hopefully, a guy like Xavier Legette will still be there, which I'm sure he will be. But we can't let him pass the first round because I think Kansas City is sneaking right in our back door.
Yeah, we talked about that. No matter whoever the Bills don't pick is going to be left there for Kansas City to pick, and that's a dangerous place to be. And I talked at the beginning of the show about if Worthy, with his speed, ends up going to, Kansas City, that's going to be the one that is like, oh no, I don't like that at all. That's going to leave a pit in my stomach, even if we get our guy, So we'll see how it all shakes out there. But you brought up the edge position. I think rightfully so, right? This is one that the fans can't sleep on right now, because there are 3 or 4 guys in this round, where if things work out and that guy is still on the board, Brandon Beane might sprint up the podium to say, you know what? There's other wide receivers in 2 and 3 that we can get. I'm getting this guy right now because he's the future of our edge position, and we'll see if it works out that way. Is there a guy in your mind that you had in mind, like if he's still on the board and Legette's still there, I'm going to take the edge over the wide receiver?
You know what? That's a tough one to say. Because we have so much depth at the DN position with the Von Millers, the Rousseaus, and the Epinesa. Because we have depth there, I wouldn't go that route. If Legette is there, it's between Legette and Chop. I'm still taking Legette because I don't see him dropping too far into the second round, if he even gets to the second round. So yeah, I really wouldn't chance it. It's a scoring league. It's a scoring league. You have to score points to win games. That's the way the NFL is going. I know McDermott is a big defensive guy, but you got to score points. And I think one of these receivers, one of these matchup nightmares, one of these guys, this is what Travis Kelce is for the Chiefs. He's a matchup nightmare. He's big, he's strong, he's physical. He can leap over smaller DBs. We need that guy. We have that guy in 17, but we need that guy as an offensive weapon. Even Diggs wasn't that particular. He was a great route runner and a great receiver. Don't take nothing away from him, but he wasn't a guy that's going to leap over smaller DBs. So this is something that we can get an upgrade and possibly get that superstar number one receiver that can be like the DK Metcalf or the Eric Modes that we've been talking, wishing that we had back, that type of player.
The Bears are officially on the clock. ESPN finally, after the Detroit Lions, some of their players started introducing themselves. We got finally the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. But Kulu, while we're waiting for the Chicago Bears selection, and we'll talk about them in a bit, I seen you, or I heard you mention Adonai Mitchell from Texas, and you're the first one to bring him up on the show thus far. What do you see in Mitchell that you like and would feel comfortable bringing him in to the Buffalo Bills as a draft selection?
Well, Adonai Mitchell would be my second pick over a guy like Brian Thomas Jr. They'll probably cancel each other out, but Brian Thomas Jr. just has more experience and he's produced more. But Adonai Mitchell is right there. I mean, it's similar measurables, similar 40 times speed. These guys are bigger, stronger, faster that we talked about that we want to get at the wide receiver position. So that's a guy I'm interested in too. I want a guy that kind of have a little bit more size. But at the end of the day, I still think if it came down to Brian Thomas Jr. and Mitchell being there, I'm taking Brian Thomas Jr. easily. But if it's Mitchell or Legette, ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one right there.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, I no worries about the so-called, whatever you want to call them, issues of giving his best effort on the field and his mental approach to the game, rather than, obviously he is a physical guy as well. And I agree with you that those characteristics I like about A.D. Mitchell. But if he was, I've been mostly saying on the hoof that I don't think the Bills are going to take A.D. Mitchell because there's a question about that. And to me, that's anti-process. Now, obviously, we don't have access to the interviews one-on-one that they do with the teams and, what Brandon Beane and McDermott got out of that meeting and how they feel about the player. If he was able to talk his way out of that or explain, like, look, that's not who I am as a player, then maybe they'd still be interested. But that is a big red flag when it comes to McDermott and Beane, especially, no matter how physical or how good this guy is. And A.D. Mitchell is one of those guys where we've heard him analyzed as, this is a clear-cut going to be a number one wide receiver in this league kind of guy, or going to fall on his face because he just can't cut it mentally and isn't going to find his groove in the NFL. I certainly don't think he's a player who's going to be a bust. I just think that because of that red flag that McDermott and Beane are going to say, you know what, we'll let somebody else take that risk. Let's stick with Legette, for example, who, as far as we know, doesn't have any of those concerns about, playing hard, or, coaches who say, sometimes he doesn't have his head in the game or whatever it might be.
And I like that you brought up that point, bro, because that we know culture matters to Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane. It's not just about the player. It's about the system fit. And that is a concern. We just dealt with that with Stephon Diggs. Do we want to deal with that again? And I think you're absolutely right. If it comes down to a Legette or a Mitchell, you got to choose who's the better character, because physically their measurables are very similar. So it's also going to come down to who Josh Allen likes. Josh Allen's going to have a say in this draft, believe it or not. He has put his pick of the litter of who he would want as his number one receiver. I'm sure he has. So you best believe the fact that I noticed that he mentioned Leggett tells me he's one of his guys. Brandon Beane hears Josh Allen. Best believe that.
By the way, have you heard interviews with Leggett? I heard him talk at the Senior Bowl, and immediately I came on the show the next day and said, "Listen, I don't care what this guy's measurables are. Just hearing him talk, McDermott and Bean are going to be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for this guy." And sure enough, after his performance at the Senior Bowl, he's trended up in every way since then, pretty much. So when he was looked at, as maybe a late second-round guy, he's really become a first-round guy now. And as soon as I heard him because McDermott and Bean are so predictable with what they go for, you heard him say all the process keywords. I mean, I was listening and I'm like, oh, he just said this, and oh yeah, it's not about me. In the interview, it was on NFL Network, and they were just, interviewing him as the workouts before leading up to the Senior Bowl, and he's talking about like, oh yeah, I did this, and I ran this way, and yeah, it was good, but I'm trying to do hard. And they asked him about him, and he kept deferring, no, the team, I'm doing this for them, and I'm excited about this. Just cool, calm, collected, down to earth. I was like, oh my God, they're gonna love this kid. No matter where he's going, he's gonna be on their board. And now it makes so much more sense now that he is this rising player. There is the concern with him about the only 1 year of production in his 5th year. Why did it take him so long? Is this a fluke? Is it only against, subpar competition that he does well? I agree with you that his measurables are what they are. His play on the field, the physical size of this guy and how it translates to the field against competition is going to translate to the NFL. And, his hands and his pass catching ability, I don't expect that to change either. So that's why I like him going to the Bills, because I do think he can fill some of that physical presence, that route running part that Bean and McDermott tend to like and need on this team. And, the hands, you got to have hands and yards after catch. When you're that strong and you can go through guys and you can push guys, stiff arm guys, that is going to have an impact on the field as well. And right now, the Bills are on the smaller size when it comes to the wide receiver room, for sure.
So it looks as if the New England Patriots are in talks with the San Francisco 49ers about acquiring wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. So we'll see what happens there. That could be another talented player coming to the AFC East, coming to that division. Wow. Thoughts on that possibility? Do you like Brandon Ayuk to the Patriots? You like that idea?
I mean, Brandon Ayuk to the Patriots doesn't matter if they don't have a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know I wanted to stay away from it. I know for us, I wanted to stay away from it. I love him as a player. But if you're going to spend big splash money with a wide receiver, you should have just kept Stephon Diggs. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't see that for us. I see when you departed with Stephon Diggs, you going younger. That's just what it is. You're not trading for T. Higgins. You're not spending no big splash money trying to acquire a guy. This is where you're going. So, I mean, if that's what they want to do, yeah, but you still got to get a quarterback to really compete.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The pick is in, and as expected, this one, no surprise, it is Caleb Williams, the quarterback, going to Chicago. My God, we talked about this a little bit last week, but I cannot remember a case where a rookie quarterback, this highly touted, this highly, number one prospect in terms of his position, the biggest position in the NFL, quarterback, going to a team that has already added so much and brought itself up to a level that they're ready to compete now, right? This is a team that has weapons on the offense, that has signed guys on the defense over the past 2 years. They are ready to go right here, right now. And Caleb Williams is walking into an amazing situation for a rookie quarterback, especially one who's basically ready to start on day one, expected to start on day one. And to me, that, there's going to be high expectation there. There's going to be pressure there because they haven't been winning the division, the NFC North, and that puts pressure on when you add all these pieces and you get a highly touted prospect like Caleb Williams. So what are your thoughts on Caleb Williams going to the Chicago Bears, and do you think he'll be able to produce as expected in year one?
I think so. I think he's a very good player. He's got the measurables. He's got the strong arm. It's going to come down to how the NFL speed, how he works with the NFL speed. Amazing college player, but the reality is, can you adapt to the NFL in this season? I don't know. We've seen CJ Stroud do it, right? We've seen CJ Stroud do it. We know it's a possibility. We're starting to see college teams are starting to adjust their offenses very similar to the NFL, and the NFL doing the very same thing. So I think it's very possible. Again, it's going to come down to coaching. It's going to come down to how soon he can get the systems, but physically he has the measurables to do so.
Absolutely. And you mentioned CJ Stroud. That was a guy who I was saying to people last year that I thought coming into this league, he would have an immediate impact more so than the other quarterbacks drafted because of the situation he was going to. I trusted those weapons he had in the Texans. Now, I didn't expect him to be the star that he was with them, but the fact that he went in and had success does set the table and maybe raise the expectations for a Caleb Williams now, saying, hey, look, this guy just got it done. Now you have to get it done.
They acquired the Chicago Bears, taking a look at what they've done this offseason. They got offensive line help. They acquired Keenan Allen to go along with DJ Moore. They acquired DeAndre Swift in that backfield. So they have enough pieces in the NFC to compete if Caleb Williams is the guy that everybody thinks he is, right? But again, like Kulu said, like it's not just about the players on the field, it's about the coaching staff as well. It's about the X's and O's. So can Shane Waldron, the newly acquired offensive coordinator for the Bears, can he put everything together? Does his schematics work well with what Caleb Williams does well as a quarterback? So all these things is like a big pot of gumbo right now, right? And now they're putting their seasoning in, and then they're tasting the pot, and they're trying to get the right amount of flavor in that pot. And I think that's where the Chicago Bears are right now. And if they can get everything to come together with the players they acquired, with the talent they have on offense, and if they can run a cohesive unit with the coaching staff, then the Chicago Bears will be a playoff team or a playoff contender this season.
Absolutely agree with that. And you really take the time to look at the type of player that Keenan Allen is. I mean, this guy has had 1,000 yards in every season, pretty much. I mean, this guy is that good. But here's the thing that you got to be concerned with. A guy with that type of skill and that type of production in the NFL, he's going to demand the ball. And this is a rookie quarterback. That's a lot of pressure. That's a little different from the CJ Stroud situation. So look for Chicago to also look for a wide receiver as well in this draft, because you want to groom a new quarterback with a new receiver as well. So look for that as well.
Yeah, I talked a lot about the good position that the Bears are in. Well, not only do they have the first overall pick, they get their quarterback. Not only have they added all these pieces, but they have 2 picks in the top 10. They come back up at number 9. And as you said, I expect that they're still targeting a wide receiver. Now, it might not be at number 9. They could still get one later in the draft. As we said, this is a deep wide receiver class. But man, the fact that you have 2 top 10 picks, you've added all this talent. The Chicago Bears were in the best situation coming into this offseason, and they knew it. Justin Fields played very well down the stretch for them, and they could afford to move on from him and still upgrade, which is a rare thing to do if you're getting rid of your quarterback who was playing pretty decent at the time, right? There were some fans who clamored to keep him, right? But I think that front office did end up making the right choice to move on, get a Caleb Williams, and start building this team in that direction toward a Caleb Williams, probably a more vaunted, more respected passer. No disrespect to Fields, but he was more known as a all-around running, passing quarterback. This guy, Caleb Williams, is a total difference maker for your franchise. And still having that pick at 9 to build is absolutely unbelievable in this league, to be able to, have 2 picks and be in a good situation. Usually if you're in the top, you're one of the worst teams in the league and you're going to be the next year again too. But man, that's not the case for the Bears.
Definitely wasn't the case for the Texans.
Right,
Texans,
right,
they
and
got one guy, and look what their franchise. Look where their
Yeah.
franchise. And Saint,
They
look what
they
happened.
picked.
Look what happened
Mhm.
with Buffalo. You know, we with Josh Allen when he got him. Granted, he didn't make the playoffs his first year, but when we traded up to get him, I mean, who really knew he was going to be the player that he was? I mean, there was a lot of Bills fans that was kind of disappointed. So
Yeah.
I think this is the right move for Chicago. Again, they're going with that prototypical quarterback that can pretty much do everything Fields can do plus some more. So I think this is good for them. And don't be surprised if they grab a Neighbors or a Marvin Harrison Jr. if he's there.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do that. But I'm glad you spoke about Houston and these other teams in terms of comparisons, right? But one thing I do think they have is a solid head coach. They have a guy in D'Amico Ryans that he's pre-proved that okay, I'm a leader of men and I know how to galvanize my troops on game day. They
Mhm.
have an offensive coordinator that probably could have became a head coach this season, but he elected to come back, and Bobby Slowick, right? So they have very good pieces at the coaching staff positions, and I don't know if Matt Eberflus is that guy. I don't know if Shane Waldron is that guy. We still have to see. The pick is in. They went Jaden Daniels. Washington went
Yeah,
Jaden Daniels.
I was just.
Yes,
I don't know if
I
you
like
saw my
it.
eyes. I don't know if you saw my eyes
Okay.
get big, but I
Yes,
was like,
great pick.
oh, that leaves Drake May still on the board, obviously. So there you have it. Number 2 pick in this draft is the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. A little bit of a shocker here, but not really. We knew this could be a case. They were going to pick Washington, building their franchise. Really had to think about which one of these quarterbacks still on this board really fit what we're trying to do in terms of our culture, in terms of our, moving forward, the players we're thinking about bringing in, because it's a total, complete rebuild for this Washington franchise. They're going to change the name of the team. They changed the owners of the team. They need a new stadium. I mean, this quarterback that they're bringing in was expected to be the cornerstone that they build the rest of this around. And I think that, they decided Jaden Daniels. That doesn't surprise me. Coming off the career year he had, obviously the Heisman campaign, it's not as surprising. And I did like, his tape a little bit more than May, in my opinion. Of course, he had the season he had, so obviously on tape there's a lot of highlights there. But um, happy about this pick for this team. Certainly a completely different situation than what we just talked about with the Bears. Total rebuild. He's going to have time to learn. The
Yeah.
expectations aren't going to be there, which maybe loosens things up a little to win now at least. But, they're going to start building in the right direction. What do you think about this pick for this franchise and moving forward for them?
This is an upgrade from Sam Howell. This is definitely an upgrade, and you can tell by his performance last season. I mean, Daniels is another. The NFC is going to be scary. They haven't really been scary in so long. Really, it's been the AFC. But now that they're starting to get these younger quarterbacks who are dual threat quarterbacks who can kind of do it all, the NFC is going to change the shape of the NFC. So I like it. I really do like it for Washington. I believe it's like I said, it's an upgrade from Sam Howell. I mean, this guy Sam Howell threw 21 touchdowns, 21 interceptions, 78 completion, 78 passer rating. Not good enough. Not good enough. And again, he's not going to come in and just demand to be the starter right away. He's going to have to compete, but I think more than likely he will be the starter eventually.
Now, I like the selection. First of all, I like the selection because hopefully it won't come back to bite me later. I rather deal with Drake May because he has less mobility in the pocket as an AFC East foe than Jaden McDaniels. So I like the pick for in that retrospect. I have him go to Washington, have him go over there and see if he could build up that franchise. So I like the individual pick. I wonder if Dan Quinn is the guy to turn this guy into a franchise quarterback. That is my question I have with the Washington Commanders. Dan Quinn, kind of a retreat coach, used to coach the Atlanta Falcons. He took them to the Super Bowl the second year. So he showed that, he does have some promise. He does have an idea of how to be successful. But after that, he kind of the fire went out, right? So Did Dan Quinn learn from his mistakes he had in Atlanta, and can he do the same thing and have the early success he had in Atlanta with the Washington Commanders? And then if he gets that success, can he sustain that success? So all the questions, in my opinion, surround the head coach Dan Quinn.
Yeah, it puts the pressure on him a little bit to say, we've got our franchise quarterback now. What are you going to do to build this in the right direction and make this work with the guy we've got on board?
Yes, sir. And now our second special guest, another Built in Buffalo representative, my brother James Stokes. James, how you doing, bro?
Hello, doing well. I'm excited for draft night.
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting time. We got myself, we got brother Kulu, we got my bro Anthony Romeo over here. If you haven't met them before, it's good that we all get to come together on Christmas Day. I know it's draft night. I call it Christmas Day. It's good to come together and see what type of presents we get to ungift this evening. So Stokes, first of all, how you doing, and what you think? Any surprises thus far in the NFL draft? You had Caleb Williams go 1 and Jaden Daniels go 2.
I'm doing well, but I mean, 2 picks in, those are the 2 picks I expected. I would have chosen Jaden Daniels over Drake May, and of course, Caleb Williams was definitely the no-brainer number 1 pick. So, I'm here to right time those surprises.
Right. So, what are your thoughts on how the Buffalo Bills should attack this draft? Who is your favorite receiver? If you want to go receiver, do you have other positions that might be in play for round 1 in your opinion? Just give me your thoughts.
Outside of the top 3, of course. So, Brian Thomas Jr. would be my number 1 wide receiver if we're not choosing from the Doomsday, Neighbors, and Harrison. So, outside of those guys, that would be the guy I would choose. But I'm a big fan of what's gonna happen tonight, because we don't know what the Bills are gonna do. It's entirely possible they can trade up anywhere from 9 to whatever. So I think that'll make tonight fun for us, because we have no idea what's going to happen. It's very likely that Bean is going to trade up for someone, whether it's wide receiver, whether it's whatever. Well, I hope it's wide receiver, but we just don't know, and that's what's going to make tonight fun, because we're going to be on pins and needles as soon as wide receivers keep falling. Like, well, is this the time where Bean's going to jump up? Is this the time? Is this the time? Mm-hmm. And it's going to make tonight very interesting for us.
And while Stokes was talking, the New England Patriots made their draft selection, and they picked Drake May, quarterback from the University of North Carolina. Any thoughts on that? Any surprises there, Ant?
This is the one that brings us to the division, right? I mean, no surprises that these top 3 picks are all quarterbacks. There was a lot of rumors going around, like we said, those last week rumors about New England's going to trade out because they really want an offensive lineman. And, I said on the show last week, no, they need a quarterback, and if they don't pick one of these 3 guys, they're absolutely stupid. So, of course, they're not stupid. They know that they need a quarterback desperately. They get their guy, well, presumably their guy. Maybe they wanted Daniels, but, he went a pick ahead of them. So they settle for, or they get Drake May. Now this is a guy the Bills are going to have to face in the division, right? And presumably we know he's likely to be the starter on day 1, if not soon after, right? Because that team is not going to be led by the guys they brought in right now. As long as he is ready to go, they're going to put him in there. You're talking about a guy who is mobile, who has the arm. He's got all of the measurables you could want in an NFL quarterback in today's game. The question for me is New England the right situation? Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? Are they going to be able to keep him protected and teach him to learn and grow? And we've seen that New England over the years, at least, even though Bill Belichick is out, that regime is pretty much the same. Are they going to be able to develop this guy and turn him into an NFL starting caliber quarterback? That is yet to be seen. But, I will say, in my opinion, this is a great pick for New England, but it doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare me at all for the New England Patriots, given the status of that roster as it stands right now.
I think. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, any fear now? They got their quarterback. Any fear with Brandon Ayuk possible pairing?
No fear. I mean, they're light years ahead of us now. They just got a new coach. I mean, which is basically another form of Bill Belichick, another guy under the Belichick tree. So I don't see year one at least May making the biggest difference. I think he will be a good quarterback in this NFL, and in the next few years, he's going to start really pushing in the AFC East. But doesn't scare me at all. Doesn't scare me one bit. I mean, he does definitely have the measurables, the size, the mobility. But I know the New England Patriots wanted Daniels. They wanted Daniels. Daniels would have been someone I would have been worried about with an Ayuk. That's somebody I would have been worried about. But May, I don't think year one with a rookie coach that he's going to make the biggest difference.
How big of an upgrade is this compared to, say, a Mac Jones, even when he was playing well, I'll say, not the Mac Jones that got kicked out of town, but when he was playing pretty decent and they were high on him. Do you think this is an upgrade from Mac Jones in that type of situation, or is it going to be more of the same? Because I could see it going either way. I do think this player, his talent level, his caliber is higher than Mac Jones, in my opinion. His ceiling is way higher than Mac Jones. Even when Mac Jones was coming out, I went live on the air and said, this is a guy in Mac Jones who's just an average Joe. He's not going to hit the ground, but he's not going to rise much. Whereas I think May has a much higher ceiling. So better talent overall, but could you see it playing out where he's going to end up falling on his face the same way that Mac Jones did? Because with this franchise, like we've said over the years, they haven't proven since Tom Brady left that they're in good hands to handle developing a quarterback.
And it looks as if the Cardinals pick is in. We're waiting for it. Any of us surprised that the Cardinals didn't trade out of that 4 pick? James. Or maybe you're not surprised. Maybe it's like, okay, Kyler Murray has to pair with somebody. Let's go get Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, that's where I would lean towards. At this point, Kyler Murray is still their franchise quarterback, so you might as well continue to build around him. He didn't play terribly last year, which is why they didn't move on from him, of course. So give him a guy that is whoever you feel is the best wide receiver in the draft. And Marvin Harrison, I think, is probably that guy. And so this one is a no-brainer for me because many people have Marvin Harrison to be the best talent in this draft, regardless of position. So when you can get that guy at pick number 4, you should run to the podium with that pick.
Yeah, and I think they did. The pick is in. Marvin Harrison Jr. is indeed the selection for the Arizona Cardinals.
Absolutely no surprise here. Sorry to cut you off there, Kulu, but I'm just going to say this was one where we had so much hype coming in. Again, even today, there's teams trying to trade up to get the 4th quarterback that they want, and the Cardinals are going to trade back. And again, I would look somebody in the eye and tell me, are you insane? They have a huge void at the wide receiver position, and most people rank the number 1 player in this draft overall, if not everyone, Marvin Harrison Jr. by far, and he falls into their lap at number 4. Normally, this would never happen, but because all 3 teams above you needed quarterback, they all take their quarterback, and you at 4 get the best player in this draft who fills a gaping void on your team to help your franchise quarterback. This changes a lot for this franchise in one single pick, and they have more picks coming up this round, right? So there's more to come from them, and this is a big step for them.
Yeah, yes, look, indeed. You're talking about NFL DNA, right? And Marvin Harrison Jr. There was a lot of Bills fans who were saying that we needed to trade up. This is where we would have had to trade up to. Okay? Not going to happen. I'm not giving up 3 or 4 picks to get up to number 4 or number 5 to get a Marvin Harrison Jr. That is no knock on him. He's an amazing athlete. But we have so many holes to fill. This is a great pickup for Arizona. They're going with Kyler Murray, match him up with a receiver. And this is what when we saw with Josh Allen moving on and the team moving on from Stephon Diggs. Why? So this new receiver can come in and see Josh Allen as the undisputed leader of this football team. And that will be the same thing for Marvin Harrison Jr. in Arizona to come in and see that Kyler Murray is his leader.
Now, here is where it gets interesting with the Chargers, because they can go so many different directions, getting rid of Keenan Allen and You know, they have a new head coach in Harbaugh, and knowing Harbaugh, the first thing he did was implement Greg Roman because he wants that smash mouth football. So the my mind says, hey, Malik Neighbors is sitting right there. You got rid of Keenan Allen. Malik Neighbors, he's sitting right there. Go get him. But then my heart tells me this is Harbaugh. They're going after the tackle Joe Alt. Stokes, what you think?
So yeah, this definitely where we're getting a little bit hairy. I probably would lean towards going for the tackle because, yeah, as you said, they're trying to build a smash mouth football team, and I feel like Jim Harbaugh, he's a slave to his sort of mentality, and I don't think he's going to try all of a sudden to become a throw it all over the field type of coach. But he's got the quarterback that you can do it with, so that's where you get a little bit of the disconnect between. Do we want to be smash mouth and take away from what Justin Herbert can do, or do we want to get him a player? Since we got rid of Mike Williams, we got rid of Keenan Allen. Now all of a sudden he doesn't have a true go-to guy. And if Malik Neighbors can be that dude, like I think I would choose that over a tackle. But then again, you got a franchise left tackle that's gonna probably serve you more long term. Just knowing that, okay, for the rest of Justin Herbert's career, his blind side's protected, and we're good over there. And you can manufacture open receivers somewhat, but you can't really manufacture bad blocking.
To me, this is a rare situation where it's win-win, right? You're win-win. You get Malik Neighbors, you filled that void of you've emptied your wide receiver room, you have the difference maker guy. Again, you already have a franchise quarterback. We're saying the same thing about the Cardinals, right? This is the player to take your team to the next level if you take Neighbors here. However, you're also thinking, hey, we got to protect this quarterback. We got to build around him. We need to get a cheap guy in here who's going to be on this team for the next 5 years. If they take Joe Alt, again, one of the bigger players, most valued offensive lineman in this draft, you're still going to benefit from that. Your team is still going to be better. And the Chargers could be looking at it, like we've said for a lot of the teams here. Hey, the wide receiver class is deep. We'll get one in the next round or after that. There's guys we like here who we think can come in and be starters on day one and be the type of guy we want. So getting that difference maker offensive tackle, which we know there will be a run at some point in this first round on offensive tackle, they could be the ones to start it out here and get their guy. If I'm in the Chargers GM chair, it's Malik Neighbors for me because I want that kind of difference maker to go with my quarterback. He is used to, unlike some of the players we're talking about, their quarterback is used to playing with that caliber level of player. Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, those are difference maker players. You're not going to fill that void in the third round with a guy like that. You do it now with a Neighbors or an Odunze, bam, that's your guy, and your quarterback doesn't have to miss a beat. Without that guy, we could see a decline in the quarterback play from the Chargers, and that's, not something they want to see after 2 disappointing seasons.
See, I agree with that. I would draft Malik Neighbors if I was the Chargers. If it was me sitting in that boardroom, I would draft him. But when I'm looking at them on the TV screen, I know Greg Roman somewhere in there. And how frustrated would Malik Neighbors be with Greg Roman? How long would it take before he gets frustrated? Because I'm not sure if Greg Roman struggles with those wide receiver route concepts, right? So from that aspect, I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to say John Harbaugh is going to continue to smash mouth football and draft the tackle Joe Alt.
Yep, I agree. I think I'm agree with Ann on this. I think that Neighbors is the guy to go with. I don't believe Harbaugh is going to do it though. I think he's going with his mentality. That's the Roman mentality too. It's smash mouth football. He's got to match his offensive coordinator and what he wants. I mean, if you get Neighbors, that is the better player to get right now.
And
you see what this franchise did, what we did, and if they're watching what we did, they started with these 2 guys, Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, and they built around them. And who's to say if a left tackle is going to come in the league right now and just be that dominant? Even though the tackle is very dominant, but Malik Neighbors is just a game changer, and I think you start there. Just my opinion.
And in my mind, this is another thing. The Chargers, the tackle position in this draft is also deep, especially in this first round. If they wanted to, they could trade back in to this first round, get a guy that they're saying, you know what, this tackle is the one we had our eyes on. Yeah, we like Joe Alt, but Neighbors was the difference maker there. We're taking Neighbors and then coming back at the tail end of the first round where there's still 2-3 start day one offensive tackles that we can take and bring in here. So we'll see which direction they go. I would take Neighbors, but yeah, I think we all have said it, beat it to death that, you know, they're minded, they're ground and pound, protect the quarterback minded. We'll see what it is here shortly. Pick is in on ESPN, but they have not announced it officially.
Yep. We're going to see. We're going to see what happens with what direction will the Chargers go, and nobody's traded up thus far. You know, nobody that those top 5 is too rich for a lot of teams' blood. It's a real rich, luxurious pick. So the pick is in for the Chargers, and we'll see which direction they go. But you know, again, I think Anthony stole the show with his assessment. This is a move that we would make, right? Because we understand that, okay, you need a game changer. You need a difference maker, especially in this NFL today. It's not like 10 years ago. The receiver have more free range than ever, right? And a player like him, he can be successful immediately. An instant impact player is what the Chargers need. And I think Neighbors could be that guy to do so. But again, we'll see.
They'll be gifting the Giants Neighbors if they pass on them.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm glad you said that, because that was going to be one of my next points that I have been pounding the table loudly for. All this nonsense about the Giants are going to take a quarterback. The Giants are going to take a quarterback. It's like, why would that team, in the situation they're in with their players, say all of a sudden, we're going to, you know, mortgage everything to pick a young quarterback to come in here and do what our guy is already talented enough to do with nobody around him? Bring in the wide receiver and let him do it. So, yeah, I think they're going wide receiver either way. I think they would go Neighbors or Odunze with the next pick, depending on who's on the board. But
the pick is in.
And it is officially the offensive tackle, Joe Alt. First reaction is, oh, my God, everybody who had him going to Tennessee at 7 is freaking out, because I think literally every mock draft I saw until yesterday had Joe Alt going to the Tennessee Titans. Every single one, no matter the network, no matter where it was from, had Joe Alt to the Tennessee. And I think if he was there, he definitely would have gone to Tennessee. But maybe the Chargers knew that, and that's why they jump in and take him here. Ooh, we have a super chat, by the way. Yeah, let's put that super chat up. Remember, super chats get discussed automatically when you put them in, so we will mention this. They also lost Eckler. That is very true. Got to help J.K. Dobbins and the running back they take later. J.K. is injury prone. Again, yeah, that speaks to the point of the new regime here. They like to ground and pound. They like to run the ball. They like to control the clock and manage the offense. And how do you do that? You get that franchise tackle, you put him there, and you know, you have your guy for the next 5 years who's going to protect that quarterback and be a bruiser in the run game. And this guy, Joe Alt, can definitely do both of those things, and he's going to be a difference maker for them. So thank you, Ishmael, for that super chat. Remember, all super chats get discussed live, so thank you for that.
Yeah, man. All right, fellas, I'm having a draft party upstairs, and it's happening without me. So, listen, my brothers, it's been real. Love you guys, man. I'll be watching.
Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a lot of fun. It was good talking with you.
Good talk, Kulu. Good talk. Every Monday, hey, catch Kulu show. Catch Kulu show this Monday. 7. Is this going to be 7 p.m. Kulu?
7 p.m.
Buffalo against the World, 7 p.m. Monday night. Kulu and Cousin Brad tune in, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be a lot of discussions to discuss on your show when we have our full draft list available. So appreciate you, Kulu, for jumping in.
One love, everyone.
Yes, sir.
All right, and before we go on to discuss this pick and the next one here, I want to, again, thank everybody for tuning in. We're up above 400 live viewers right now. That's awesome. Thank you all for being here. We like to interact with you, so please send in those super chats. We'll put them up on the screen. We'll discuss it. Tell us who you think the next pick is going to be. You can tell us who the Bills are going to pick. Whatever topic you want, it'll be discussed. and super chats take priority there. You can do that by logging in on YouTube to tune into the show. So find the Built in Buffalo link on YouTube and go there to super chat and get your comment on the screen. And we have a sponsor for tonight's show, as you see in the corner there. Acropolis Realty Group is with us tonight. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York State? Look no further than Acropolis Realty Group. Is your full-service independent brokerage specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, our experienced team at Acropolis is here to guide you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And I do have to add at the end, Vince is the one who helped me and my wife find our home here in Syracuse, went above and beyond for us. Absolutely 5-star recommendation. Acropolis, everybody there was great to work with, and heard lots of great things about others who have worked for them. So please go give them a call and tell them that Built in Buffalo sent you. Tell them the Hoof sent you. Tell them Anthony Romeo sent you. They'll know all those connections, and we appreciate that. So again, thank you, Acropolis, for sponsoring us tonight. And gentlemen, the draft is moving on here. What do you think is going to happen here? We have yet to see any movement across the board in terms of trades. There was a lot of hype about everybody trading up to get their quarterback. Do you think here the Giants, again, I already spoke my piece on this, but do you think there's a chance the Giants take quarterback, or would you take Neighbors? I mean, I'm taking Neighbors. I'm running to the podium to take Neighbors, but we don't know. What do you say?
Stokes, what you got?
I would take Neighbors here. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in Daniel Jones, but I really do not like JJ McCarthy as a quarterback. So I would take the best talent out there and then worry about whatever's next after that. So I would definitely take Malik Neighbors.
Now, y'all may kill me. I would take Neighbors here as well, right? But I would really entertain Michael Penix Jr. here.
Yeah.
And I was going to say I might get Anthony upset, but Daniel Jones is not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not the guy.
How do you know?
The pick is.
We got the sound.
Malik Neighbors is the pick.
Malik Neighbors, and there you have it, folks. How do you know Daniel Jones is not the guy if you've never had a star wide receiver next to him, right? They brought in guys. Who was supposed to be the answer? Darren Waller last year. That didn't work out at all, right? Now you bring in a guy like Neighbors, and this is a team that has what it takes to get it done. You're paying him big money for one more year. If he can't get it done with Neighbors, now it's time to move on and get your guy. And likely if he can't get it done with Neighbors, that whole coaching staff might change down there. And we know we have some Bills connections there, both in the coaching staff and the front office, right? So we hope they do well. And I am one who says you look at Daniel Jones's play on the field when he's out there with guys who can protect him and get the plays, make plays. He's done pretty well, right? I don't think he's going to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but you get a guy like Neighbors, and all of a sudden you're going to see a talent shine, because there are a lot of quarterbacks who could be subpar and shine with a guy like Neighbors, who some would argue was the more talented in terms of route running and crispness, NFL readiness in the draft. But what are your thoughts on this pick? Stokes, we'll go to you since Akeem said he thought they were going to go quarterback here. We'll give you your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there were many who felt like Malik Neighbors was a better wide receiver than Marvin Harrison. So getting him at this pick at 6 is not a bad haul for the Giants. And you make good points. Like Daniel Jones hasn't had a guy that is this talented at wide receiver. So it's entirely possible that Daniel Jones could unlock a new level. I mean, I don't expect it, but it's entirely possible, I suppose. And then you get the talent, and if it fails next year, then you look at quarterback next year, and then you have another quarterback who is cost control, and you have the number 1 wide receiver with cost control. So then you're good there. So I think it's a logical decision to take Malik Neighbors and couple him with Daniel Jones, and you're not locked into anything with Daniel Jones after this year. So it's to prove it season for him, and then you'll see what happens after that. But I love Malik Neighbors as a wide receiver. He is His talent pops. Like you just watch him. Like, okay, well, that is a pro wide receiver. He is really, really good.
He's also got that diva attitude for New York. You know, you need a little bit of that in that New York media market, right? So I think he's going to fit in well there. From that sense, they need somebody to take that spotlight, to be that guy. Because as much as I have, you know, defending Daniel Jones, I don't think he's that guy to be facing the media and, you know, do all the stuff that is expected in New York. Whereas Neighbors, we've already seen his antics leading up to the draft, not in a bad way, but, you know, he goes live. He likes to be flashy. He likes to be the center of attention. And in New York, that's exactly what you're going to be, good or bad. They're going to come down on you. So hopefully you can handle it. What's that?
Odell Beckham Jr. reincarnate?
I wouldn't go that far to me. I think they need a little bit of that, but we know OBJ was a character all his own in the NFL in a lot of ways.
So I want to ask you guys a question. We got 4 minutes till we get our next guest on, about 4 minutes. The big two receivers went. Now we're at the 7th pick with Tennessee. Is the worst case scenario Rome Odunze falling to the New York Jets right now? Is that the worst case scenario as Buffalo Bills fans? Could you imagine? Could you have Garrett Wilson and Rome Odunze on opposite sides of each other? You have an Aaron Rodgers back there. Could that be a worst case scenario? Is that something that you ponder? Or do you think maybe the Titans or the Falcons or even the Bears can pick up a Rome Odunze before he gets to 10?
I don't think he goes to the Jets. The Jets would have to trade up at this point to get Odunze. That could very well happen. It looks to me, oh no, pick is in. It looks like for the Titans now too. We'll see when it's officially announced, but it says now on ESPN, pick is in. I was going to say that it seemed like they were working the clock, making some calls, seeing if anybody wanted to come up. Now that we know Joe Alt is not there, that was kind of a good match for them. I do think Tennessee goes offensive line here. That's their big glaring need. But anyway, yeah, speaking about that pick there, I mean, the Giants are in a good situation moving forward, moving on from that. I don't think the Jets are a threat with Odunze or without because of their backup quarterback situation. Aaron Rodgers, to me, my biggest disappointment was that Aaron Rodgers didn't play a full season last year with the Jets because we kicked their butts regardless. And then everybody would have shut up. And now we got to go into this season with all the same trash talk with people saying Aaron Rodgers is going to lead them to the promised land when he's not going to do that in our division. So that's my stand right here, is that Aaron Rodgers doesn't scare me no matter who he's throwing to, no matter what's in that offense. He's probably only going to play a few games before he gets hurt or whatever. At his age, you know, you can't expect that he's going to be the Aaron Rodgers of 10 years ago. So they need a firm backup who's going to be able to throw to those two guys. But I don't think they can ultimately.
Yeah, we'll see. The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. We just are waiting to hear that selection and see what direction they're going from there. But New York Giants selected Malik Neighbors, and you know they needed that offense. They needed that influx, that infusion on offense. It's been a few years that the offense was left something to be desired. And Anthony made a point about not knowing what Daniel Jones can do. And that right there, somebody's at fault for that. Daniel Jones is going into his 5th, 6th year. You paid him a second contract of $100 million and you still don't know. We just throwing money at guys, right? So this year with a Malik Neighbors, with a talent like that Daniel Jones has to throw the ball to. He's never had a talent like that in his professional career to throw the ball to. So we'll see what type of quarterback or what type of uptick in skill and progression Daniel Jones have with now a number 1 receiver in Malik Neighbors. Still commercial pickers. We're still waiting on the Tennessee.
Still waiting on the pick. We can discuss that. You know, we know their biggest glaring need is offensive linemen. Do you have a favorite number 2? This was always a gray area for me where I'm like, look, it's going to be team specific. I think that the 5 guys past Joe Alt, it wouldn't surprise me if anybody picked any of those who needs a tackle, right? It's going to be whoever it was that impressed them the most. So do you have one that you think would be the best fit for this scenario, minus a Joe Alt, obviously?
The tackle from Penn State, Fashanu, I believe.
Oh. I like it.
For the Tennessee Titans, you want to book in tackle for the next decade, I think that's the guy that you want to plug and play. Will Levis, he has some talent now on the outside with DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley. I think they did a good job in the offseason exercising those options, and now you got to get Will Levis some protection. And I think Fashanu was a guy that you can plug in your offensive line immediately at the tackle position, and now he could be that booking guy for the foreseeable future for the Tennessee Titans. So when you're a rebuilding team, you have to build the correct way. And as much as it's tempting to go sexy when you're a rebuilding team, the correct way to build a team is inside out. Mm-hmm. So I think that the Tennessee Titans got to start building that foundation right here with this selection.
Absolutely. Yeah. You start building in the trenches. Here we go. It is in. And it's going to be selection, the offensive tackle, J.C. Latham, going to the Tennessee Titans. So we knew it had to be a tackle, right? That was their biggest need. I wonder if they were working the phones for a little while there. It seemed like it, but they get their guy. Maybe not their number one, because we know Joe Alt was expected to be on the board for them by a lot of people, but goes ahead. Man, J.C. Latham, in my mind, no consolation prize here, right? You're still getting a guy who's walking in the door day one, going to be your tackle, going to be a difference maker on that offensive line, hopefully a leader on that offensive line for this Tennessee team. One thing we haven't talked about is how this Tennessee team has improved and is starting to say, okay, we got our quarterback last year, Levis, who showed flashes of being that guy. He had a number one receiver here. Now we're bringing in more backup at the wide receiver position and a dynamic player like Calvin Ridley. What do you think how do you think this move could impact the team in that? You think it's going to show in that offense, that run game? They got the good young running back to replace their outgoing king, right? So lots of movement there in Tennessee, but I really like this fit for them. It might not be the Joe Alt, but man, this is no consolation prize. Like I said, starter day one.
Yeah, I think this is a good selection. I probably would have. I mean, I don't know. He went to a factory in Alabama, so you know that he's used to playing against talented players, and he probably played against many NFL types of players throughout his time in Alabama. And it's hard to go wrong when you go with guys that were 5 stars coming out, or 4 or 5 stars coming out of high school, and they continue to that trajectory into first round picks in the NFL draft. So the first thing you do is get your quarterback, and then you want to protect your quarterback. So it makes a lot of sense, especially when you have the need. It's nice when I doubt that Latham was their BPA, but it's nice when you can fit a need with the player that you feel fits your level there.
Yeah, because if they had a Dunze, for example, like I said, they've already got Hopkins. Now they're bringing in, their guy in Ridley. They invested highly in that wide receiver position in the draft as well. So, I think that, like you said, maybe going best player is not always what happens in the NFL, right? This fills a glaring need in a good way for them. It looks like the Falcons on the clock. It says pick is in here.
Pick is in.
Mm-hmm. Could this be a defensive player here? This is where it's been talked about. Falcons need to build up that defense. Could this be the first pass rusher? Could this be a cornerback? They've got some needs there. Maybe it could be a Dunze wide receiver. Wow, that would be quite the move there. But, I wouldn't see that as a good investment. That would be a dynamic offense with Kirk Cousins leading the way. But, which direction do you think they go with this one?
I think this is where we could possibly see our first defensive players get taken off the board here. I think that the Atlanta Falcons, they have some pressing needs on defense. I think edge rusher is a premium position, and they can use an uptick at a premium position. So if I'm going to put an educated guess to it, I'm thinking edge rusher for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do you have one in mind that you think they're going to go? Which direction they might go? Because, it depends on fits for teams. This is another one, edge position, where I don't think there was a clear-cut favorite to be the number 1 overall. Laitu Latu, as we know, has had some injury concerns. So maybe I don't expect him to go this high, but it wouldn't surprise me. There's Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. It wouldn't surprise me either way if they went either one of those guys. The rumor was I've seen more connected, I should say, to Dallas Turner, but in my mind, Verse is probably ahead of Turner on my board at least. So I don't know. I could see it being either one of those guys.
I have to agree with you as well. I believe it's going to. I'm thinking it's going to be Dallas Turner 1, and if it's not Dallas, then I think it's going to be first.
I'd go Dallas Turner.
Yeah,
if it were me, you get the best defensive player. Like most Raiders have a Dallas Turner as the best pass rusher out there. So you get that guy and you get him at 8, and that you count your blessings there, in my opinion.
Yeah. To have the first defensive player on the board in your pick, right? I mean, they could have gone cornerback here, but maybe they're not as high on a Mitchell or a Terrion Arnold. I do think that it makes more sense to go edge in this situation, premium position, top talent in this draft. There's a couple of guys on the board there. We're still waiting the official announcements. Some rumblings about this pick already, but we'll wait for the official announcement to hear it. But wow.
If the Bears don't take a Dunze, I'm going to be nervous. I'll just tell you that.
They're 9 and they're on the clock. Yeah.
If the Bears don't take a Dunze, I know the Jets are going to take a Dunze.
Yeah.
The pick is in, folks, and this one is a bit of a mind stump here. The Atlanta Falcons select quarterback. Yes, you heard me correct. Quarterback Michael Penix Jr. And
wow.
2 things here. Some people might be shocked by the player, the quarterback that is picked here, but I said at the top of the show that I didn't think J.J. McCarthy was that good, right? I thought Penix was better than McCarthy in my book. But the fact that the Falcons are the team to pick a quarterback, the Falcons, they just paid Cousins
$180
million guaranteed for 5 years. I mean, what? You paid a franchise quarterback and now you're drafting a guy in the top 10?
He was looking like, yo, don't they got Kirk Cousins? What the hell's going on here? Is they serious? Is me? Okay, it is me.
Quarterback, an older quarterback at that. Like he's one of the older quarterbacks in the class.
This isn't a 20-year-old guy. Yeah, exactly. What is going on here? You feel that badly about your backup quarterback position that you're wasting a number 1 overall pick, first draft? Or your first pick in the draft. I mean, this is a top 10 player. You just took Penix in the top 10 and he's going to sit his ass on the bench for 4 years? What in the hell? Unless there's something going on behind closed doors where they're like, you know what? We want to trade for so-and-so on your team, wide receiver or whatever, and a pass rusher, and you need a quarterback, so we're taking this guy to trade to you in some ass-backwards scenario here. This is the most shocking pick of the draft for me because it makes 0 sense. I don't know what you're doing investing in a player like that coming to this situation. Listen, the Bears just put in the pick, and if this isn't Odunze, I'll eat my hat because this is absolutely nuts. Odunze, one of the top talented wide receivers in the draft, one of the top players in the draft. Absolutely. We already talked about it with the quarterback pick. You have to pair him. Holy effing crap, right? You're talking about the Bears getting Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze and inserting them into their lineup on day 1, plus with everything else they added. I think that makes too much sense for him not to be the pick here unless it already says pick is in, so they're not going to be trading back. This was another position where you heard a lot of people say there was chatter of, will they trade back? Now the Bears make their pick. It hasn't been announced yet, but I'd be shocked if that wasn't Odunze. But the Penix, what just happened? I moved on because I have no idea what else to say about that move.
That's an interesting move. I would love to hear their thought process behind that. That press conference in Atlanta should be a fire starter. I think I'm going to tune into Bleacher and find that team so I can listen in to what they say. The explanation was then for that. But I like the player Penix. I like the player Penix. I think that him having a bad game in the bowl game really, getting selected 8th, I can't say hurt him, but I think the thought process about him changed a little bit because he struggled in the championship game. But to see him get selected here, I'm not surprised per se, but the team is definitely surprising. But I want to say right quick, the Bears. Imagine getting a Dunze and you have Keenan Allen and DJ Moore and Swift. It's like, it can be a long day on Sunday.
Yes,
playing the Bears in a hurry if they make the selection in Odunze and hopefully they do. I would hate to see the Jets get Romo or Odunze, even though I've been seeing all the mocks having Brock Bowers and he would be an excellent selection for them as well. But
Brock, that actually, would be interesting because they do have a tight end there already, right? In Cole Kmet, who's pretty good, right? So that offense, if that's the pick, and it looks like the pick is being announced officially right now. Here comes the commish. And there you have it. No shocker. Absolutely no shocker here. They go with the wide receiver, Rome Odunze. This one's going to hurt Bills fans a little bit. Oh, trade up. We talked about it earlier, and I didn't get a chance to mention it. But when it was, Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4, you can't trade up with a team that says, no, we don't want to trade with you. We're taking this guy, right? Same thing here. The Bears would not take the Bills' call here. A lot of people said this would be where the Bills could come up and trade with this team. No, the Bears said, are you kidding me? We have a chance to be one of the best offenses on paper right now. And you look at this roster, you just said it, Akeem, this pick is unbelievable for what it means for this offense, right? This is unbelievable. The Chicago's going to be a team to contend in the NFL, assuming Caleb Williams can even be a tenth of what he's projected to. But you surround him with the guys that they've got now, that offense, who do you cover? Who do you leave open? DJ Moore? What do you got? That's the number 1 wide receiver on some teams, right? And now you've got him as a 3 on this team. I mean, that is pretty shocking and good for the Bears getting their 2 guys, capitalizing fully on that trade from Carolina, capitalizing fully on having 2 top 10 picks. I love it. I love it.
And as soon as Rome Odunze is off the clock, the New York Jets trade back with the Minnesota Vikings, and now the Minnesota Vikings is on the clock. Wow. But while they're on the clock, I want to get in our next special guest, former Bills and Buffalo representative, but it's still love. At the end of the day, I'm a big fan of this guy. He's one of my favorite content creators to listen to. Josh McCarty, Bills Chat. Josh, how you doing, Josh?
What's going on, guys? I was doing a lot better until that Bears pick of Rome Odunze came off the board. Yeah. So I think the big trade up is done. And Stokes, you and I are tagging in and out, I assume, at this point, right, buddy?
Oh, yep.
yeah.
Because we are live over on Bills Chat. Luca's hanging by himself. So that was a heartbreaker. Mm-hmm. If you were the one that wanted the Bills to massively trade up for a receiver, that idea is dead. I still think there's some trade up options for the Bills that are much less aggressive. But yeah, there's been really a lot of chalk except for the Michael Penix Jr. thing. But yeah, I applaud the Bears. Look, you take a quarterback first overall, and you can never have too many weapons. I like Keenan Allen. I love DJ Moore, but you get a kid like this that can just be in your pipeline for if Keenan Allen falls off or gets hurt. Love it for him.
Yeah.
On that note, we do have another super chat here. Thank you, Ishmael, again here. Atlanta, he says Atlanta has an out on Cousins after 2025. They could save 32 million. Yes, that's true, but he did get what, 100 million guaranteed in that contract, so they're going to be paying him, but maybe not against the cap here. That could influence that pick there, but still a bit puzzling to take your guy and go this high with Penix, although Minnesota coming on the clock here, you have to assume it's 4 quarterback. Yeah. However, I'm a little surprised they go with this Jets pick. The Jets must have called them and said, look, we got offers from other people wanting to come up and take their quarterback, so you need to take this spot. and they swap here to get Minnesota at 10 and the Jets now at 11. And it says pick is in. I have to believe it's quarterback. A lot of rumors about them liking JJ McCarthy all off season here, right? Since we know they need a quarterback. Do you think that's the pick, or could you see it? I don't know. Where else could they go here if it's not quarterback?
I believe JJ McCarthy is the pick for the Minnesota Vikings. I believe that. This and it's interesting how they attack the draft, knowing they need a quarterback. You had the 11th and the 23rd pick. But again, like Anthony referred to it earlier in the show, you have to have guys that want to trade out their spot to trade in their spot. So they probably tried and wasn't successful. And now they're trying to target a guy that I don't know if this is their number one guy, but he is one of the guys on the board for them. So I do think JJ McCarthy is the pick for the Minnesota Vikings. And while we're waiting on the pick, I want to touch on Chicago right quick. I just think they're on paper, they are a playoff football team, right? We have to think about Matt Eberflus. Can he put it all together? Can Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator, come in and have his offensive schematics mesh with Caleb Williams and what he's trying to do as a quarterback? And Keenan Allen is only 1 year in his contract. He only has 1 year left on his deal. So this is going to be a frightening offense to see this year. And I think he adds depth. Rome Odunze adds depth to their receiving room. But essentially, in my opinion, I believe Keenan Allen is going to be on a 1 year deal and Rome would take over his spot in year 2. But I really like what the Chicago Bears done this entire offseason.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that there's been some teams that have kind of given the blueprint on how to screw up a rookie quarterback, most notably the Patriots, where they draft Mac Jones and they make the playoffs, and then they fire their offensive coordinator and or he gets a new job. They don't hire a new offensive coordinator. They get rid of all their good receivers. I think what the Bears are doing, good for them, because they didn't do this with Justin Fields, was they're building the infrastructure around the quarterback. Yes. It's not just about giving them Rome Odunze, but Keenan Allen is such an ideal weapon for a young quarterback, that fail-safe option where he's always going to be open and super reliable. I'm a huge Caleb Williams guy. I would love to see the Bears hit on this because they haven't had a good quarterback really since Jay Cutler, and that is just using the word good kind of loosely. So I think this has a chance to be the most exciting pick in Bears history as far as the quarterback position goes.
So, Josh, what are your thoughts now for the Buffalo Bills now that we're about to get the 10th pick and one could assume it's going to be quarterback? Does your philosophy on how the Buffalo Bills should attack this draft change based on the selections, or are you pretty comfortable at 28 right now? What's your thought process right now?
I'm comfortable at 28. I don't know that the Bills are going to be comfortable at 28. My prediction right now is that the Bills are going to trade up into the early 20s, maybe even late teens for Xavier Worthy. It seems like there's a lot of steam around him right now being the guy they're targeting. I like Brian Thomas Jr. There seems to be a lot of people uncomfortable with his shoulder situation. A.D. Mitchell is a guy that I really like. I'm not sure that the Bills are going to be as high on. I don't have any intel on this. I'm just doing what everybody else is doing, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Correct.
But Xavier Worthy is a guy that's gotten a lot of steam recently. We know from Brandon Beane's history with what he did with Kyer Elam, what he did with Dalton Kincaid, what he's done even in the second round with guys like Cody Ford. If he wants somebody, he's going to go up a few spots and make sure he can get them. So I think whoever that receiver is, in my opinion, it's Xavier Worthy. If he starts to fall within the range of the Bills, Brandon Beane's not going to just hope it happens. I think he's going to be aggressive because there's teams behind the Bills, like the Niners and the Chiefs and the Panthers at 33 that also need receivers. So I think Brandon Beane's going to be as aggressive as he needs to get his guy.
I like it. We're still waiting on the Minnesota Vikings. The pick is in. It's not announced yet. Hopefully we could get Roger Goodell up here in a minute. I believe the consensus is quarterback, right? We're thinking JJ McCarthy here. Is it anybody that could surprise? Could Bo Nix be a guy here, or is this like, you know what? It's got to be JJ, right?
I sure would hope not, Bo Nix.
Right. One would think.
I mean, we just saw Penix go, and Bo Nix again. I just looking at the quarterbacks highlight.
Anthony like him.
I like Bo Nix better than JJ McCarthy.
Really? Okay.
Unless you have an intense offensive line. Not that McCarthy, again, doesn't check the boxes of he can start in the NFL. But looking at the highlight reel of a run-first team, and, man, he was wide open on a lot of his throws in college. That's not going to be the case in the NFL. Will that translate as much? Bo Nix, at least to me, has a little more of that. Can play on the free release, can run the ball, can make a play with his arm. Not that JJ can't again, but I would pick Bo Nix, but I do think that the Vikings will end up going McCarthy here. Here comes the commissioner with a team coming out to make this pick for the Vikings.
I think the fact that they traded up is maybe a clue it's not Nix, just because I don't know that you would need to trade up for Nix.
Agreed.
But I didn't think that I didn't think that Penix would
facts.
go in the top 10. So who knows what.
Yes. And the Jets probably still getting their guy, likely still getting their guy. They didn't need a quarterback here at 11. Do we maybe Lance can help us with this? Did they announce the compensation for moving down one pick here? I'm sure it was, it's still 10 for going from 10 to 11. Again, what likely was the scenario was the Jets called the Vikings and said, look, this team's offering us this to move up. If you want to get your guy, this is what it's
yeah. So the
Jets didn't have a second round pick, so definitely
the Jets are getting 11, 129, and 157 from the Vikings. Vikings get 10 and 203.
Okay.
So they get a 4 and a 5. So I mean, for moving down one spot, why not? Be funny if the Vikings took Brock Bowers now, and they're like, "Sorry, Jets, we got your guy."
That would be funny. That would be good, because that is, the most mock draft person to the Jets is Brock Bowers. Most people saw him as a top 10 player in this draft, so falling to the Jets at 11 would work.
I actually have some thoughts on that. There it is. I'm sorry, I might be in front of you. I'm not going to.
No, you're good. The official pick is in. It is JJ McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan, going to the Vikings. They needed a quarterback of the future, obviously moved on from Cousins in the offseason here. Still have some of the best weapons in the NFL. When you look at a Jefferson, I was very high on Addison coming into last year. He was one of my favorite wide receivers in last year's draft. So I still believe that that's a great situation for a quarterback. The question is, can the offensive line keep him on his feet? Again, that's what my question is mainly. Looking at his college tape, will that translate to the NFL? He has the boxes there to get it done. He's got the weapons, but will it translate for that team? Does he start day one?
It's hard to imagine a better landing spot for a rookie quarterback, right? You have arguably the best receiver in the league in Justin Jefferson, a very promising second-year receiver in Jordan Addison. You have a very good tight end in TJ Hawkinson. They signed Aaron Jones this offseason, and they have what many consider one of the best quarterback coaches in the league in Kevin O'Connell. So they have Sam Darnold if they want to go down that road. I'm one that believes we've already seen Sam Darnold for what he is. I feel like you can put JJ McCarthy in there, win games with him while he learns on the job, because there's enough talent around him to manage it. Jets did not waste a lot of time.
No, it gotta be. So is
they
it
already had their pick before?
So is it the obvious Brock Bowers here, or is it possible that the New York Jets can go tackle? You have Tyron Smith, who hasn't been healthy in 3 years. You have Morgan Moses, who missed 3 games last season. He's 33 years old. You have a 40-year-old quarterback that just came off of a major injury in a torn Achilles. The right thing sounds like a tackle. It sounds like Fasciano from Penn State should be the pick.
Yes.
Agreed.
Will he be the pick?
No.
I'm not sure. I like the Jets tight ends. I don't think they have bad tight ends. I like Tyler Conklin. I like Jeremy Rucker, the second-year tight end out of Ohio State, and what he's able to do in the run game and with the hands that he has. But when a guy like Brock Bowers is available and he is perceived as possibly one of the best tight ends in recent memory, and then you got to think about how the NFL is going now, right? The tight end position is not the tight end position we as older people grew up and accustomed to watching. It is more like
dominant
that receiver position. So getting a guy like Brock Bowers, we hope Roma Dunze didn't fall to the New York Jets, but could we be speaking too soon? And can Brock Bowers be a thorn in our side, Buffalo Bills fans, for years to come?
So my thought on this is the Jets should absolutely take the tackle. If it's Fasciano, great. Pick any one of the tackles. There's so many good tackles in the draft. But what sank their battleship last year were tackle injury. I mean, the quarterback injury sank their battleship. But the tackle injuries was right there, number 2. If they were to lose Morgan Moses or Tyron Smith, who both have injury history, they're in a lot of trouble where you can get an elite tackle right now. And the Jets, keep in mind, are a team that should be in the playoffs next year or challenging for it. You're not going to get a look at a tackle this good in next year's draft, especially because this is such a good tackle draft. I get the appeal of Brock Bowers, but I think with the way the Jets are built, with a suffocating defense, Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson on offense, they have enough pieces there where I don't think they need a toy like Brock Bowers. They need a foundational piece up front, and I would applaud them for doing that, but I just think they can't. I think they're going to be their own worst enemy and take the tight end. That's just my prediction.
I absolutely agree that the right move is tackle, right? You build through the offensive line, you have weapons. Would it be great to have that kind of weapon as tight end? Of course it would be. But is that going to move the needle for you as much as protecting your quarterback who you couldn't keep healthy last year? I don't think so. So the right move is to pick the tackle, but the Jets move is to pick the tight end. If you ask me, that would be the predictive pick, right? And a lot of people, again, had the tight end Brock Bowers going in this position to the Jets. Well, 10 originally, but now at pick 11 after the trade with Minnesota. It looks like the pick is being officially announced. And I'll wait for the official announcement here. But there you have it. They actually do the non-Jetsy thing, and
they did the right thing. They
make the right pick. They go with Olu Fashanu, one of the best offensive tackles in this draft. Again, I personally had the next 4 or 5 guys after Joe Alt take your pick of the litter, and that's the guy. Pick the one that you think fits your team and your chemistry the best. Olu Fashanu is a beast of an offensive tackle. I don't like that the Jets added this guy because it's probably the right move. It's a very good move for them. So Aaron Rodgers had some influence here, maybe, right? He could have said, I want the tight end. That weapon matters to me. But it sounds like the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, because we know that he's making a lot of decisions over there after bringing him in, said, you know what? Let's protect this offensive line. Let's build this offensive line and the depth behind it, because that cost us a lot last year, and we can't afford to do that again.
Boys, I'm going to head out. I appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Akeem, always appreciate you. Good luck with your show tonight. Go Bills.
Yes, sir. Go Bills.
Josh, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
But yeah, and shout out Josh McCarty, Bills Chat, Josh for joining our live. And tune in to what Bills Chat has going on their YouTube and social media platforms. But getting back to the New York Jets, I believe they made the right selection getting the tackle here. Right now, you have depth at the tackle position. Now I know that you want to pair somebody with Garrett Wilson, but in this draft, it's a deep draft to do so. You can come back in a second and third round and get a capable receiver to pair with Garrett Wilson, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be an uptick over a guy like Alan Lazard. So getting a tackle first, then to come around, we'll see what the rest of the draft holds for the New York Jets. But coming back around and getting that guy later for Garrett Wilson, I believe was the right thing to do for the New York Jets. Am I thrilled about it? No. But was it the right thing to do? I believe so.
And here you have it. The Broncos pick is already in. They ran to the podium, and that screams to me, we know what they need, right? They need quarterback. Las Vegas is right behind them. And I have to imagine this is Bo Nix, right? This is ideal situation for the Buffalo Bills. 6 quarterbacks going in the first round here. That is in the top 12 potentially here. You have to believe Broncos. They ran to the podium that fast. I mean, they have other needs, but looking at the board and where it's at and what has gone off the board now, this has to be Bo Nix. And we heard rumblings all along that this was their guy, that they wanted Bo Nix, and he's been rising up draft boards. Again, I like him more than J.J. McCarthy per se, but, to each their own. Not a great situation in Denver right now, in kind of a rebound mode, if you will, with moving on with the dead cap from Wilson. So they're getting the job done there and getting their guy, whoever it is, but I'd have to imagine it's Bo Nix. Do you think there's another position here that they could consider? I mean, maybe they go Brock Bowers, best player on the board. They said, you know what, we have him ranked 5 and he's still here. We're going to run it up. I can't imagine, one of the tackles, obviously, but I
can't imagine.
It's hard to justify anything but quarterback for a team that doesn't have anything in the barn right now.
Right. We'll see. We'll definitely see what direction the Denver Broncos could go. I can't imagine it not being a quarterback. I'm thinking Bo Nix. Anything beyond Bo Nix, I'm probably going to be mildly surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe is it possible? I'm not sure how the edge rusher situation is. Is it possible is an edge rusher? Do they want to get another?
That's right. No edge player off the board yet. No defensive players off the board. Isn't that insane?
Yeah, that's insane. That's
no
insane.
defensive players off the board. 11 picks into this draft. Edge players, very premium position. Cornerback, usually a top position, top 3 pick in the draft. There's no cornerback off the board. There's no edge player off the board. There's still a lot of talent to be had there. And from a Bills perspective, that's kind of making you worry, because if those guys are still on the board at 28 and the wide receivers are, then guess what? The Bills could very well be going defensive player in this first round just by the nature of what falls to them. So while we're waiting for this Broncos pick to come in here, we are above 500 live viewers. Thank you all for tuning in with us. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, get in the chat with us. If you're watching on YouTube, you can talk to us via super chat. We will put your super chat up on the screen and discuss it. You can tell us who you think the next pick is, argue with one of our points, put whatever talking point you want, and we will discuss it in there. So if you want to get our attention, that's the best way to do it. Hop onto YouTube, the Built in Buffalo YouTube page, and join the live show there, and you can super chat us and get your comment on the screen. So we're waiting here for the pick. Likely a quarterback. Las Vegas behind them has to be disappointed in this move, right? But that tells me that maybe their pick is going to shift to one of these tackles now. Again, the top of this draft falling very well for the Bills in a sense that, the top wide receivers who we knew would be gone are now gone, and a lot of quarterbacks are, and there's still some top offensive linemen, no defensive player yet. The Bills are sitting pretty as it sits right now, but that run can start at any moment here.
And while we're waiting on the official selection for the Denver Broncos, let's get our next guest. Our next guest is the co-host of the Going Deep podcast on the Bills and Buffalo Network each and every Wednesday. That is Mr. Kevin Syracuse. Kev, how you doing, bro?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, man? One half of Kevin Squared, huh? Joining us tonight. It's been a fun, exciting top 12 picks so far, 11 picks officially. What are your thoughts so far on this draft?
I mean, I think everything has gone as planned, but Michael Penix to Atlanta? What are they doing?
Right.
We were all baffled by that one.
Yeah, and who knows, right? The first thing I'm thinking about, okay, how is that injury? How severe is that injury to a Kirk Cousins? And if you think that injury is severe, why are you going to give him $180 million? So we're going to see what comes about in Atlanta. Izzy made up a great point in the comments. Kirk Cousins has an out after the 2025 season. So that has to be the immediate thought process there. But again, we'll see what happens. And the pick is in. Bo Nix is the selection
as expected
for the Denver Broncos. Kev, how you feel about the Bo Nix selection?
Well, I think for the Bills, it helps because that means that with these quarterbacks going off the board, hopefully that means more cornerbacks and offensive tackles are going to get taken now. And Brian Thomas should fall within that range that you'd want to trade up for. But as for the Broncos, that's a very, very high risky pick, taking Bo Nix at 12 because they were saying he was a second-round pick.
He's been shooting up draft boards, man, and he does have that powerful arm that I think the Broncos were excited by a little bit. Again, I've been talking it tonight. I had him, after watching tape a little bit. Quarterback wasn't the position I dove deepest into, but I still was like, I would rather have this guy in Bo Nix than a JJ McCarthy if I'm starting a franchise in the NFL. So I think the Broncos just found themselves in a position where we desperately need to pick a quarterback. And if we don't do it here, the team right behind us is going to take him, right? And then we don't have anybody this year, right? So they look at it. I look at this as a flyer for them to say, we like Bo Nix. We think he's talented enough to be that guy. We have some weapons for him to build around. There's not a huge expectation for the Broncos to be competitive this year after moving on from Russell Wilson and eating all that dead cap. But we have the chance to bring him in, develop him, see what he is, before we go into, our next phase of competitive, and moving into the future. So hopefully, I wish him all the best success. I think he can be that dude, and we'll see how he shakes up in this class, because I think he's going to get more opportunity, at least at first, than a Penix who went in the top 10, right? So
now we have Las Vegas Raiders. Their pick is in. Now they got Gardner.
Wow.
They got Gardner Minshew. They have O'Connell. Now, is it possible? Spencer Rattler's here. Where is he a possibility, or can we find our first defensive player on off the board here for the Las Vegas Raiders, or what direction you think they may go?
That's right. We haven't had a defensive player selected, right?
12 picks.
Not at all. They
crazy.
could pick a cornerback. I mean, they need a cornerback, right? They could pick a cornerback. But I think if you're looking at the way this board fell, right? They moved on from their franchise tight end a couple years ago in Waller, right? Now there's a hole there, and Brock Bowers, who many saw as a top 10 player in this draft, at least, if not higher, is still on the board for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, they could go one of the pass rushers, right? We've talked about one of those pass rushers. There hasn't been any defensive player taken yet. So you're talking Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. Those would be good fits here. I don't know. I might be best player on the board, which would have to be Bowers.
Yeah.
By most standard people's, not even the Vegas board, but just overall board, top 10 player that's still there is Bowers.
And there it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The pick is the tight end, Brock Bowers. There you have it. I think this was just a matter of best player available, and the Raiders said, "Are you kidding me? This guy's still here. We weren't expecting this. Run up to the podium and put it in, and move on to the your next pick, because this was a fairly straightforward one for them. Might not have been what they wanted. They probably wanted a quarterback to fall, but man, sitting here, you have to be happy."
So I want to ask you guys a question, right? We're now in the top 13 picks has been selected. Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia, is going to Las Vegas Raiders. We knew the top 3 receivers, and we knew the order as well, that they would be selected 1, 2, 3 in terms of who would go first, second, third, and receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think is the 4th receiver taken?
It's got to be Brian Thomas, right?
That's been my thought all along. Yeah, is BTJ is the next
that shoulder
receiver on my board.
That shoulder is not going to slide on. You don't think?
The only thing that I think could happen, very well could happen. Any team in the NFL could fall in love with Xavier Worthy, right? Because of his speed, any team could say that guy's going to be a difference maker for us with our quarterback. Any quarterback, because he is that much of a difference maker when it comes to the level of speed and what that does for a team. That would not surprise me if somebody jumped up and said Worthy's our guy over BTJ. But just in terms of where I rank them, it's Brian Thomas is the next one off the board. Could he go here to New Orleans now? They need a receiver, right? Are we ever going to see a defensive player drafted in round 1 here? This is absolutely shocking at this point. But, I think that the Saints being on the board here could very well go wide receiver. It wouldn't surprise me. But with all the defensive players on the board here, pass rusher, maybe? What do you guys think?
According to Ian Rappaport, they are listening to trade offers.
Yeah,
really?
You see the clock ticking, so you have to believe there's something in play here.
Okay.
So let me throw it back to you guys and ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about a trade up for Brian Thomas now? Because as nice as it would have been to get Rome Odunze in a Buffalo Bills uniform, I was like, you know what? That's fine. Because I really didn't scout the top 3 because I didn't think it was a realistic option. So I've been heavy on Brian Thomas or Xavier Legette. Legette would be definitely further down the road.
Yeah.
But Brian Thomas is the next one on my board, and I'm pretty sure just about everyone else's boards. So Kevin and I talked about this last night, that the hit rate between 12 and 21 isn't the best. So the time to trade up would probably be 22 and beyond. But is that too much to wait? It's like, would you guys want to trade up into the teens for Brian Thomas, or are we talking more of a smaller trade?
My counterpoint to that is 6 quarterbacks have gone off the board already. That is not normal. I mean, maybe in a normal year, you get a couple, 3, 6 in the first round total, 6 in the top 12. So much talent is falling. So much talent is falling down just because of the nature of that. We knew that right away, we all knew that the top 3 were going to be quarterbacks and 4 was probably going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. So that alone, your best player going 4th in this draft, all that talent is just been falling even further here. So I would argue that there is talent to be had. And even if the Bills like Brian Thomas Jr., this is not the time to trade up because you're still saying, are you kidding me? Jared Verse? Hell yeah, I'm running to the podium if that guy's still on the board. So, I think there's some wiggle room here where the Bills might have discussed where it is they're willing to trade up for Brian Thomas Jr. And for me, that was within 5 picks of their own picks. So somewhere in the 20s, mid-20s, I could see it happening. But this early, I think it's going to cost too much still for you to move up this far to invest that in any player really at this point in the draft, rather than, maybe if guys start to fall. And because there's still 5, 6 names that I think McDermott and Bean eyes are lighting up for here, they're not willing to pull that trigger quite yet.
Yeah, and that kind of, sorry to cut you off, Rich, but
no, go ahead.
I was going to say that kind of ties into what I was saying when I first came on tonight, that the talent is dropping, which works in our favor.
Right.
So I really wasn't in favor of trading into the teens for Brian Thomas. Now I'm really not, because if anything, we might be looking at one of those trades from the last 2 years. You give them a 4th round pick to move 2 or 3 spots. So I think if anything, maybe we see Bean trade up to 23, 24, 25. But past that, I don't know. I mean, my mock, I had the Bills sending a 2nd round pick, the one that they got from the Diggs trade, to Philadelphia. But based on how the board's falling, that might be too rich now, where, like you were saying, Anthony, you could just kind of wait back and let the board fall to you.
Is it possible that the Buffalo Bills could be looking like there hasn't been one defensive player selected? There might be a really good defensive player out there at 28 by the time the Buffalo Bills select. Is it possible that because there's no defensive players selected yet and those good defensive players are sliding down, is it possible that Brandon Bean could be looking at a defensive player that probably was thinking a week ago that wouldn't be on the board? Anyone?
I mean, he could, but I don't want him to, because the train is rolling for the wide receiver. I mean, it is heavy now. I tweeted an analogy, and right before the draft got underway, I was like, what I think of when I think of the wide receiver train is, you guys see the Polar Express, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Remember how it's coming down that mountaintop and it's crashing and they can't stop it, and then all of a sudden it hits a lake and it cracks the ice and it's swerving and the passengers don't know which way it's going? Like, that is a Bills wide receiver train right now. It is.
I love that comparison. That is a great analogy.
There is no stopping it. So if you draft Cooper DeJean or one of those edge rushers, I mean, are you going to get to the other side of the lake?
That is what that's what I'm saying right now.
I like that.
Real scenario right now, live in this draft, is the Bills could be sitting at 28 and say, you know what? There's 5 players we like, but this guy's our favorite. We're going to trade up 5 spots, and still there is Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas Jr., name the offensive weapons, but they end up taking Jared Verse or one of these guys that's still there who shouldn't be at defense.
Right.
I think that's going to cause Bills Mafia to riot a little bit because of the hype around the wide receiver, but the need at wide receiver. But come on, I mean, when a guy you have ranked that high starts to fall that much, you have to make a move like that, and you can't blame him. However, that's going to put immense pressure on both the player and Brandon Bean, because that guy's better come in and be a difference maker on day one. There's no grace period for that. None. No grace period whatsoever. Not from me, not from Bills Mafia, not from the team. You're trading up to get one of those defensive players. They better come in and be a difference maker on day one. And that's the expectation if that were to happen. And it's a realistic thing now. It's kind of a worst case scenario for Bills Mafia. I say that in quotes because whatever player that is going to be a dynamic, dominant player that is expected to go much higher in this draft. But right now, it wouldn't surprise me if that ends up being the scenario.
And we're still waiting on the New Orleans pick.
Pick is in. They did try to make a trade there. They must have, because they used as much time as they could.
They used all the time.
And they got the pick in. We'll see who it is here. I mean, offensive line, they're desperate, right? They need offensive line help, the Saints. So I could see it being offensive lineman, wide receiver, defense. One of those edge players, anybody want an edge player? Like what is happening in this draft? Cornerback? I mean, if 2 years ago you would have said in 2 years, we're going to go 14 picks in without a cornerback or an edge player, nobody in the NFL, no analyst, nobody would believe you. They would say, this is the NFL, buddy. Edge and cornerback are premium positions. It doesn't matter how bad that player is. They're going in the top 5, edge or cornerback.
The pick is in. Let's see.
It's an offensive-driven league.
Still walking to the podium. Definitely. And you know, this draft is definitely proven as such.
And there it is. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. To say that, you know, this is shocking. Not so much in that there's a lot of offensive players. I think we all expected that. But we're 14 picks in, and the Saints are picking offensive tackle Talise Fuaga. Great pick here for the Saints. I said they need offensive line help desperately. It was no surprise. A lot of people had a tackle mocked here, but still not a single defensive player taken off the board. We're at pick 14, now 15. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. This is a team in the Colts that was rumored to be trading up for a wide receiver. So we know they have offense on the mind too. Maybe that the way this board fell, they're the ones who say, you know what, this is ridiculous. The best defensive player we had ranked in this draft is still here. That's without a doubt, because no defensive player is taken. So your top defensive player is still on the board. How do you weigh that against, you know, whatever need position, say wide receiver here, might happen? So is this where we finally see a defensive player taken?
I don't think so. I think, you know, I'm looking at the Indianapolis Colts team. You have Anthony Richardson's coming into his second year, hopefully healthy. They re-signed Michael Pittman Jr. on the outside. They got Josh Downs that's going to be inserted in the slot. They need another receiver on that outside. So I'm thinking Brian Thomas. If we think that he's the 4th best receiver, then I think this is definitely a possibility where he can go here. So I think the Indianapolis Colts is going to keep the offensive train rolling and go receiver with Brian Thomas.
I think they might go a cornerback. I've been hearing Mitchell from Toledo, or Arnold from Alabama.
I mean, that's what I'm saying now. It doesn't. Your top defensive player. Top defensive player in the draft is still on the board, no matter what. So if you're like, oh, we had this guy, Dallas Turner, but he's going in the top 10, so we don't have to worry about picking him. Now all of a sudden you're looking and you're like, well, shit, he fell in our lap here at 15. Do we pull the trigger or what do we do here? So, you know, they could take a cornerback. Do you have an idea of which one you think it might be? Mitchell is the one that I thought was. Quinyon Mitchell is a number 1 cornerback in my ranking, but who could it be? Arnold? You know, do you see that as a good fit for Indy?
It's definitely a possibility they could go cornerback. Go ahead, Scott. Go ahead. Okay.
I think looking at their depth chart, they could definitely use a corner. They seem pretty weak there. I really hope they don't take Brian Thomas, but to your point, Anthony, I mean, if Dallas Turner is still there, I mean, he was essentially supposed to get picked like double the amount of picks ago, right? Like he was supposed to go to Atlanta at 8.
Yeah, this is craziness with the falling defensive players. But you know, we could see them. We all just said Brian Thomas Jr. going to this spot would not be surprising for the Colts, right? We said they need that kind of X receiver to go next to the 2 guys they've got there. This, you know, and they're using a lot of the clock again, which tells me there's offers there. There's people fielding saying, hey, you know, we want to know what's out there to trade here. And this is a good position because, again, if you're sitting at position 20 or something and you were already thinking edge player, your number 1 player is still on the board. So that gives Indy a little leverage too. Because everybody they call, they can say the same thing to, hey, Who's number one on your defensive board? That guy is sitting right here for you. Here's the price for him, right? If you really like that guy, come get him because here's the price for him, right? You could think of a team that's only 2 picks behind, right? In Jacksonville, we know that they need a cornerback. So if you like Mitchell, do you trade up with Indy to say, you know what? We like Mitchell, so we need to jump over Jacksonville 2 picks later. Seattle, we talked about this last week too. Absolute wild card. No idea what they're going to do ever. They're the 16th pick. They could go cornerback maybe, but Jacksonville for certain, that's one of their big needs and one of the most mocked positions to them. Indy, I think, is making the calls to say, if you want that guy, this is where you need to come, and here's the price for it. And maybe they're working out a deal because it's ticking down and still no pick in.
Well, looking at their depth chart here, their defensive ends are Kwity Paye and Samson Abukum. And then they have Dio Adejabingo. I can't even pronounce his name. Tyquan Lewis. It's like they're very thin on that defensive front there. And then even at cornerback, I mean, I'm using our lads here, so I believe this is up to date. Juju Brents and Dallas Flowers, Jalen Jones, Darrell Baker. I mean, they are very thin on that defensive front. So I think they have to go defense here, right? I mean, I guess they don't have to, but it would be smart.
You would think. You would think.
You want to go get a Dallas Turner, like you said, it kind of falls right into their hands.
Right. If you're in that war room, they have to be licking their chops at the defensive players. On they have to be shocked, like all our guys are here. Which guy we want more? So it's going to be interesting to see which direction they got. And Kev swayed me a little bit. It could be Quinyon Mitchell here. It could be the cornerback here. We'll see. The pick is in.
Pick is in. Yep, officially pick is in.
Who were their corners last year? Because I thought they had someone else that I'm forgetting. I mean, Kenny Moore is in the slot there, but
I
didn't realize that they were that thin.
1 and 2. Yeah,
right.
I mean, they did get Julian Blackman back, so that helps.
Safety.
They're showing the Colts war room. Doesn't look like a lot of excited faces right there. That's interesting. Usually when your pick is in, they're up, they're on the phones, they're doing something. They were all just kind of sitting back. So I don't know. Maybe they're not excited about whatever this pick is, having their pick of the litter at defense, if that's the case.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
No one else.
I mean, I think that they would almost be, I don't want to say stupid, because I think there is a lot of great offensive talent, but I think it'd be very smart to go defense here.
Yeah.
You have, I mean, at this point, 14 picks in and not a single defensive player. Maybe that opens up here now. Here we go. Pick is in. The announcement. Okay, wow, there you have it. Laitu Latu, the edge from UCLA, does get drafted here at 15. The first defensive player taken off the board. Certainly had the talent level to be that top player in this draft defensively, especially at the edge position. We talked about cornerback. Certainly at edge, a lot of people had him ranked high in terms of his talent, but the medical issue, obviously not a concern for the Colts, saying, look, you were our number one defensive player on our board, period, and that's why we're taking you here. And yeah, that means a lot, because people thought that maybe here's another guy who was mocked a lot to the Bills, falling to 28 based on those medicals, you would have to assume. But it seems like at least the Colts and maybe some other teams checked him out and said, no, he's good to go. And this talent level of a guy doesn't come around too often, so you have to take him when you have that opportunity.
I'm honestly surprised that they went Latu, because I thought it would have been Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
Especially with Latu's neck injury and his recent past there.
Yep.
I heard a lot of comparisons to him and Jalen Phillips with a similar trajectory, as they had those neck injuries, had to kind of medically retire from football. Then they came back, and Jalen Phillips was drafted, was it 17th overall?
Yeah, somewhere
so.
in that range.
I believe so.
18, 17. Yeah, so
that's very, very similar paths here, but I wonder why Dallas Turner's slipping.
Hey,
is it the fact that he's slipping, or is it just what we said? Offense for 15 is unheard of, right? I mean, if you had Dallas Turner at top 10 guy, it doesn't surprise me that some teams had Latu higher. It's just surprising me that he's still available at 15 and the other guys haven't gone ahead of him. You know, Verse, I like him as one of the top edge. If he went first, it wouldn't have surprised me. And yet he's still there on the clock. So Seattle's time is ticking now, and they're the wild card for me. I never have any idea what Seattle's going to do. You could tell me they're picking quarterback here. You could tell me they're picking kicker, and I wouldn't be surprised. So what do you guys think is the right move for Seattle to make versus what they might do? Now, obviously, new coach there. So
Mike McDonald.
There's a difference than, you know, what we've seen in the past from them. But defensive player, again, top players, Dallas Turner here, cornerback here. There has to be a defensive player again in my mind here. Cornerback, the top cornerback. I mean, come on.
It could.
I feel like it would be a very. I feel like it'd be a very Seattle type of move to go get an edge rusher here. I think they could go Dallas Turner. I mean, I guess they could get a corner, but I mean, they took Tariq Woolen a couple of years ago, then Devin Witherspoon last year. So, I mean, do they want to have really three corners? Tariq Woolen was a 5th-round pick, but Witherspoon was a 1st-round pick. So you draft back-to-back corners in round 1 in back-to-back years. They also have Michael Jackson starting at left corner, and then Rayshawn Jenkins and Julian Love at safety. So, I mean, I could see them trying to add to their defensive backs here. But with Mike McDonald being the new coach, defensive mind, I think defense is definitely the pick. Now it's just a matter of which player and which position.
Yeah, I'm thinking they can go defense here. I'm thinking edge is the better overall selection. I think they need help on both sides of the ball, offensive line and defensive line. But I'm thinking defense right now. I'm thinking this is where we got Latu out the way. I'm thinking this is where we start to ramp up the activity on defense. Specifically, I'm thinking edge right here. Can they go corner? Maybe, but I'm definitely thinking edge rusher here for the Seattle Seahawks. Jarrett Verse, Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner might be ideal for Seattle right now. But again, it's 3 minutes 58 seconds. They ain't say the pick is in. They could be entertaining a trade back. Now they pick 16th. They don't pick again to 81. So
wow. So there you have it. They could be trading down here. And again, what I mentioned with the Colts is the same scenario here. It's pretty much consensus that Jacksonville's going cornerback, that is a position of need for them, that the board is falling very well for them. If you want to get that cornerback that is your number one guy, you have to come right here to Seattle's spot, because likely they're going to Jacksonville after that. So Seattle does have some leverage when it comes to that in the situation that they currently are. 3 minutes and still ticking down, right? So their pick is still not in. They're thinking about it every step of the way here. And while we're still waiting for that pick, we are over 600 live viewers. Thank you all for joining us live here. You guys make this as fun as it is for all of us. We've had some great guests on. We're giving you all the picks all night long through this first round, not just from a Bills lens, analyzing every pick from the NFL. You know, of course, we always think about our Bills first, but every pick matters here. And it's great to be live and get the guys together and have this analysis every step of the way. And we do have a sponsor for our show tonight, Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York State? Look no further. Acropolis Realty Group is your full service independent brokerage, specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, leasing, our experienced team at Acropolis Realty Group is here to guide you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. They are a great realty group. They helped me and my wife find our home here in Syracuse. They cover all of New York State. You know, again, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse area. Give them a call. Tell them Built in Buffalo sent you. Tell them Anthony Romeo sent you. Tell them the Hoof sent you. They'll know you came from us. So go to them for all of your real estate needs, not just homes, but also, again, like you heard there, the commercial properties and rentals as well. They cover the entire gamut, and they've got a ton of great people there. Our experience with them was awesome, just speaking firsthand. So thank you for your sponsorship, Acropolis. We're happy to have you on board. And the pick is in for Seattle. Which direction are they going to go? Again, this is always the team that I cannot nail down. It wouldn't surprise me any direction they go here, but with the talent that is there at the defense, you know, you have to imagine it's one of their player. Take your pick of who is available.
Yeah, I'm thinking it has to be defense here. Now, I think the two teams that we have to watch for are Jacksonville and Cincinnati. If they don't take Brian Thomas, then he really might fall into Buffalo's hands. You might have to make a minor trade, but those are my two teams on my radar right now. Yeah. I am very skeptical that they could take Brian Thomas, but if he gets past 18, let's go. Let's go get him.
Yeah, and there is potential here if Seattle goes defense, Jacksonville goes cornerback, as I said, a big need for them. Cincinnati, pass rusher still on the board there, and obviously offensive line. They could go that direction. So, I mean, there's some wiggle room here for it to work out in the favor of the Bills seeing some wide receivers fall to them that they are interested in, and getting now within that striking distance that I talked about, for me anyway, within 5 or so, where you wouldn't have to give up your second rounder this year. And, you know, you might be able to work it in a way that you're not mortgaging the farm to get your guy, but you still get the best player who I think is the best fit for Josh Allen in Brian Thomas Jr. Of course, he could go any one of these next picks and we'd be eating our words. But
so while we're waiting, let's get our next special guest in here, my buddy. He's been super chatting us. I don't even know if Anthony realized, but they're about to meet for the first time if they haven't met. Let's get our guy, Izzy, in here, man. Izzy, what's going on, Izzy? How you doing, brother?
Not much, man. He was saying my full name, and I was like, "Oh, he's saying my government."
Well, that's what you had on the YouTube. I didn't know if you wanted us to say it was you, so I was like,
"It's fine."
That's funny. Izzy, how you doing, bro?
Not too bad. I remember the damn suit, man. I remember the suit.
Yes, I remember the suit.
The suit is iconic.
I like it. Yes, it is. Thoughts on what you've seen thus far, Izzy?
This is exciting, man. All the wide receivers are falling. Cooper DeJean's not off the board yet, unless this is him. The guys that are falling right now. It looks like there's gonna be a run on defense. Honestly, a lot of these teams are gonna have to start packing up. You look at the Seattle Seahawks; they got to face the Niners. Christian McCaffrey. They got to face. Brock Purdy. They got to be able to get to him. Kyler Murray is coming back after that ACL. Now you got to get somebody who's got to chase him around. If you look at who else is in that division?
Still got Matt Stafford to deal with in the Rams.
Yep, Matt Stafford and the Rams. And Kyron Williams, their running back, has been pretty outstanding after his I think it was rookie year last year. So I think that this could be a defensive player. I think it should be a defensive player based on the offenses within that division, especially now that Malik Neighbors is there. That's going to be a tough spot to defend. So defense is going to be key there. Whereas in our division, we're looking for offense, right? The defenses are getting better, so offense is going to be key for us. I think this is falling beautifully for us. If the receivers do go, then you got your guys as of right now still on the board: Cooper DeJean, Dallas Turner, and I'm pumped. I'm just waiting.
Yeah, the pick
I'm
is
glad
in.
the pick is in. Here it is.
Right on time, big. Let's go. Can you guys hear my TV?
Can you hear mine?
No.
We're good, right?
Yeah.
So do we know the pick?
That's
There it is.
There it is. Byron Murphy going to the Seattle Seahawks at 16. The big man taken off the board here. Interior defensive line. I mean, yeah, any defensive player right now is a steal, right? Because these top guys are just sitting there, and it's 16 getting their guy, interior defensive line. I always say Seattle's the wild card. I wouldn't know which direction they're going to go, but they certainly get a stud, a guy some Bills Mafia fell in love with this offseason in Byron Murphy. Probably knew he was going to be off the board before we were picking, but a good matchup for them there. And now Jacksonville's on the clock, and here's where we could see the trend. Oh, they're not on the clock. They trade the pick.
Snap.
To the Vikings, who remember had 2 picks in the first round, traded their 5th and 6th to move up one with the Jets. Now trading up again with the Jaguars. You have to believe this is not for a wide receiver, right? Pass rusher. That's what this screams at me right now. No, Dallas Turner's still on the board. Jared Verse still on the board. They lost their pass rush king there in the Vikings. You got to think it's one of those two guys, right? Any other player they're trading up for here that's not
Johnny
Dallas
Newton.
Turner or Verse?
Could be Johnny Newton.
Could be Newton.
Big man up the middle. You just Byron Murphy just went off the board. You're like, hey, we don't pick till 20.
The next guy. That's right.
You know, 23 is far, especially with a lot of these teams. And so if you got to get your guy, you got to go get your guy.
In this draft, picking one interior defensive lineman is a run on interior defensive linemen. So, so you're right that the next guy up could be him. We'll see.
That would be crazy. Well, not crazy. It would be smart, but I think that pick would make a lot of sense for them. They drafted Mario Addison last year. They got Justin Jefferson coming off of injury. Yeah, that could be it. Could be not running back because they just picked up Josh Jacobs, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Right
So,
to them.
Green Bay got him.
Green Bay
went to Josh Jacobs.
They got
so
Green
who'd
Bay
they get?
Adams.
Yeah, that's right. Swap there.
So Kev, let me ask you, Kev, as we wait on, I apologize, Anthony, as we wait on the Minnesota Vikings pick selection, and I think it's almost safe to assume that they're not going wide receiver, right? How do you feel about Cincinnati taking a wide receiver here? T. Higgins, he's requested a trade, or maybe he has or hasn't, who knows? But do you feel that this can be a spot for Brian Thomas at 18? And if the Cincinnati Bengals pass on him, are you now looking for the Buffalo Bills like, hey, he's out here? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, the Vikings just took. Should I announce it?
Yeah, go ahead.
There we go. Dallas Turner.
Yep.
Dallas Turner.
Nice.
So
nice.
One domino is gone because Jacksonville did not take Brian Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are at 23 now, correct?
Yeah. They still pick before us. Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah, so I think now it's just a matter of when you make the move up, because I think you kind of have to make this move. I guess you don't have to, because to answer your question, Akeem, Cincinnati with that Trey Hendrickson news, they could go defense too. And maybe they like Jared Verse. Maybe they like Johnny Newton. Maybe there's another player, Cooper DeJean. I don't know if they would want him, but I guess the Bills don't have to trade up. But I think it's going to be smart to, because if you like Brian Thomas, go get him because the cost is dropping.
Wow. So
DJ Reader too.
Compensation is in from Lance. Thank you, Lance. Vikings got 17, and the Jags got pick 23 as expected, which was the Vikings' second pick this round. They get their 2024 fifth.
Wow.
And then their 2025 third and fourth. The Vikings literally have no picks in 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Their first round pick, they have that one, but the second one, it belongs to Buffalo. The third and the fourth now belong to the Jaguars. The fifth they sent in the last trade, right? Or was that this year's fifth? So the Vikings mortgaging next year. That's a move similar to what some people thought the Bills might do to move up in this draft. Mortgaging a lot of next year's picks. That's always a dangerous situation, though, because you're leaving yourself with only a few spots to pick from. However, you're getting your guys now. And in this move, Dallas Turner, by some people's rankings, was the best pass rusher in this draft. And you're talking about edge. Again, what I said 2 years ago, if you would have said the best edge player is going in the teens, there's no way anybody in the NFL would believe you. No way. Because that's a top 5 position usually. And here it is, at least they have to feel they got their guy this late at number 17. So quite the pick there. I think it's a good fit. And they get their guy, but it costs them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great player, but I'm not sure if we mentioned this already. They did sign Jonathan Greenard and Jonathan Bullard. So, I mean, it is, I don't want to say a crowded room, because Dallas Turner's a great talent, and you want to build up as many great talents as you can. Best player available, you got to take them. But they do have some good edge rushers. So, I mean, looking at their defensive tackles, it's Jerry Tillery and Harrison Phillips, and then Jacqueline Roy, who was a 5th-round pick last year. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't go Johnny Newton. But then again, if Dallas Turner drops, I think, again, to our points that we just made, he was probably really high on their board, as we just saw. So they probably said, you know what, we got to go make this move. It is interesting, though, because if they're at 23, I wonder what would have happened, because maybe they could have gotten Jared Verse, or they could have gotten Johnny Newton there, and they didn't have to mortgage the future in order to go get a third defensive end.
Yeah, it is a little questionable there about what they felt they had to jump with Cincinnati on the board. Maybe they felt Cincinnati would have taken the Dallas Turner. I mentioned that too, that could have been a position for them, or it could be Verse now, who's the, I would say the best edge player now on the board. So it leaves you wondering, did they think that if they didn't take Turner at this spot, that he would have fallen into Cincinnati's lap and would have left them with only one option? Maybe they still like Verse or Johnny Newton at 23 if they got that far. So they choose to mortgage the farm a bit next year to go up and get their guy.
So Izzy, I want to ask you a question, right? Obviously, the Buffalo Bills have been a perennial playoff contender for several years now, 5 straight AFC East titles. The Kansas City Chiefs is the obvious thorn on the side. But after the Kansas City Chiefs, who is the biggest threat to the Buffalo Bills? Is it this team selecting at 18 with a healthy Joe Burrow in the Cincinnati Bengals? Or if not, who do you think is the biggest threat to the Bills, not including the Kansas City Chiefs?
It's absolutely the Bengals with a healthy Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Yeah. They beat us this year, and he wasn't healthy.
And you're going to ignore the Houston Texans. You're not ready. You're not ready for them yet. You still think Cincinnati.
Yeah, since he's still not ready for Houston just yet. One thing you can say about a player, if they come out their rookie year and they kick ass that year, right? The next year they got tape. There's now tape. And so projecting what you could be doing next year and the commonality of that offense that they run there coming from the Kyle Shanahan, tree, which is vast now. Mike McDaniel, Bobby Slowick, Johnson up in Detroit. Like it's everywhere. So now that you have all this stuff going on, you can go and see what the tape says about Houston. So we'll see what happens this year with Houston. I know Joe Burrow can make it deep into the playoffs. He's been to 2 AFC Championship games and a Super Bowl if he's healthy. If he gets hurt again, which is possible, because if he gets hurt one more time, you put that injury-prone tag on him, check, and now you're paying $260 million for a quarterback who gets hurt every other year. So if you follow logic, he should be healthy this year and then not next year. Hey, Lone Ranger.
Where'd everybody go? There we go. So, yeah, I mean, do we have thoughts on who we think the Bengals are picking here? I mean, obviously, it could be a wide receiver. We know the T. Higgins situation. Brian Thomas Jr. still on the board. I think the more correct, the better move for the Bengals here would be to go pass rush, go Jared Verse, or go offensive line, right? There's still some guys at the offensive line. Pick your favorite, right? And that could be a franchise guy. The pick is in. Where are we feeling for them? Because this is one of our rivals, right? We have to play off. This is a team that beat us in the playoffs that we still have to overcome. What are we feeling?
I'm thinking about who they lost this offseason. And one guy that they lost, because I wanted the Buffalo Bills to entertain acquiring him, is DJ Reader, the interior defensive lineman. So I'm thinking Newton, the D tackle, can definitely be in play here for the Cincinnati Bengals. I think you can put him right where DJ Reader was, and now they can not miss a beat on that interior defensive line. So right now, I'm thinking Newton should be the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Don't forget they did get Sheldon Rankins to replace Reader, though.
Yeah. He's a down. I think he's a downgrade. He's not. He's a rotational piece. I like him better than Deshaun Williams from our rotational piece, right? But I do think Newton is an upgrade over Sheldon rankings as well. But good call out. Good call out.
We'll see. The
pick
pick is
is
we're
in.
still waiting for the pick to come in. One other player that I wanted to discuss. He's not coming to the podium quite yet. Cooper DeJean, you brought up, Izzy, and now that's a player where a lot of people had him mocked to the Bills, are on their radar for sure. That cornerback safety hybrid, his playmaking ability, taking the ball away. Mel Kiper just had him listed as his number 2 man on the board. I saw him ranked pre-draft as high as 8 by, I think PFF had him that high, the 8th overall player in the draft. So, you have to think at some point he's a player that guys might be coming up for, even though there's still those cornerbacks on the board. No cornerback taken yet, true corner. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see which way the Bengals go here, but I think it's what's coming up behind them that's going to trickle down here.
Yeah, they got a bunch of spots that are open. This could be interesting, especially for us having to play them.
And you said what can trickle down here. We're about to get the Bengals pick, but I'm looking at the Rams. Pittsburgh Steelers may be looking for a receiver as well. Let's see what the Bengals do.
Pick is in, and there it is.
Ooh,
they go with Mims. Wow. Okay, Amarius Mims, the tackle.
Big
the pick
tackle.
Here.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean he's a big dude, right? That's
big.
That's
big dude.
That's a position that they needed. I said that would be something wise for them to do, is shore up that tackle position. And again, when you're talking about the guys on this list that are left on the board at the tackle offensive line, some of these guards can play tackle as well. It's really pick the guy that you think fits your mold the most. I think in our last mock draft last week, we had Mims falling to San Francisco toward the end of the draft, but it is not a shocker to me that a team said, you know what, that's our guy, let's go get him. A big guy who can work with what you got going and really anchor that tackle position for you. So no surprise here that the Bengals are thinking about protecting Joe Burrow when we just talked about his injury history and everything going on there. So good on them to shore up that tackle spot.
Here's the thing: they already got a left tackle in place with Orlando Brown. Mm-hmm. Now you got the right side good.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And he's a mammoth of a player, of a human being. When I did see him on film, I did some research on the tackle position. He's a road grader. He's a very good talent. The concern is injuries. He has been off injured. Can he stay on the football field? I think would be Mims' biggest challenge. But that's an excellent pick. You want to protect that. You want to protect your franchise quarterback in Joe Burrow, and this is the way to do it.
Absolutely. Look,
I'll be right back. Y'all hold it down. Go ahead and hold it down. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that's a crazy pick right there. You get your right tackle to solidify the offensive line on both sides. You got bookend right tackles now. 6'7", 340 pounds. That is a monster of a man right there. That man heard his name and got hungry. That's crazy.
That's excellent, man. And the Los Angeles Rams now get to make a first-round selection for the first time. They did a great job posting on their social media. It's been 84 years. So this is what I was kind of questioning before the draft, to see if the Bills would go the Rams route or kind of stay back and stay put and just take who they can get, or maybe at this point they're just going to be making a modest move if they do make a move. So not going to cost very much other than maybe 1 or 2 additional picks to get up to where they want to be at this point. So Kevin, you got to be happy here. You got to be thinking like this is going pretty well for the Brian Thomas Jr. train to roll into Buffalo. I missed out on the Rome Odunze train. For me, that was my hope, but obviously, cooler heads prevailed, and they're going to play it safe. So, what do you guys think so far? Again, just we're rolling on here. Rams at 19. Where do we have to come up? Is Miami going to take a guy like Worthy and add speed to that already largely speed demon roster? What are you thinking here?
I was going to say, I think Pittsburgh is the next team on my radar that kind of scares me, because looking at their depth chart, is George Pickens Van Jefferson, Quez Watkins, and Kelvin Austin. Denzel Mims, Marquez Callaway. I mean, they could really go wide receiver here and take Brian Thomas and try to give Russell Wilson a weapon. So the Bills might have to think about moving up here. I propose that the Bills give that second-round pick that they got from the Stephon Diggs trade to move up to get Brian Thomas. So this could be the spot to do it. I would be totally okay with that because the Bills still have a second-round pick next year. And this is Minnesota's 2025 second-round pick. So that might be more enticing. But I'm wondering if the Steelers would want to go offensive line here, maybe try to get a better left tackle in place of Dan Moore. Who's on the board right now for left tackles? Do we have an update on that?
I think Fuaga's still on the board, isn't he?
I think so.
No, he got taken.
Did he? Oh, yeah.
Fuaga went to New Orleans. Yep.
Yeah, he got taken out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Damn. I think that could be Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I mean,
Graham Barton's the next one on Daniel Jeremiah's board, but he's an interior, not a tackle necessarily.
No, I think they could go center though. A lot of my Steelers fan friends, like you know how we are about Brian Thomas, they're that way about JPJ.
Let me get the best available here up for you.
So yeah, I think the Steelers could be looking at him. I mean, that's fan rumors, but you know.
Yeah, I think Brandon Beane's going to strike pretty soon here. Because if he gets antsy for Kyer Elam, he better be getting antsy for Brian Thomas.
I'm telling you, man. I've said it. I've tweeted it out today. I've said it multiple times. Brian Thomas Jr. is the best fit to play with Josh Allen. Just the way he could track the ball down the field, his playmaking ability. He can run the routes and get open off script. It's just too good of a match, and his high ceiling, he can contribute now, contribute in the future. It's exactly what the Bills need right now. And I think you pair that with a veteran guy, to match up, but still pick is in now.
The top 6 tackles are off the board, by the way, too. So Tyler Guyton and Jordan Morgan Blake Fisher are the next tackles.
Depends.
So
there's some
not first rounders.
Depends on who you have guard tackles, right? Those guys, there's a couple of those, but yeah.
See what it is.
All right, there
it is. Jared Verse, the edge from Florida State. One of my top edge players in this draft class falls to the Rams here. There was rumors of them wanting to trade up for an edge, maybe Latu Latu, obviously, LA connection there, that there was a lot of people mocking him to go to the Rams, but they end up with Jared Verse, which again, to me, is no consolation prize. That is a heck of a dude who's going to contribute on day one in my mind. One of the guys that I mentioned, if he was there when the Bills were still picking, they would have sprinted up to the podium. But he comes off here, which might ease the minds of some Bills fans, meaning that, that guy isn't there, so you don't have to worry about him, being on the board and the Bills possibly thinking about taking him as they show him
Syracuse
sacking
showcase
Syracuse.
there.
I just saw that. Come on, man. Got to show him sacking the Syracuse players.
Go Orange.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
At least we made it into round one. The Orange made it into round one, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, man, with that roster, that program they're putting together, they may have a few more next year. So
yes, man. There's some excitement around the Orange football this year. Oh yeah. I'm working on getting some season tickets because it's going to be worth it this season. There hasn't been this much hype since Donovan McNabb. Anyway, college. Here we go now. Pittsburgh on the clock. What are we feeling here for Pittsburgh? I mean, they're a team we know, defensive minded, always, they always think. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick cornerback here, but could they go in a direction? They've been in a lot of talks about trading for wide receivers. Could they be a team that takes Brian Thomas Jr.? Which direction do you think the Steelers are most likely to go?
While you're in the bathroom, Kevin and Izzy and I were just talking about that Pittsburgh is the next concerning team for Kevin. And so here's now where people have to make some decisions on whether or not they can get Pittsburgh to release the hold of that pick or try to let them go. And there's going to be a lot of calls being made at this point.
I'm starting to get nervous.
Yeah, we'll see.
Pittsburgh really scares me because I feel like the Steelers, I know the Bills have had their number, but they're always a thorn in our side. And Bean better just trust his board here, because if they do take Brian Thomas here, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah. I mean, the Steelers probably weren't going to, they're not going to trade with you if they want that guy, right? So you would have had to do it with the Rams, who obviously got their guy in a Jared Verse, in my mind anyway, the player that they wanted. And there you have it. The Steelers pick is in. So we'll see. We'll see. He's sweating. Kevin is sweating bullets over there. I'm getting nervous too, but you know what? It's not the end of the world here. They're a defensive team, right? They're thinking defense. They got to be thinking defense here.
Terry Arnold?
Terry Arnold would be a great fit for the Steelers.
Like best corner on the board to pair with Joey Porter Jr.
Are they going to draft back-to-back first-round corners though?
Joey Porter was a second rounder, man.
Oh, your second rounder? Oh, touche.
There you go. So they, defense, man. It wouldn't surprise me if they just took best player on their board on defense. So you're talking. Could that be the corner? Could that be Cooper DeJean here? Right? There's another guy. Mark to the Bills.
Can fit.
It could be
with freaking Minka Fitzpatrick. Oh wow!
I could see it.
That's terrifying. Two ball hawks back there.
I love the way y'all trying to slither Pittsburgh away from that wide receiver position, boy. I love it. I hope it works.
Them. Their head coach has never had a losing record because he picks defense. So let him keep picking defense.
I hope it works.
Hey man, look, whatever I got to do to cope, man. Let me cope.
We're talking them into this pick. Somebody get on the phone with their draft room right now.
Okay, well the pick is in, so they came to a decision. We'll see. For some reason, if they go receiver, it could be Brian Thomas. If they go receiver, I know how we feel about Brian Thomas. It could be Mitchell. Mitchell could be another guy. Mitchell seemed like he fits like the Pittsburgh Steelers and what and their attitude and what they're trying to do. So we'll see what happens. I'm concerned with the next selection. I'm concerned with Miami. I think Miami is in the way. They're the team that says we got Tyreek Hill, we got Jaden Waddle. So what? We need a slot.
Cedric Wilson, they got him.
Yeah, they desperately need that offensive line help, though. So that tells me that there might be the direction that they go, even in the interior, right? Because we haven't seen. There's still some top guys available in the interior, especially. So they don't scare me as much. But ESPN is really dragging this one out for us, not telling us who this pick is. The commissioner is not going up to the podium until they collect every dollar of that commercial money coming in here. But while we have a moment, we want to thank you all for joining us live. We're up over 650 live viewers, ladies and gentlemen. That's amazing. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe. And remember, if you're tuning in on YouTube, you can super chat us. Super chats get discussed. We'll put them up on the screen. Anything you want to talk about, whether it's who you think the Bills could pick, what you think the next pick is, any of the picks that have already happened, we'll put it up live and discuss it here on the show. So like, follow, subscribe, comment. We love the interaction. That's what we're here for. You guys are what make it this much fun for us being able to get together, sit here and talk and go through the comments and chat with all of you. So thank you for joining us. And we're really getting up there, coming in on the third hour, but I'm still as excited and as energetic as when we came in here to start, because it's the draft, ladies and gentlemen. It's Christmas Day, and we're getting so much closer to that pick. And Kevin, you're losing sweat by the second here as they are not announcing the Steelers pick because of BTJ still being on the board.
Give him a Gatorade, man.
I know, right? Because they're dragging it out. Now they're coming in. They're giving the wide shot of.
That's their Pancho Villa.
Commissioner coming.
That's Pancho Stila.
Pancho Stila.
As we wait for the pick, give me a one word answer. No, 2-word answer. Who's the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Russell Wilson.
I can do it
Wilson.
Justin.
Wilson. I think day one it's Wilson, but he's going to lose the job, and Fields is the better choice. But I think that day one they're going to say, well, we're going to give Russ a shot. And then 2 games in, they're going to be like, well, that was a mistake. Let's put Fields in there. Because I gave my props to Fields earlier, right? He is a legit, he started to show toward the end of the year last year that he could be the guy.
So I think Justin, because they actually invested a pick in him, they traded for him.
That's true.
And so I think that he's going to have more leeway. Whereas while Russell Wilson has the tenure in the NFL, he came over on like a really cheap deal because the Broncos are paying his contract really. Like no matter what the Steelers threw at him, the Broncos are paying it with that dead money. So I think that Fields may have a leg up financially in that because they could cut Russell Wilson. It wouldn't even be a problem. Or they could trade him.
Well, here we go.
Ooh.
He's safe.
We'll look it up.
But I can tell this is not Brian Thomas.
Your audio. Anthony, your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Troy Faltanu, let's go. These Samoans are nasty on the line, dude. This is freaking beasts.
Okay, so
Card.
what does Miami do here? I don't see them taking Brian Thomas, right? If you have Hill and Waddle, if anything, it's Xavier Worthy. So I think Bean needs to try to trade with Philly because Jacksonville's sitting there.
Yeah, but I still feel like Jacksonville could be thinking about cornerback.
Yeah, you're right.
So especially because they're just sitting there. Terry and Arnold's sitting there. You got to. I mean,
how's the best corner on the board, man?
Yeah, right.
Can't hear you.
Are the Jacksonville Jaguars going to depend on Gabe Davis to be consistently catching the football over there? Who are the wide receivers beyond Gabe Davis?
Christian Kirk and Zay Jones.
Zay Jones. Christian Kirk is a viable option.
Yeah.
Zay Jones.
Zay Jones, he's been pretty good since he's been there.
Yeah. He was hurt last. He was hurt last year. He was hurt last year a lot. It's going to be interesting. What does Miami do here? It's definitely going to be interesting. We would think it's offensive line. They get some offensive line help for Tua, but again, Mike McDaniel, I think he's just a wild card. You just never know what he's going to do. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, I think Brian Thomas would be an option because Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill are smaller guys. Do they want to repeat that same philosophy and having another smaller guy? Maybe the theme, maybe they don't care about size. Maybe the theme is speed, so we're definitely going to see what happens with the Miami Dolphins in the next 2 minutes here. Philadelphia is at 22. I don't think they're going to go wide receiver. They got 200 mil in tied up in wide receivers right now.
You know what's crazy about this? Right? The point you just made, Akeem? Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are both very small receivers, and McDaniel comes from San Francisco. They have Brandon Ayuk and who?
Debo.
And why wouldn't he want to go get a 6'2", 200-plus pound receiver who runs a 4.35? And
that's what I'm saying.
That's understandable. And keep him away from us.
Mm-hmm.
Try and keep us from kicking their ass twice a year.
I'm concerned. I'm a little concerned with this pick. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little concerned with this pick. I'm intrigued to see what Miami's going to do. If I'm them, I'm going Jackson Powers right here. I'm going to get my interior offensive line guy.
That was the name I was going to bring up. I saw him mocked to them a lot. They need interior offensive linemen for sure. Or they could go edge, right? They have so much going on at edge, but injuries. So, we don't know. So but
Chubb and
offensive
J-
line
Phillips.
is what makes the most sense to me, given the situation they're in, the positions that are still on the board. There's still some deep guards, and they could take their pick basically and say, okay, interior offensive lineman X, insert, you're our starter day one, and we get you this late, this part of the draft. That's pretty good. So they're going to be happy with that if they take an interior offensive lineman, I think. But maybe they're not as high on some of these guys. I don't know.
Anthony Miller lost Xavier Howard too.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
Hey, I'm thinking the Buffalo Bills are going to be able to stay right there and pick the guy that they want.
It really feels like it now.
It's starting to feel that way.
And now we have to talk about, do they trade down if so many of those wide receivers are there still?
Right. I need to see. I need to see the next 5 picks. I need to see the next 5 picks.
That's right. We've never seen Brandon Beane do that in the first round. So, when it comes to it, I think they'll end up just taking their guy at 28 if he's there, and being happy with it. But you never know.
I got a question, Kevin.
Yes.
How many legit holes do the Buffalo Bills have? Meaning, what are you not comfortable with as a whole, and you have to address it? And what are you not comfortable with? But it's like, okay, we can use a need here, but we have pressing needs elsewhere that I'm going to be okay with this for now, right? What's the biggest hole for you for the Bills besides wide receiver?
I think the only starting position that has a hole is wide receiver. The rest are all backups. So I'm looking at a safety. Now, that could be a fringe starter, with Mike Edwards, Taylor Rapp, and then whoever they potentially draft. I wouldn't say that safety is a hole right now. I think it could definitely get boosted up. Same thing with defensive tackle, defensive end, running back 2, I think is a main one. A center, if you want to put McGovern back to left guard. So all of these, I wouldn't say are needs, more so, I guess, wants, and just more so just depth and competition. The only real need is replacing Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis.
I like the assessment. Kind of like what me and Izzy was talking about earlier with having holes in the team in the Buffalo Bills chat. Yeah, I like it. We'll see what happens with the Miami Dolphins pick here. They can go a number of different ways. You're the Miami Dolphins, and we're talking about the receiver position, but don't matter what receiver comes in, Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle, the Buffalo Bills are still kicking your ass, right?
That's right, baby.
And it's like Josh Allen is a big problem and a big proponent to why he's kicking our ass. We have to get somebody to combat with Josh Allen on the defensive side of the ball, because he hasn't had a bad game against our defense since he came into the NFL. So this could be a pick where it's like, you know what? We need we need a Josh Allen stopper. Let's go get our Josh Allen stopper.
And here we go, and it is Ed Robinson, ladies and gentlemen. What a great pick for the Miami Dolphins. This was another name that we kind of frequently saw coming to the Bills, right? So, Bills, Robinson connection, up going to our rival in Miami. What happens from here? That's a good pick from them, but it's not a receiver, and it's not, an offensive lineman. So they go the direction of finding that protection for their edge room at this point. And Robinson, a great player here at this point in the draft. What do you guys feel about that pick?
Chop Rob, I think he went a little high at 21. I think he got, now don't get me wrong, if he can progress and reach his ceiling, he can be a stellar player. But as of right now, I'm thinking he's a little high, and I'm thinking he benefited from having a great combine, benefited from running a 4.4 40 at that size and the measurables, right? So they probably looked at it just like I was saying, we have to get somebody to combat with Josh Allen. We got to get somebody that has the speed and athleticism on the football field to get to Josh Allen when he's doing those Josh Allen-like things. So I think they thought about that heavily when they came to the decision of who they was going to draft. I think it's a little high, but the talent is there. The talent is definitely there.
So, okay, with Philly coming up now, this comes into play. Like, my original idea was you trade up with Philly, right? But with Quinyon Mitchell falling, I think they're going to want to stay here and get their guy.
Yes.
Now, Nate Wiggins is also a possibility. Does Jacksonville go corner? So we could have back-to-back corner picks here, but I'm very concerned with Jacksonville taking Brian Thomas.
Also remember, Arnold's still on board.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
They can definitely go back-to-back. They can definitely go back-to-back with corners.
Could be a run here on corners.
But, don't sleep on Dallas at 24. Michael Gallup's not there. They have CeeDee Lamb and who else?
Yeah, they could be them, but I think that they may go O-line again. If Jackson Powers Johnson when they go, not only Tyron Smith, they lost their center as well. And if Jackson Powers Johnson is there, they're known for taking offensive line first round. That's Dallas's bag, and they stay in that bag.
Well, Howie Roseman's on the phone.
What happened?
Could he be on the phone with Bean? Minute and a half left.
Boy. Yeah, this has got to be.
They really dragging this year. They're dragging this one out.
They're trying to trade it. They're like, hey, Buffalo, come on.
Come on, give us your second.
You want to.
Buffalo, we good right now. We got 4 receivers on the board, 3-4 receivers on the board. We really like right now.
Yep. Well, and who are those 3 or 4 receivers? Akeem, you got Brian Thomas Jr.
Yes.
You got Leggett, probably.
Yes.
You got
Worthy.
Yes.
I don't have Worthy.
A.D. Mitchell.
I think they definitely have Worthy. I think it's Worthy, and I think McConkey's in there.
I have McConkey there. I don't know if I have Worthy in there. Bean's never been a speed dude,
But Joe Brady is Joe Brady though. How much Joe Brady how much influence does he have in that room? He's going to want what Brandon Bean is going to draft what Joe Brady wants on offense.
That's true.
So that's going to be a tall tale sign on the selection if it's an offensive player, what type of offensive player it is, because we're still trying to figure the identity and the approach we want to have now that Joe Brady is in his first full season where he now get to implement his actual scheme, right? Because he was with Ken Dorsey playbook last year. So it's a lot. It's definitely a lot to consider.
Pick is now in. Obviously, they were not able to complete a trade there, but man, they had it under a minute. So they almost lost their pick here, but they got it in. So Eagles pick is in. We'll see who it ends up being here. Lots of options.
They're all standing at attention for some reason. You see that? It's a little awkward.
So I think a run on corner here is the best thing for the Bills, right?
Yeah, that's great thing.
Like, we want as many teams to take these corners as possible so that Brian Thomas keeps slipping, and then all you have to do is maybe shut off a 5th or a 6th to move up a couple of spots.
Yeah, we got a plethora of 5th and 6th round picks to give up.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and again, with Jacksonville right behind them here, needs a cornerback, could take a wide receiver, but I think they're thinking quarterback. So Eagles here probably could go corner. It's a matter of which one do they take, and is it the guy that Jacksonville wanted, and does that make them move to wide receiver rather than take cornerback this high? So we'll see. As we're waiting for the pick to become official here. I'm surprised they didn't announce it a little faster since they did use almost every second that was on the clock for theirs.
Yeah.
Miami wants speed. Interesting selection.
My Twitter won't load right now.
It's backlogged. Yeah, right. It's crashed. The Eagles have crashed Twitter, ladies and gentlemen.
Pick is in.
You know, I had the same problem with Spot Track a minute ago too. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that's a popular one tonight as well.
Mm-hmm.
The GMs are on there hunting.
Yo. Anthony, crazy, man. I like it.
What do you guys think about Brian Thomas slipping in a lot of mock drafts? The last couple of days, he's been falling to Buffalo at 28, oddly enough.
Brandon Bean is puffing his cigar and blowing that smoke, ladies and gentlemen. I think it came from him that there was injury concerns with Brian Thomas Jr. so that he would fall this far to them.
I agree. Whoa. Here's another thing, right? With Brian Thomas Jr., right? Paying attention to the mock drafts, the GMs have always said, we do pay attention to these things, right? We don't give them a lot of credence, but we do pay attention. Could someone like, I don't know, the Chiefs essentially be sitting here watching the Bills, waiting on this pick, and then deciding, we'll just jump right ahead of you at 27?
Well, they did that with Trent McDuffie. And
exactly.
I don't want to say
the guy they wanted. Yeah.
With Kyrie Elam, but the Bills got Kyrie Elam, the Chiefs got Trent McDuffie.
Yeah. That one hurt a lot because I was a big Trent McDuffie fan. And
yeah, me too. Me too.
Tough one to swallow. Mm-hmm. Not that I didn't like Kyrie Elam, but I wanted it to be him. And that was, pick is in. Is it being announced? Not yet.
Mitchell.
Whoa, what?
Spoiler alert.
It's okay. Quinyon Mitchell's the pick.
He's just excited it wasn't BTJ yet. So there you go. It's not a wide receiver here, obviously, for the Eagles with their investment right now. It is going to be the cornerback, Quinyon Mitchell. Some had him ranked as the number 1 cornerback in this draft, now falling all the way to 22. Again, this feels like bizarro world of the NFL when a cornerback falls that far and there's still more guys on the board.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I think I think Mitchell and Wiggins probably go back to back here.
I mean, this board is falling tremendously for Buffalo. But
now,
if you do in fact like Brian Thomas, you have to make sure that you secure him here.
He's my number 2. Brian Thomas is my 2. And my guy's Leggett here. My guy, I'd go Leggett here. You heard what Josh Allen said. You heard your franchise quarterback, didn't you? He didn't say Brian Thomas. He said Leggett. Go get Leggett. But again, any one of those I would be happy with. Brian Thomas or Xavier Leggett, I'd be ecstatic with.
So now we got to talk about, let's say best case scenario, Jacksonville goes cornerback here. Dallas is up at 24. They're a mystery, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of people have had them trading up to get a wide receiver. So they're there at 24. They could go wide receiver, but let's say they don't. Which position do they go? Offensive line, right? They need offensive line help. So maybe they go offensive line. Then you have at 25 Green Bay. I think that is the match made in heaven for Cooper DeJean. I've been saying all along, I don't think he gets past 25. So maybe they go Cooper DeJean there. 25. So that takes away a potential Bills defensive target. And now you're talking about 2-3 picks away. Does somebody trade up to try and jump the Bills to get one of those guys? Is it either BTJ or Worthy or one of the other guys that they like, thinking that the Bills Leggett maybe? I think that is now a position where the Bills have to either compete with a team trying to trade up to take a guy ahead of them, or, that 26 spot seems to be, 26, 27 could be the valuable spots where other teams are saying, we're going to jump Buffalo, we're going to pay a higher price than they can, and we're going to take our guy who might be their guy as well.
That might have to be the move, because I think Tampa makes sense. If you want to move up 2 spots, again, you have 8 day 3 picks. It's not going to cost that second anymore. So you might want to shed one of those picks. Not because Tampa's going to take Brian Thomas or whoever you like here, but because Kansas City could jump you like they did in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Definitely. Pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm interested. I'm very intrigued with these next two picks.
Yeah. Yes,
Very
right. We're
intrigued.
sitting on the edge of our seats now as we get closer.
Jacksonville and Dallas, but Xavier Worthy could be a target for Dallas. I wouldn't be surprised.
And man, yeah, now we're all sitting here with bated breath, holding our breath, waiting for this Jaguars pick. Hey, at least they're standing and excited in the Jaguars room, man. They're like, okay, we got our guy. Not only do we trade down, we got extra picks, we still got the cornerback we wanted, who we were going to pick anyway with our pick ahead. And, you know, got the haul from Minnesota. Quite the haul, actually, to move down that many spots and, you know, get 2 picks in next year's draft, 2 picks in this year's draft, and still have a pick in the first round. And still get the guy you want, man. No wonder they're standing in Jacksonville, because no matter what happens here, they're coming out winners.
That's crazy.
I like the.
Oh, here we go, Jacksonville.
Pick is in.
Uh-oh. Dave has the pick, but he's not spoiling it for us in the chat.
Freaking Dave.
No, I don't want to know, Dave.
There's only one reason why he would hold it back. There's only one reason why. Is he at the draft? Come on.
Something has leaked, I guess, here.
It's an awkward silence, yeah.
I know, right? Because we're all on bated breath here, waiting for... Don't pick our guy. Do not pick our guy. We still want BTJ to fall to 28. And let this be a cornerback. Let Dallas take offensive line. Let Green Bay have Cooper DeJean, a great player. And then we can start talking with Arizona and Tampa Bay to say, okay, do we need to get ahead here to make our pick before somebody else tries to trade up and take him? Because remember, those teams at the top of the second round are now thinking the same thing. Right, we had our eyes on this wide receiver. Do we need to get back up into the first round to say, jump the Bills and take our guy before we know they do? And that could be the case with a guy like Leggett. We've heard Carolina's absolutely in love with them, although they can't really afford to give up too much after what they've lost in this draft. But you never know. There are other teams wide receiver hunting.
You know, this is
Uh-oh.
There it is.
The pick is in on the ticker, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have done it, ladies and gentlemen. They have drafted wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. My heart sunk a little bit. I'm not going to lie. My heart sunk a little bit when I read that because
should have made the trade.
I've been saying it all day that was the team. And to me right now, I said it before the pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars are winning this draft, right? They trade down. They get their guy. They get a bunch of picks from Minnesota to do this. Man, and they end up with Brian Thomas Jr. That is a hell of a haul for them, and they are going all in. They get their replacement for losing Calvin Ridley. Basically, it's a downfield threat. All the things I've been saying I love about Brian Thomas translate very well to that Jacksonville offense. So I could see why they did it. But now we have a conversation, ladies and gentlemen, because number one for most of us was Brian Thomas Jr. He fell all the way to 23, but it just wasn't enough to make it happen. So now, where would you say you stand as next best available for the Bills? Xavier Leggett? I'd be happy with that move. Xavier Worthy? Are they looking at speed? And I hate to dilute Worthy to just speed. I think he's not just speed. He's also a dynamic, route runner playmaker. He can beat guys with his speed, but he's a little more than just speed. So my guy would be Leggett, but I would be in the discussion of, do you trade down? We've never seen Bean do that, as we've said, and you need to have a partner in order to do so. So it might be sticking at 28. The quote unquote good news is I don't see, or maybe you guys can tell me who you think glaring on the defensive side of the ball. If it isn't Cooper DeJean, who I think is going to Green Bay in the next pick here, where do you think Is there a defensive player who's jumping out at you that you think Bean and McDermott would say that's our guy over a wide receiver at this point in the draft?
Johnny Newton?
Could be, right? We do need interior defensive line help. Depth.
Terry Arnold?
Nate Wiggins. I'm thinking maybe.
The cornerback, man. Bills go cornerback in the first.
I'm thinking receiver here. How you not? How is it not? That's where I'm at right now. How is which one right now? Which one?
That's how. That just happened.
Because Brian Thomas Jr. goes right. I mean, it's a tough scenario now to, no matter who they take at this point, no matter what they do, there's going to be a lot of criticism and a lot of pressure because they take Xavier Legette. People are going to say, well, you could have traded down and got him in the second round. And if you take Xavier Legette and you leave Xavier Worthy there for Kansas City to take a few picks later, that's a dangerous place to leave yourself in. So, a lot of options here. And as we're coming up on, almost our 3.5 hours of live airtime here with you all, we are above 700 live viewers. Thank you all for tuning in. I know we're getting closer to that Bills pick. Let's freaking go, ladies and gentlemen. It's been great to gather with you all. Remember, if you're tuning in on YouTube, you can super chat from YouTube, the Built-in Buffalo YouTube page. So go there, live chat with us. If all super chats get discussed automatically. And we do have a sponsor for the show today and tomorrow night. That is Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York? Look no further than Acropolis Realty Group. It is your full-service independent brokerage specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, the experienced team at Acropolis Realty Group is here to guide you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And ladies and gentlemen, they're not just a sponsor, but I used Acropolis Realty to buy my own home right here in Syracuse, my wife and I. They were a great team to work with. Vince goes above and beyond, so I can speak personally to that. And we were really happy overall with them. And we're glad they're joining us for this draft hype, just as we're happy to have all of you here. Remember, like, subscribe, follow us. You can find us, talk to us here on YouTube via Super Chat. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on Facebook. Follow all our pages. Follow the Built-in Buffalo, and you can get all our live shows and content there as well. The clock is ticking, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost there to this Bills pick, and that's going to be the focus. You felt the tension rise, right? That Jacksonville pick had us all biting our lips, waiting to see, and they did take Brian Thomas Jr. So now it's a matter of what happens, which direction do the Bills go, and could it be something more shocking than a Xavier Legette or Xavier Worthy or some other player? I know personally that right now, even though I'm excited about a Xavier Legette, and predictively, I said that Brian Thomas Jr. I thought would have been long gone by now, and I thought Xavier Legette would be the pick. So I'm not disappointed if the pick ends up being Xavier Legette, but I am feeling a little sunken-hearted that BTJ fell so far and the Bills weren't able to get him. Where are you guys at right now? As Dallas has about a minute left before their pick, they must also be trying to trade out.
Pick is in.
Is it?
Yep.
I was going to say, after Dallas picks, I have like a minute synopsis of where I'm feeling right now.
Yeah,
I'm going to hit every player and position that I can in like 60 seconds.
There you go. Lay it out for us. Oh, so they did trade the pick. There you go. So Dallas trades number 24 to the Lions, another team rumored to be interested in wide receiver. They could also, I don't know. They're jumping Green Bay here. Could they take Cooper DeJean? I mean, I don't know what the move is here unless they're thinking we had to come up from where we were, and this was the team that was willing to trade with us to make it happen.
I got to pull up the Lions depth chart here.
Yeah, because this is an interesting move up for them. We know, unless they're thinking, I mean, I don't know here. Top on the board, interior offensive line. I mean, there's
I'm thinking receiver or cornerback.
cornerback. Yeah, that's
I'm
Terrion
thinking
Arnold is still there, right?
Arnold, Wiggins,
Kool-Aid McKinstry. I mean, it could be any one of those guys. And now
or receiver.
the pick is in. I was going to say they reset the clock, but now the Lions pick is in. So we should be getting word here soon. Jumping Green Bay, it tells me maybe cornerback is the direction they're going there. It could be either of Wiggins or Arnold. It could be Cooper DeJean. Pick is in. Not official there yet.
I got a question, Anthony. With two guys like Cooper DeJean and Terry Arnold on the board, do you think that they probably try to get ahead of Green Bay and Buffalo potentially?
The Lions here?
Yeah.
It could be. If they go wide receiver, that's absolutely what was on their mind.
Corner.
Cornerback.
Because Terry Arnold to the Packers, right? Or Cooper DeJean to the Packers.
Correct.
You don't spoil the Packers party by taking one of those guys. There's still the other guy there.
Yeah.
But then with Brian Thomas off the board and Buffalo, well, our guy's gone.
Correct. I like your line of thought there, that they're thinking there's two guys we like, but there's two teams who could take those two guys ahead of us. Yes, so that's why they had to come up this far with Dallas to say, you know what, we needed to make this happen. And Lance just came in with the compensation for us. It was pick 29 and 73, given up for pick 24 and a 7th in 2025. So they got a 7th round back, but they gave up 29 and 73, 2 picks in the top 100 to move up 5 spots. So that's, again, if you're Dallas, you're thinking we just got extra talent in that 3rd round here to, boost us from, and still end up probably getting our guy moving back 5 or so spots.
Absolutely.
Who are the receivers for the Detroit Lions?
Amon-Ra, Jamison Williams, and Khalif Raymond. And Donovan Peoples-Jones, too.
I don't know. This could be a slot receiver here. This could be a receiver.
Lad McConkey, you think? I mean, I don't know. I don't know who's a good fit for them receiver wise. The best fit, maybe Leggett. I mean, that would be heartbreaking.
It could be one of the Texas receivers.
Could be.
They like speed. They did take Jamison Williams based on his speed, even though he tore his ACL. And he's kind of
right. We don't know which direction that's going. I mean, he had the year to heal and kind of come back, but do they believe he's their guy of the future? You have to believe they're going to give him another shot, though.
Yeah, true that.
We need a kneecap biter here. Who's the best kneecap biter on the board, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know, but the pick is in, and they felt good about this kneecap biter because they traded up to get him. So who's going to fit that culture in Detroit? By the way, guys, Detroit, one of the destinations that I have not been to yet, and we're playing in Detroit this year. I'm trying to go with a buddy of mine who's a Lions fan. So I'm hoping to make that trip this year, depending on when that game falls.
I did go to Detroit
That's a big
last
game.
year, or 2 years ago now, when the Bills
home
Browns
game
got moved there.
Yeah.
Is it weird that every Bills fan has a weird Lions fan friend?
Yeah. Right. Listen, man, it wasn't until I became friends with him that he told me, you think you got it bad? We've won 1 playoff game in our entire history until this year, right? So that was pretty bad for them.
Sitting in our misery together, just
yes, that's right. And now we're both good. That's why I want to go, because I'm like, look, we're both going to be favored to win our division.
Pick is in.
This year.
And that's good when the tickets are expensive.
Terrion Arnold.
Cornerback, they do indeed go cornerback, and it is Terrion Arnold. Again, Some people had this guy as CB1, right? I mean, that's crazy again to go to 24 here. And that tells you why the Lions were willing to trade up. If they also had him as CB1 or or even CB2, and to say, look, we know we have to get ahead of these next few teams, i.e. Green Bay here, who now does look like they're sitting pretty to take a Cooper DeJean in my mind. They could go Nate Wiggins, I guess, or Kool-Aid, but I definitely think every time I thought about Cooper DeJean, I said Green Bay is the best match for him. I don't see him getting past 25. And now they find themselves on the clock with him on the board. Is there another player that could woo them off of cornerback or Cooper DeJean that's still on the board that fills a need for them? I don't know. Well, the one thing we can feel comfortable about is they're likely not taking wide receiver, right? So that is a distant pass for Green Bay.
All right, ready for those quick hitters?
One would think. Yes,
That's
let's hear
right.
it.
Yeah, you had your minute spiel. We got to go for it. You got the floor is yours, Kevin. Tell us where you're at while we're waiting.
So here's what I'm thinking. Now, we can discuss this more in depth. So on the surface, you might be like, huh, okay. But these are my quick current thoughts about where we're at with the Bills. So we're on pick 25 with Green Bay. My guy here is Xavier Legette, because I think if you have to reach potentially 5 to 10 spots, I don't care. Do it, because your guy might not be there. And I'll speak on the other guys real quick. Xavier Worthy, I think he's good, but personally, I think he's too small for what the Bills need if you're trying to replace Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis. So I'm out on Worthy. I think Ladd McConkey is too redundant to Khalil Shakir. And again, if you're trying to replace two alphas in Diggs and Davis, McConkey is not going to be that wide receiver one. A.D. Mitchell, I have character issues with him. And then for defense, no thank you. I don't think the Bills are in a position to take defense here. I don't think that Cooper DeJean would even see the field because you have Rasul Douglas and Christian Benford. I think Kyer Elam is going to be their project this year with the new defensive backs coach. I think he still has a lot of great football ahead of him. Johnny Newton, I think that would be great, but you just signed Ed Oliver to that contract extension. You extended Daquan Jones, and you signed Austin Johnson. I think you can find value with those positions on day 3. My pick here is Xavier Legette.
That was a convincing argument,
Facts.
Kevin. And we talked at the top of the show about exactly that, the physicality of a guy like Xavier Legette fitting into this Bills offense versus some of those other guys who kind of have overlap with what the Bills already do. You know, maybe you could argue Ladd McConkey could bring the route running crispness that, you know, the Bills like and the pass catching ability there, the good hands. But I do agree that what we need is a bruiser. We need a big bodied guy who's physical and capable of doing those things on the field that need to be done. And I do like Legette in that sense. And, you know, we also discussed the counter to that is a guy like A.D. Mitchell, right? You could argue he's a physical, big-bodied guy. Why not take him? And there's the question of his effort on the field, his mental capacity. Again, we're not in the meetings. I'm speculating based on what we've heard outside of that. You know, I'm not hating on the guy or anything. I don't know him. But that's the rumor, right? Does he have the mental capacity? Is he always going to give it his all on the field? Is he a coachable guy? And when those questions are there, I don't think he's a fit for the McDermott Bean mentality in Buffalo, right? He's not a process guy in that sense. So
I mean, think about it, because I don't want to characterize him as a diva because he hasn't even played a down yet in the NFL. But you just got rid of a diva in Stephon Diggs. You don't want to replace a diva with another diva. Because if he's saying I only play when I want to and I take plays off, no thank you. You don't fit the culture here.
Yeah, and remember at the top of the show, another thing I mentioned is Legette. I saw him at the Senior Bowl give an interview, and that was the first time I heard him talking. And I said, this guy's predicted to go in the second round, but at that time he's been a riser on draft boards. This guy is going to be a McDermott Bean guy because just hearing him talk, he said all the right things. He was all about not just himself and trying hard and pushing himself and being the best version of himself. And this is how I can improve, rather than tooting his own horn and saying, yeah, I'm this good. This is why teams should take me. And that was, you know, the first time that my eyes lit up and said, oh my God, McDermott is going to be drooling over a guy like this. And sure enough, now he's moved up draft boards. He's shown that, you know, he's obviously proven it to teams, at least in conversations. These could still be rumors. In mock drafts, you know, I think it was the PFF simulator, he still goes at 60 in some mock drafts, right? Like, I don't think that's going to be the case, but you never know. So unless that's all smoke, he's definitely in play at 28.
Character aside, AD Mitchell's the most talented receiver left on the board, though.
Yep.
He's the most, as far as plus traits.
Yes.
But as far as traits now, when you McConkey, he could be a little redundant, like Kevin said. Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, Parcel. There's nobody else with outstanding traits. They're good receivers, but not necessarily above average traits. And the only two left with those above average traits is a Leggett and Mitchell. And Mitchell, I'm not necessarily a fan, but he played in big games against big time programs with a lot of first round talent, and he balled in those big games, in those big moments. So I don't think that should be ignored there. Again, we're going to see what happens. The pick is in with the Green Bay Packers. We'll see what direction they go. But as from a talent only standpoint, if we're talking about the most talented receiver left in the draft, it might be Adonai Mitchell.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
And again, we're not in those conversation rooms, so maybe he impressed McDermott and Bean when he had his visit and said, "You know what? That's not, those rumors you hear are not me, and this is the guy I am, and I proved it to you." And they said, "You know what? This guy's already talked about as having wide receiver 1 potential, and we need that kind of guy, and he is physical. He fits that need as well. He could be the guy."
Wow.
Pick is in for Green Bay.
Jordan Morgan.
They take, tackle guard Jordan Morgan. Wow, okay. They needed help on the offensive line. I thought maybe Cooper DeJean. Now I'm sweating. Now, Akeem, you're muted. Now, does that mean Cooper DeJean could be on the board for the Bills at 28?
He sure is.
And now,
sure is.
Listen, we got what, 100 fifth round picks? Give up one of those fifth round. Get your guy right now. I would go get your guy right now. We got what, 2 or 3 fifth round picks, 3 6th round picks. Give up 1 and 1 and get our guy, and let's get out of here.
I don't think you have to trade up for Leggett, though, because I don't think Tampa would take him, and I don't think Arizona's going to take him after taking Marvin Harrison. So
I agree.
If anything,
I wouldn't think Atlanta would take Michael Penix Jr. either.
True.
So that's the thing that scares me. But I agree. But you just never know. You never know.
Don't count out Arizona because you have no idea because they have no receivers.
Yeah,
right.
They needed
to take another one.
Right, they might take another one. They're like, they might.
Is there any way that the Bucs take Cooper DeJean here just to ease my mind? 2 picks away from Buffalo.
I don't think they go receiver here. They still got Curtis Godwin. They got Mike Evans. They re-signed. I don't think they go receiver.
He's talking about corner.
My biggest concern is that Cooper DeJean is going to be there at 28 for the Buffalo Bills,
and we snag him instead of.
I say that concern because I do think they're going to be in love with that kind of guy. And I'm sorry, but a cornerback / safety isn't going to move the needle as much for me as a wide receiver that
I don't think
is
the Bills
desperately
will do that.
needed.
You never know. I don't think they would do that, but you never know.
I never gave my take on this wide receiver thing.
Okay, give it to us. We're here. Buccaneers pick is in, but it's not announced.
It's not announced.
I agree with 99% of what my man Kevin over here said. The one thing I didn't agree with was the redundancy of Ladd McConkey. Because in my opinion, in this draft, Ladd McConkey, and I've been saying this longer than my man Dan Mitchell. Sorry, Dan, I had to call you out in this one. But Ladd McConkey is the closest player when it comes to traits and abilities to Stephon Diggs.
I know he's going to say Diggs.
He's that. I've been saying it for like a month and a half now. When it comes to the way he wins off the line. Before you even get hands on him, before you can even know what he's doing, he's going one way, you're going another, and he's open. He gets open. And that's the only thing he has in common with Chris Hogan, which I've had trolls in my comments, which was one of his comments too, because someone here said something in the comments earlier. I forgot what it was, but Ladd McConkey wins the same way that Stephon Diggs does, and he's about the same size. just under 6 foot, 187 pounds, 190 pounds. Like he's that same type of receiver, but with 4.39 speed. So
I like Lad. I like Lad, and that's a solid comparison because I've seen comparisons from Lad McConkey to a Garrett Wilson, and they compared Garrett Wilson to Stephon Diggs. So you know, I can definitely see it. The one thing about Lad McConkey, I want a player, and this is just me being biased. I want a player that makes the defense go, oh shit. Like, oh shit, this guy's fast as shit. Let me back up. Oh shit, this guy Leggett is a big beast. Let me prepare. Lad McConkey doesn't, you know, these other guys don't possess that. We haven't, as Buffalo Bills fans, we haven't possessed a player like that in some time. So that's what I want, and I think you know Leggett possessed those type of traits.
I agree.
You know, the
100%.
best way I put it with Kevin Messeri was, I said, I think Lad McConkey is nice if you didn't trade Stephon Diggs. If you had more pieces around, McConkey is a great piece to the puzzle. But if you want him to be your wide receiver one,
I like that.
I don't know about that.
I like the rebuttal. Okay.
Before Diggs was gone, I was no McConkey. Because to me, they're the same guy. So if you have that guy, why do you go get that guy?
I did say earlier that Lad
this is good. This is good. Good stuff.
I did say earlier that Lad McConkey is more the route running hands kind of guy that the Bills are known to have liked. But I agree with what Akeem said, that what I'd like to see in this offense is some physicality, because what you don't want to have is a very physical defense going up against an offense that totally counteracts your offense. You want to have that counter punch. And if we go up against a completely physical defense right now, could they get in the face of our wide receivers and maybe make them nervous, anxious, whatever? Yes, right? Maybe not our tight ends. Those guys can hold their own. But certainly the wide receivers, you know, you can be physical there, right? So I think a bigger guy like Leggett, I'm not going to be mad at a Lad McConkey pick. I'm not going to be mad if the Bills end up with Lad McConkey. That was one of the guys I said, look, yeah, it makes sense. He's a route runner. He's a pass catcher. He fits the offense well. I like it. But I think Leggett at least changes that up a bit with that physicality piece, and that's what I like about him.
So I have a little bit of pushback. And here's my pushback, right? When we play a physical defense, that's when you use your Kincaids on the outside, right? You then put him out there. You want to bully us? Okay, fine. Deal with this big bastard who's going to come out here and hammer you. But here's another thing you said, like within this offense, and I'm not sure I know what this offense is going to be now. Because while he was under Dorsey as a QB coach, I don't know if he's going to run the same type of offense or if he's going to go back to kind of the Carolina or LSU type deal he ran. So I'm not sure if I'm fully sure. So he may not want the McConkey, who's the Stephon Diggs type. But if that's what they wanted, that's what they would go after. So if they want a big guy, they're going to go after Leggett. They're going to go after A.D. Mitchell. But this is why even I'm questioning my own take, is like, is that what they want? Do they want the Diggs type? Or do they want the T.O. type, the Eric Moles type? I don't know what they want. Because
we'll find out very soon.
Exactly, right? And we don't know because this is Brady's first year saying, look, my offense, this is who I want to pair with. You know, I have a Kincaid, I have a Knox, I have a, you know, smaller body wide receivers that we've gone with. Offensive lineman Graham Barton. That is the pick. It's offensive line. They ran their pick and it took them forever to actually announce that pick. So that was a surprise one. I don't know.
He's been climbing draft boards for real.
Yes.
I'm thinking worthy. I'm thinking Leggett or Worthy is the Buffalo Bills. I'm thinking Leggett or Worthy because of their plus traits that they possess. I'm going Leggett
still being on the board is making me so.
I think it's Leggett and McConkey.
The Cardinals pick again. Where's the Cardinals? Where's the Cardinals picking at?
They're right before us at 27.
So I'd hate to have them draft a wide receiver and box the Bills in, but it could be that.
See, this is why there was a lot of hype around Cooper DeJean being a top 10 ranked player in some, again, PFF. I think had him 8
Cardinals pick
overall. And
they ran that in.
They ran it in.
They could use a Cooper DeJean. They could use a Cooper DeJean. Come on, Arizona, a Cooper DeJean.
What do you guys think about Xavier Worthy climbing the boards lately? His stock has been rising, and I guess it hasn't risen that much because he's still on the board, but that could come into play.
I think it's in play.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
I was going to say my pairing. I'm a fan of Xavier Worthy. I believe a team can take him. He's more than just speed, like I've said already on the show. But if you take a Worthy, you need to pair him with another receiver that you're taking early as well, who can do some of the physical or other things that Worthy isn't known for. So Arizona's already got their number one guy. They could very well take a Worthy, and it would be a hell of a pick for them. And now they have that speed guy to pair with that. And your Kyler Murray, I mean, that would be a great pick for them, I think, here. Not a surprise at all. Oh, but the pick is in.
Darius Robinson.
Somebody's sound is, I hear somebody's TV.
Yeah, that was mine. Darius Robinson, edge rusher from Missouri.
Wow, that's a reach a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I don't care. We up now. Go get the guy. Go get the guy. He's sitting right there for you. Go get the
Now, this
guy.
is the scenario I tried to talk about 20 picks ago, I feel, but the Bills trading down is a real possibility here, right? You can think about where the Bills are at. You could pick up another second-round pick. You have the second round next year to play with. You basically could get two guys at the top of the next round. You can get a defensive lineman. You can get an offensive lineman. You can add depth at different positions on top of wide receiver. And I think that's what they're going to do here. They're going to try to do here. It doesn't mean you always have to have a dance partner. No matter how much time you use to try and make a trade, it doesn't mean the trade happens. So maybe the Bills are going to try and do that.
I would stay right here. Or if you want to trade back, make sure you trade back, but you stay in front of Kansas City.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Whoever you don't pick, whatever you don't do is going to leave for Kansas City right there. And I said at the beginning, I don't want them to get Worthy because I do feel like that would be a dynamic playmaker for them that could, put things in their favor. So we'll see which direction this goes. There's the pick for the Cardinals. They picked an edge rusher, Darius Robinson, going in the first round. I think that most people thought he would be more in the second round, but they edge defensive wise, definitely a premium position in the NFL. They go and get their guy. They felt like they could, move up and still move him up their board, obviously, in a higher pick here. But nobody cares about that one because the Bills are on the clock with 3 minutes, 45 seconds left. You know what that tells me? They aren't completely sold on a Cooper DeJean. So that at least tells me that much, that they're thinking about trading this pick. They didn't run it in to say Cooper DeJean, but also means that those wide receivers, that there's multiple players there that they could like, right? That they're
Anthony,
okay with.
I'm 2 minutes ahead of you, so I guess there's a little bit of a discrepancy.
Maybe.
Hi, bro.
Okay. Kim, you're
Can't hear you, bro.
Don't spoil this for me. I might have to put my mic down. I don't want to hear it. I see 1 minute and 35 seconds left. I don't know how much minutes yet.
I have 1 minute left.
Okay, so we all.
so far behind?
So you're in last. It's like one big relay race going on right now.
Because your microphone, Anthony.
I'm way behind. Come on now.
Hey, here's a thought though. They traded to San Francisco, right? They sent them a fourth and get a third.
I know something, but I won't spoil it.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I'm putting this shit down. Hold on.
Shut the hell up.
We know the Bills want a third round pick.
Oh no.
There it is.
What happened?
Buffalo trades a pick to Kansas City.
Trade.
What?
I just.
Well, we just gave them whatever wide receiver they wanted instead of just not giving them.
I just said the chick. And we go. They're too buddy. They're two. They boys. They homeboys. McDermott and Randy Reed. They homeboys.
See what's happening here?
Beach.
See what's happening here? We're all playing checkers.
What's the conversation?
Brandon Bean is playing chess because he said, you know what?
Wow.
If I pick Leggett here, Kansas City still gets Worthy. If I pick Worthy here, Kansas City still gets Leggett. Let me get something else and still get one of my guys in this round. So
they're going to get one of them.
It's shocking, but Again, Brandon
better
Beane
be playing
saying, I can
backgammon.
still get my guy. I can still get my guy, and you can take yours ahead of me. We get that 3rd round pick. We're going to make our team better and still get the wide receiver we want because you're not taking the guy that we want, whether that was Leggett, whether that was Worthy, whether that was A.D. Mitchell. Obviously, the Bills said, we're okay with you taking whichever one of those 3 and leaving us one of the others. And we still get more.
Insanity of that, though. Like, we just
exactly.
Rasheed.
That's why I said he's playing chess, man. He's saying, you know what?
Backgammon.
They were going to get it anyway, so I'm going to make them take it before us and give us some of their.
Wow, that is
collateral.
we doing this again with the Chiefs, huh? We're doing this again. Rasheed Rice. Who knows what's going to happen with Rasheed Rice? They're definitely going receiver here.
Yeah, they have to be.
They're definitely going receiver here.
Oh, that's a haul.
What's the haul?
So 28, 133, and 248 for 32.95 to 221.
133. We gave up a 4th. Okay, we got a 4th. It's okay.
We got a 3rd.
We got a 3rd.
I like that.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
Yes,
I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
What I said.
And still get your 1st round pick.
Anthony's on top of this thing. Let's go, Anthony.
I like it a lot.
Brandon Beane is playing
They're paying rent on
who are the Chiefs? Who are the Chiefs going to acquire here, though?
Worthy.
Is it possible that Brandon Beane was like, okay, I'm going to give you this pick. You have to let me know who you're selecting.
No.
If you want me to give you this pick. They do that. But they do that.
No, because he tried it last year with Jacksonville. And he's like, I don't want to tell you who I'm taking. The guy's like, come on, offense or defense? He's like, offense. And he's like, big or small? He's like, medium. He's like, bro. Like, he played that game last year. It was like,
but I like the whole.
Yes.
That
3rd round.
Get that 3rd round pick.
We knew Beane was getting a 3rd rounder one way or another. So now he's got it. They've got collateral. They can now use that or, probably stick and pick it, at least that 3rd rounder.
Are we coping right now?
And like I said, the Bills said to themselves, we got 3 receivers. We want this one, but we'll take that one. And if they take that one, we get this one. It's a win. It's a lose-lose situation. If they get the guy that we don't want them to get, we might as well take something from them and still get the guy that we want. So
you can get who you want, and then they still get who they want, and then they still kick our ass. So
yeah,
like you might as well get something like you said. Might as well move up from 133. So we still have 128.
Yeah, we still have a 4th. We still got our 4th.
We still have
2 fourths.
Yep, we had
3 fourths now. I think it was 3 now. It's 2, but
I think it's 2. It was 2. Now it's 1. We had 128 and 133.
I'll take it for a 3rd. Let's go.
Of course, all day, and we still got a 4th.
So we had 128, 133, and 140. So I think 140 is still a 3rd round pick, isn't it? Or is it a 4th?
I don't think.
Let me tell you, if anybody predicted that the Bills would trade with the Chiefs, kudos to you, buddy, because none of us would have predicted that. Like
I did it once in a mock draft.
Beane is playing chess right here. That's Chiefs. So I think he's playing reverse psychology too, right? He's saying, oh, we would have picked a receiver and you would have, and the pressure would have been on our guy because you picked him. Now it's on your guy because you're leaving us whoever's there. And if our guy's better, you made the mistake. So there's some psychology in there along with getting the collateral, which is that 3rd round pick that we knew Beane wanted deep down.
I'm going to keep the profanity off.
But if you thought nobody, if somebody would have told me this would have happened, I would have been like, huh? We're going to give them the receiver they want? What?
Yeah, who's a Triple G fan in here? Anybody here a Gennady Golovkin fan? You don't even know who that is. He's a professional boxer.
Yeah, he's a fighter. Mm-hmm.
He's from Kyrgyzstan, right? And he would always come and be like, hey, big drama show. That's what this is. Say, I want to fight that guy. Big drama show. Canelo. That's what that is right there.
I'm intrigued for this pick. Don't tell me. I know. Kevin knows. Kevin knows.
I don't know this pick either.
What's up?
Now Kevin's in front of me.
No, I'm in last place here. I'm like, they just walked up to the podium here.
I don't know yet.
I do have it on the live stream instead of on the computer, so maybe that's why. But pick is in. They're talking.
This is about to be wild. What's up, buddy? Okay.
Is there a chance the Bills trade down again from 32?
There's a chance, but I hope not.
Just get Leggett. I think it has to be Leggett, right?
I mean, it depends on who Kansas City's picking.
You're right.
Worthy? I mean, that would be my guess. And that's the guy I didn't want them to get. So that's who I assume they're going after. Kid is talking.
We just keep clapping like McDermott. Cut it out.
Silence here as we're waiting for the pick.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Spoil it.
There it is. The pick is in.
Worthy.
It is Xavier Worthy, the speedster. And you hear the disappointment in my voice because that's who I said from the top of the show. Let any other NFL team fall in love with this guy and pick him but Kansas City, because watching his ability to get down the field and pairing him with Patrick Mahomes, and they already have some physicality on their team, so they could use the speed, especially at the wide receiver position. It's a dangerous pick. It's a very dangerous pick for the defending champions to get the fastest dude in the NFL that no cornerback can run with. And, you know, I had a feeling this was going to happen anyway, because my guy pick was Leggett at 28. So again, if you would have told me the Bills still get Leggett and they pick up a third rounder for free, but Kansas City gets Worthy, I would have said, okay, well, I thought that was going to happen anyway. So where the hell did we get this third round pick from? And now that's how it happened. Kansas City trades up, gets their guy in Worthy. The Bills now have to deal with the fact that they let Worthy pass in order to get whoever it may be that they end up picking. And I'm not ruling out the fact that they could trade down again from 32 and get, you know, still say, hey, our guy's going to be there in a few picks after. But we'll see how this goes down here. The Cowboys are now on the clock after that pick, but we have to discuss the Worthy situation. What are you guys feeling with this? None of us said that Worthy was our pick for the Bills, even when we were ahead of them, right? We all said it could be Mitchell, it could be Leggett, it could be Ladd McConkey. I'm still disappointed that Kansas City got him, but where are you guys at in terms of how this worked out? Kansas City gets their guy, but we get a third round pick.
I think overall I'm happy, because we were saying that right along. Like, is 28 a bit of a reach for Leggett? And I just wasn't that big of a Worthy fan to begin with. And I wanted that third round pick. So all those factors, I'm like, okay, great. But you just gave Kansas City a dynamic weapon, essentially. So there's a lot of mixed emotions, because, yeah, now they slid back to 32. Maybe they can properly draft Xavier Leggett if he's available. They got the third round pick back, but now you're going to have to deal with Xavier Worthy literally blazing by you in the playoffs, probably.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting. Very interesting. That's a bold move. That's a bold move for Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott. Your confidence must remain high to make a move like that.
I think you got to know something.
This is
they showed their cards. Mahomes was like, I want that guy.
Yeah.
To go. And they still got him.
So here's the situation now, right? This is the NFL draft. We're talking 32 teams, right? The NFL draft has two storylines right now, in my mind, from this first round. One is Michael Penix going in the top 10 and going to the Falcons of all teams. Like, what? The other is Kansas City getting a trade with the Buffalo Bills and taking their wide receiver before the Bills. Those are the top two storylines from this NFL draft day one right now. There is no question about that, because we're just as shocked now with that trade as we were with Penix going in the top 10 to the Falcons. So
it's a move that says, hey, I'm not comfortable with my roster. We need more picks. We need to solidify our roster more. That's what that move tells me.
Correct. I think it speaks more to, I'm comfortable with the depth in this draft right now to make my roster better. There are guys in the third round. I want to add a defensive lineman. I want to add a safety. I want to add an offensive lineman. And I got to get the wide receiver position locked down. So I think this is Beane saying, I'm still going to get those guys and get better and still get the number one guy I wanted in this round anyway. So Bean is making that clear. Whether we agree with that or not is yet to be determined, right? But Bean is saying the reason I gave up that pick, and he's going to sit at the podium and say this. I know it after this draft today. He's going to sit at the podium and say, why not give Kansas City that pick? We ended up picking up a third. I still got the guy I wanted. They got their guy, but they were going to get him anyway behind us. So we got that from him. That is exactly what Bean is going to say at the podium when he's asked that question. And I'm sure the media is going to rip into him. So they're not going to let it go there.
Cowboys got Tyler Guyton.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I don't know if I've mentioned this on here. I know I just tweeted it, so I can't keep track. But Baltimore and San Fran worry me about taking Leggett because San Fran could look at Deebo Samuel and his contract and say, maybe we should get a new Deebo Samuel in the pipeline.
Both of their guys have been on the trade rumor mill, right? So, I mean, it's not impossible that they could take wide receivers here. And again, then that could put egg on the face of Brandon Bean if they're like, well, you also lost out on these other two guys that you could have got, or at least one. So, maybe he had some insight from the other teams ahead of him that they weren't going that way. But
Anthony, you've been talking about it all night. Brandon Bean has a fallout, bro. Cooper DeJean.
Exactly.
He's still there. He's still there.
Kevin signed off. Kevin just signed off. He's out of here.
He's still there. If they take him, we wanted Cooper the whole time.
Yes, right.
That's what's. If Legette's gone, that's what's going to happen. It's going to happen.
I just said that too. That we still got our guy, but I was not thinking that it could be Cooper DeJean. So you're right. Oh my God.
Baltimore's about to pick.
If that happens, I mean, Bills Mafia's gonna set fire, right? Like this is gonna be. It's gonna be a long 24 hours until tomorrow night.
But hey, we got a third round pick.
Oh my God, Cooper DeJean could be like a Hall of Famer, and that would still be. This moment would still be locked in. It's like one of the scariest moments ever for Bills Mafia. Yes. You gave the fastest man in NFL history to the Super Bowl champs, and you got Cooper DeJean? Come on. Izzy, why did you speak that into existence right now? Why did you speak that into existence? Now I know that's what's going to happen.
We'll see.
Oh, Jesus.
The Ravens pick is in.
Ravens pick is in.
And they're not taking Cooper because they just took freaking, what's that kid, number 14?
Yeah.
From Notre Dame. Kyle Hamilton. Oh. Unless they do, and then you're like, what?
Oh, my God. This is...
All right, so what do we think Baltimore does here? What are their big needs? Because there really could be an outside Andre receiver.
Quarterback.
They got Zay Flowers. They re-signed Bateman. I don't think they go receiver here.
They could, but A.D. Mitchell on that team, that's a dang good match, right? Like, I mean,
that hurts my brain.
Yeah,
but I mean, with Lamar throwing the ball, he doesn't need much coaching, so
it's interesting to see where they go. I'm interested.
Good hands receiver too. Like, yeah, that would. Offensive line, they lost some offensive linemen, right? So that could be.
They lost. They
lost. Been a run here, right? I mean, that's something we haven't even focused on. Some of these guys that were predicted more to go in the second round are going here, but tackles, you got, this was a very deep tackle class. That's what we heard for a long time, right? And even in the last few picks here, Jordan Morgan, the tackle, went to Arizona. Guyton. And the cornerback, there you go. It's cornerback for the Ravens. They stick to their defensive roots.
Who's it?
And there it is. It's Nate Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins. That's okay.
Pick for the Ravens.
Okay.
They are, that's a great pick for them. I think a good fit for that Baltimore defense. They needed some help in that defensive backfield. So I like that move for the Ravens. Now the 49ers on the clock. We know they could use offensive line help, but are they in love with one of these guys?
I don't think well, you never know. Ayuk, You never know. That's scary. They scary a little bit. They was fielding calls for both Debo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk.
So if they take a receiver here, that tells you they're going to be on the phone to trade one of those guys in the near future, right? But I think that the smart move for them would be to go offensive line and get some depth at guard and, say, okay, we're happy that this guy fell to us, but who knows? Who knows with this team? Still predicted to be one of the best teams in the NFC, regardless of what they do here at this pick. So that gives you flexibility, right? You're saying even if we did take a wide receiver, we're in a good position. So even if we did add to our offensive line depth, we're still going to be the favorite to make it to the Super Bowl out of the NFC. And that's a good place to be picking for San Francisco ahead of the Buffalo Bills. Maybe they'll take Cooper DeJean. What do you think, Izzy? Why did you speak that into existence now?
I'm not God, so I speak that into existence. However, I will say it's crazy that Ladd McConkey's here, Cooper DeJean's here, and Xavier Leggett are all here.
Yes.
Like,
that's why I'm saying.
Where's the wrong answer, though? That's what I'm asking. Like, where's the wrong answer in that?
They're wrong. If you're not taking a wide receiver, it's going to be I'm pretty sure the criticism is there already with the trade.
Yeah, so that's going to be there. However,
all's well can end well if we get if we like the pick.
Mile, right?
That's right. If it's Leggett,
all's well that ends okay, but F you and have a nice day. That's how that works.
3 minutes 28 seconds.
Are you kidding me? What is going on here? I'm just getting the Baltimore pick announced. I gotta refresh.
You need to refresh, bro.
Yeah, I definitely need to refresh that. Something happened there.
Go to ESPN because that's what I'm using. I'm at
right
San Francisco,
but I'm streaming it, so it is on my laptop. Okay, there it goes. Now, because San Francisco's got 2:52 left. They're trying to see if a team wants to jump ahead of Buffalo and say, hey, Buffalo's going to go wide receiver. 244, 243. I'm ahead of you? Nice.
Oh, Jesus.
If the Bills take a cornerback. This is like stuff.
Tyler Newman's still on the board. I called that months ago. No safeties in the first freaking round.
No safeties in the first round.
I said that a long time ago. Like, hey, there's no safety in this draft class. There's no Kyle Hamilton. There's not one here. No. And people were like, no, he's going. I'm like, no, he's not. And
Cooper DeJean, maybe.
Well, he's a corner slash.
Yeah, corner slash. Yeah,
safety.
With this,
more versatile.
Picking up that extra pick, Anthony, it should be a lot more entertaining tomorrow night too.
That's right.
We got a couple of picks. Who knows what may happen?
We have that. So. My favorite thing about tomorrow is Brandon Beane is itching to use that second round pick next year to trade up and get his guy in this round. You know it. He's going to give up pick 60, give up next year's 2, and move up to where he can get the guy that he is eyeing right now that is still on his board because, obviously we now have that last pick in the round.
It's getting low on that clock, bro.
49ers.
They trying, bro. The pick is in. Okay.
Pick is in.
Remember last time I said pick is in, but it was that team, and it was like, oh,
this is traded. Yeah, so pick is in. No, that's not. Maybe. Pick is maybe in.
Here's a question, right? So
Brandon Beane had to have an idea that his guy he was comfortable with. He obviously comfortable with his guy being there making that trade. He has to be.
I think that means that they weren't in on Worthy.
I think it could be Ladd McConkey too.
I think it's him.
I think it could be him.
There's no way you're comfortable with Leggett being there with the Niners on knowing that they take big.
If they go receiver.
With all the rumors about Carolina being interested in Leggett too, that's.
And that accent though, because I live in North Carolina. That accent on Panthers TV, money.
Fly.
Money. I live in North Carolina. I'm telling you, that's our boy. Xavier's here. Like that's.
And the Panthers took a similar wide receiver last year in Jonathan Mingo, who tested very well, had those freakish traits. But they need to surround Bryce Young with as much talent as they can. So they would definitely take Leggett here, I think.
I would think so.
So if San Fran doesn't take Leggett, I am all over him for the Bills at pick 32.
I would think.
I would take him at 32. I would think.
We'll see.
trading up for him.
San Francisco's going if they want to receive it, they're going to want somebody yards after catch. They want a rack receiver. Lad McConkey could be in play for them. Malachi Corley, I think, is too high in this, too much of a reach right now. We'll see what they do.
PFF's top ranked, number 8 ranked, Cooper DeJean, still on the board here for the 49ers to take if they feel so inclined.
Pick his end. Come on, 49ers. Where you going?
He is a steal no matter if the Bills or the Niners.
That's right.
He's a steal, like draft board wise, like.
Absolutely, he's falling into the second round here. This is, that's
all this talk about Cooper DeJean, and if we actually draft him, my gosh, my gosh,
there'll be a fire somewhere.
There'll be a lot of fires. It's gonna turn into like Michigan after a national championship in basketball. Just fires and cars being flipped over in the streets. It's like, you guys won. We know. No, we. Uh-oh. Anthony's face just went.
No, I mean,
Keon Coleman. Oh. Keon Coleman's still available as well.
I mean,
very interesting.
Wow.
Ricky Pearsall is
Whoa! I just said his name like crazy.
I cannot. Wow. So, wow. Because that means they're trading one of their wide receivers. And in my mind, that receiver is more like Debo than like so does that mean they're trading Debo? I mean, I don't know, man. That's interesting there. One of those two. So you have to imagine that with the unrest there in San Francisco at the wide receiver position. And by the way, the Bills are on the clock and it's ticking. They're not running to the podium to put in their pick. I mean, that tells you that they're at least entertaining something, right? Probably. Because they had a lot of time to think about this. And they could have very well said, you know what? We wanted Leggett anyway. That was our guy. We wanted Cooper DeJean anyway. That was our guy.
I had a question for you, Anthony.
How
many times?
Sorry, I don't mean to spoil anything. I don't know if you guys saw this yet or not. The Bills just traded out again.
Oh, there you go, baby. So I said that could happen.
This was my question, though.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
Trade the pick to Carolina.
So
one pick. So we get 33. They're taking Xavier Leggett, right?
Has to be.
I swear to God, if they take Leggett,
they're taking Leggett.
They have to. That was their guy. Right?
Bean has to know that, though. Bean would have to know that. And if Bean knows that and does that, that Leggett wasn't his guy. That wasn't his guy.
Correct. So again, Bean is playing chess while we're all playing checkers because we thought Leggett was the guy. We thought Leggett was the pick. Everybody knew Carolina was taking Leggett if the Bills didn't. And the Bills said, hey, Carolina, we want Leggett. You want Leggett? You're going to have to give us something. Probably their third round pick right now. If that's the third round pick, that's the first pick of the third round. I mean, that's now you're really. Oh, here's the Bills receive number 33 and a fifth round pick, number 141 overall.
What are we going to do with all these picks?
They also get a sixth round pick from us. So we got their fifth, 151. We gave them 200 to go down one spot.
41.
Something else is brewing. Something's brewing here. Something's got to be.
And now Carolina's not rushing in their pick either. So
hey, San Francisco just drafted a receiver, right?
Yeah,
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Parasol went.
Wow, we traded out of this pick.
And we wow. So but
no
that
first
tells
round
you
picks.
The next pick is the Bills, so we have our pick of the litter. If it's Cooper DeJean, they said, you know what? We tried twice not to get this guy, and he's still on the board, so we got compensation. Let's take him in the top of the second round. You have to be happy with that overall.
Wow.
But my question was, how many times in the Bills' history has Brandon Beane traded back in the first round?
0. Yeah.
And now it's
twice.
Twice. Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Wow.
Twice.
Well, last pick of the first round. This has been fun, gentlemen.
Yes. So the Bills have 4 fifth-round picks?
We have to summarize this before this all goes before we go off. So it's not going to be picked and done because this.
Of course.
Now we have the next pick, so we've got all night to think about this.
Why
Yeah,
does Brandon
again,
Bean pick them?
there's
Like,
the compensation.
Where's his money? Brandon Bean's money is where? In the 5th round. Like, that's where he makes his dough.
Yeah, and
But
I do
this
think
is a
he's
year
going to
that
use
we were
that.
supposed to go get that dynamic weapon, and now we're being patient.
But there's a lot of
Kevin is not happy right now, boy.
There's a lot of weapons in that second round, though. That's what I'm telling you. They're going to get 2 of the guys that they were looking at instead of just 1. And whether that means Cooper DeJean and some other guy, great. Or whether it means, getting 2 wide receivers in the second round. I mean, a lot of the guys we were looking at are gone now, right? So Worthy, Parasol, assuming this is Leggett here, then that means you're getting McConkey, which is, again, a guy I would have been happy with at 28, right? I would have been happy if the Bills picked McConkey at 28. I thought that, his route running ability, he can catch passes. If that's the guy they want, great.
What if the Panthers take McConkey, though?
Then the Bills are taking Leggett. I would be happy with that as well.
Like, good.
They pick McConkey, the Bills get Leggett, and again, you've gotten a 5th round pick. So, you've moved up your capital in order to manipulate the rest of the draft.
Kevin's ping on good. There was 0 latency on that. No.
You're currently at 1,000. We're over 1,000 live viewers right now. That is fucking amazing. Please subscribe. This has been an unprecedented draft for Bean and McDermott. Not only did they trade down from 28, maybe that wouldn't surprise some people, but you traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's absolutely shocking, right? Now you have the 32nd pick, the last pick in the first round, and you trade down 1 spot with Carolina, the other team expected to take a wide receiver. So that is the part that is shocking. You traded with 2 teams who are clearly taking wide receiver. You're saying, you know what? You go ahead and take those guys. We're waiting on ours. So we'll see. It's becoming official now. What player the Panthers traded up 1 spot for?
Hey.
There you
Not
go.
happy.
Xavier Leggett.
They took him. Yep, there it is.
And
Dun, dun, dun.
but that tells you now that the Bills at 33, they have their pick. They could take Cooper DeJean. This reminds me a lot of when the Bills took James Cook over my shoulder over here, right? So what did they do? They traded down. They said, you know what? We could still get our guy later. James Cook. Okay. You know what? We could still get our guy later. Now, this happened in the second round, not the first, but the Bills traded down twice before they took James Cook. That reminds me a lot of what they just did here. The Bills said, everybody thinks we want Xavier Leggett or Xavier Worthy, but they're wrong. Those aren't the guys we're targeting. We want Ladd McConkey. We want whoever it is, Cooper DeJean. And we think, A.D. Mitchell, we think we can get that guy at the top of the second round. We picked up a 3rd rounder. We picked up a 5th rounder, and we're still getting our guy, and we have more to trade up and get. My guess is the Bills come away with 3 picks tomorrow, 2 second rounders and a 3rd rounder, without a doubt, if not more. Now that they could end up trading down from 33 again, get even more to get more picks. So I'm telling you, anything is in play here. But this first round, we have to wrap up this first round, put a bow on it from not just the Bills' perspective, but overall. Obviously, all of us are floored, right? Look at our reactions. Look at the looks on our faces. I'm choosing to be optimistic about this because maybe the guy is A.D. Mitchell. Again, we all talked about how he's had the conversation of being an absolute wide receiver 1 and having the highest ceiling of any of these guys. Some people have said that about him. Now, I thought the guy was going to be Leggett. I thought, Brian Thomas Jr. was going to be gone. Bean did not lie to us in his last press conference. He did not lie. He said, I don't want to give up my picks. I don't want to give up future picks. I don't think giving up next year's one is a good idea, because when we've done that in the past, we've looked at ourselves and said, well, we could have had X at this spot. And now you look and say, again, they looked at the board, they said, well, that's our guy, and nobody else is going to pick him. Let's trade down and get more. Let's trade down and get more, because the top of the second round is where the juiciest picks I think, in this draft are. And with wide receivers, that's where a lot of them hit. So it was a calculated decision by Bean, given the way this draft board fell. There's going to be consequences. You got to face the music. If Xavier Worthy becomes a star and Xavier Legette becomes a star, you're in trouble, you know, and you get the first choice in the next round. You get your guy. If that's Cooper DeJean, it doesn't matter if Cooper DeJean becomes a Hall of Famer. If Xavier Legette and Xavier Worthy end up becoming that dude and Kansas City ends up winning another Super Bowl because you gave them Xavier Worthy, your reputation is tarnished, no matter how good the guy you picked is. So it's a give and take situation, but we have to trust in Bean. We have to trust that he knows, he's confident in his evaluation of these guys. We haven't seen him do this before. So that tells you he wasn't sold on some of these guys. He wasn't sold on Xavier Legette being guy. He wasn't sold that Xavier Worthy could be that guy. And when we've seen in the past, he was sold that certain guys he traded up for could be. Kincaid was that good that we traded up for him. You know, same thing coming into this draft. Now, you know, everybody's. I'm trying to be the optimistic one, but it's
you're massaging the hell out of it, bro. It's okay.
We get.
I'm upset. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm upset.
I'm not.
I'm upset. I'm a little upset.
We get Ladd McConkey.
I'm not at all.
You get Ladd McConkey. You get Cooper DeJean. You get better players in the second and third round. Now you have a third round pick. You have the ability to trade up and get your guy, whether that's defensive line depth, offensive line depth, safety, whatever it is now, you have the ability to go get that guy. And I think that capital is what matters to them most moving up into this next chunk. Tomorrow is going to be an exciting day for the Bills now, because I think we're going to have at least 3 picks, possibly more if Bean can work more magic. But that second round pick next year, our second round pick, not Minnesota's, I think is absolutely in play to come up again into the top of this second round and end up getting 2 guys that the Bills might have thought should have went in the first one. Obviously, whoever it is at 33 is the guy they would have picked at 32. That was the guy they had. Maybe not a first round grade on, but they would have picked in the first round. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting how this all worked out. So let's take a cutout. Let's go here, guys. All right, to get everybody's mind off of the fact that the Bills did not make a pick right now. This whole day was exciting. This draft was awesome. We went 14 picks into an NFL draft without a defensive player. That is absolutely stunning. Stunning. No edge, no cornerback. Absolutely stunning to go that far into the draft without a defensive player. That tells you that where the NFL is today. It's an offensive-minded league. And these players coming out are good on offense, right? It just happened to match up that way for the NFL. So other than the Bills and other than the obvious stunner in the Falcons picking Penix that high, what do you think is going to be one of the big takeaways from this draft, or what is like your favorite pick of the draft for the team fit?
Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs.
You asshole.
I'm glad you got Kevin to laugh, because he looked for a while there. It was like Kevin was like,
"Why are you poking the?" But you're not wrong. You're not wrong, because what did I say? Worst case scenario, and literally I tweeted it out earlier today, and I said it at the top of the show. I don't want the Chiefs to get Xavier Worthy because that's the weapon that they need to, actually take the next step. How does a Super Bowl winner take the next step? They just did, right? So it's going to be tough matching up with them now, trying to stop that speed and the power that they have on their offense. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be the best offense in the NFL again all of a sudden, but it certainly is a big step for them. So smart ass answer, but good answer, because you're right. That is a great pickup for them.
I would say this, right? I'm a little disappointed right now, right? Because the Buffalo Bills, the board fell perfectly for them to acquire the receiver they wanted to acquire. So we thought. but it fell perfectly for them in another way, we guess, because who we viewed as fits for the Buffalo Bills, they don't view as fits for the Buffalo Bills. And as much as I'm disappointed, I'm going to hold off critical judgment until I see the end of the weekend. Right? There's still a lot left, and we have a bunch of picks now.
Yes.
I don't see us using all those picks. What are we going to do with those picks? What is going to happen tomorrow? Are we going to trade for Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Justin Jefferson? Anything is possible right now. And I'm a little disappointed because we had certain guys there, but the Buffalo Bills obviously have a plan. And the beginning of the regime, we was sucked in to trust the process, right? Well, 7 years later, we're still trusting the process, and we hope that this doesn't come to bite us back in the ass later on. So we'll see what the Buffalo Bills do with their day 2, their day 3, and the rest of the weekend in terms of how the Buffalo Bills are going to improve this roster.
Yeah, and again, that depth, there's a meaty part of the draft always in the top of round 2 and into round 3. And now the Bills are sitting pretty to take 3 impact players from that area, right, of the draft. And again, tomorrow will tell us how this all works out for the Bills. And we obviously know with that next pick we're going to know if the Bills end up taking that pick and not trading it again, that's the guy that they were like, we thought we could get him if we traded down again and again, but now we had to take him because he's still there for us. And I'm sure the media is going to ask Bean about, weren't you in on Leggett? Weren't you in on Worthy? And he's going to say nice things about them. He's not going to say, no, that was a crap player, but he's going to have to explain why that person wasn't good enough for them to take at that spot. Because again, we all would have said we would have been happy with Leggett at 28. We all said Worthy is in play at 28. And, it's obviously there's depth at wide receiver in this draft. We've heard that everywhere. Is there a difference between Leggett and somebody you take in round 3? I would hope so, because that's a huge difference in position and value in terms of the draft. But yeah, we don't know what the Bills are cooking up. There's a lot of wide receivers who could be in play for trades, in terms of bringing in a stud wide receiver. And yeah, we'll
see. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Day 2 of the NFL draft. We have the first pick, or we think we're supposed to have the first pick of tomorrow, day 2 of the draft. But we'll see.
Give me something positive here. Come on, guys.
I haven't gone yet. So I've been team trade back the whole time.
Yeah,
I've been saying, hey, trade back with Washington, get 36 and 40, give them 60 and 28, so that way you can move back, 7 slots or 9 slots, and then move up 20, so you can get 2 impact guys in the second round. I've been that guy the whole time. I've not been a Leggett or Worthy guy the whole time. So for me, there's no skin off my back. Since we traded Diggs, I've been Team McConkey. So that's where I'm at. I even said, hey, if he goes and we can't get him, Pearsall's on the board. Similar guy. Pearsall's not on the board, but McConkey is. Pearsall not being on the board is wild, by the way. That's crazy.
And going to San Francisco.
Yeah, I did not see that coming.
Double shocker. He goes in the first, and he goes to San Francisco, who now is itching to get rid of either Ayuk or Deebo.
To me, that's wild, especially with other guys on the board, like the Jalen Polks of the world, who can play outside. You got to get rid of 2 or 1 of your outside receivers. You brought in a slot guy.
Yeah.
So for me,
I
like McConkey. He's played 70% of his snaps outside. I'm not worried at all. There's what, 15 to 20 wide receivers in the first 3 rounds, that are mocked there. Like, there's so many guys. Javon, what's his name? Javon Baker from
that's another one.
There's so many guys.
It's that big body kind of, yeah. So I mean, there's
6'1", 205. Ran what 4.52. Like, Yeah, there's still a bunch of guys on the board, and he catches better than Gabe. Sorry, people want to compliment Gabe. He catches better than Gabe.
Oh my God, that's the biggest criticism of Gabe. Yeah,
so
you got to have hands.
There's guys still on the board. I think that the Bills probably go McConkey this next pick, him or DeJean, one of those two, and they could move up again in the second round, like from 60.
Absolutely, I think that's totally in play. Yeah,
give up a fifth or something like that to move up. He stacked a bunch of picks for a reason. Those picks are ammunition to move forward in the draft from wherever he wants to. If a Mohamed Kamara falls into the fourth round, and he's like, I want that guy. Or if a Kalen Bullock is there at the end of the second or at the beginning of the third, he's like, I want to go back and get that guy. Yeah. He can move up from 94 that we got and 60. So I'm not worried. We have ammo and we have guys on the board.
Yeah. Again, if you think about maybe I've saw in mock drafts today, last mock drafts from people, a ton of people picking A.D. Mitchell to the Bills, right? At 28.
He's there.
And now he's on the board with the Bills picking in the second round. Plus, you've got another pick. You have to be happy taking A.D. Mitchell when he could have got him at 28. He could have been the pick, and none of us would have been super surprised by it. I mean, he wasn't my first choice. He still isn't. But if that's the guy, and they knew that was their guy, they still get that guy. If you think wide receiver is gone, you're wrong. Ladd McConkey could have been a first rounder. A.D. Mitchell could have been a first rounder. They're both still there, and they're both still high value to the Bills, right? There's a lot of making sense out of those two, and there's, again, how many people thought, different wide receivers would be there. So there's hope at the wide receiver position. There's capital to move up and get the guys you need to fill out the rest of your roster. That is going to be, a super, super important piece of all of this, that Bean is playing chess while we're all playing checkers. And hopefully it works out in the favor of the Bills. I think he has a clear vision here. It's just a matter of letting him work it out. And like we said, you got to wait till the end of the draft to know, yes, this worked out to make this roster better in the best way possible for this team, even though you made a couple other people's roster a little better in the process, right? And that's part of it. So before we conclude here, I do want to give another shout out to our sponsor. That is Acropolis Realty Group. Thank you for sponsoring us. Acropolis Realty Group. Are you looking for a reliable real estate partner in New York State? Look no further than Acropolis Realty Group. They are your full-service independent brokerage specializing in both commercial and residential properties. Whether you're buying, selling, or leasing, the experienced team at Acropolis Realty Group is there to guide you every step of the way. You can contact Vince Mangan at 315-876-2691 and let him help you find your dream property. Acropolis Realty Group, your trusted partner in real estate. And I can speak from experience. They helped me buy my house here in Syracuse. They work all over New York State, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse area, all the places south. If you're in New York State, they can definitely help you out. So give them a call. Tell them Built in Buffalo sent you. Tell them I sent you. Tell them the Hoof sent you. Whatever it is, let them know you heard about it here. And they take good care of people. Again, I can speak from personal experience there. They helped me purchase my house. So thank you, Acropolis, for being our sponsor tonight. They'll be back with us tomorrow night. We will be going live. It's going to be even more key. We're starting. The picks start at 7. We were going live at 6:30. So, be here with us on time tomorrow, because that's going to be an exciting start, obviously, with the Bills having that first pick and having to do something there. Let's try and bring some clarity here. Kevin, I want to hear from you. We have not heard you say something yet. You've been down in the dumps over there. Give me something positive.
I've been tweeting for the last few minutes, so let me try to encapsulate all my thoughts here before we sign off here. Yeah. So I'm trying to look at both sides here, and right now I can't be happy with what we did, because the Bills passed on a lot of talent that I liked, and maybe my board didn't correspond with Brandon Bean's, and that's fair because Bean is a lot smarter than me. But the fact that they did not trade up for Brian Thomas Jr., then they gave Kansas City Xavier Worthy, and then they gave Carolina Xavier Legette for what, 1 pick? Did you really not find the value with Xavier Legette? that you had to move back one piddly diddly spot, and then you got another 5th round pick. So what? Now we have 4 or 5 5th round picks. We have so many on Friday and Saturday, which is great. We got the 3rd round pick back. But what are you going to do with all these? Because you trade away Stephon Diggs, you let Gabe Davis walk. You need to replace these guys with some top end dynamic talent. And sure, you can go get an AD Mitchell, or you can go get a Lad McConkey tomorrow. But I don't like this plan of attack because this was a year to be aggressive. Bean is aggressive every single year. And the one year that he had to be aggressive, he's been passive. So I am not that happy right now, because what do they do tomorrow night? I mean, what if they take a defensive player? Johnny Newton's there. After all this, you trade back, you try to maneuver around, outsmart the system just to get a defensive player. And I might be biased here, but I don't really like any of these wide receivers. My wide receivers are gone. So again, maybe it's unfair of me to say that because my board isn't Brandon Bean's board. But the fact of the matter is, you needed to be aggressive this year and go replace Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis as you're starting window number 2 of Josh Allen's career, and you sat on your hands tonight.
Yeah, well said. I think that's tough to have a beam of positivity right now, and I'm usually clamoring for that. Anthony did a great job trying to keep that going. It's super confusing. We talked about at the outset, Bean is not necessarily in control. He's got to rely on other people to do things this offseason, and this was kind of the culmination of all that. So he's doing what he feels like he can, pulling the levers he feels like he can pull to accomplish his goal. I don't know what his goal is at this point because we just let Xavier Worthy go to the Chiefs. And did you say that yet, Akeem? And we, gave Leggett to the Panthers, and those seemed like 2 really solid prospects that a lot of people were high on. So moving forward, I'm going to look for a Roman Wilson and a Brendan Rice, and those kind of guys. Those 2 specifically are kind of guys that I'm kind of high on, and I know you guys may not be, but I think if we come out of this draft, and maybe even Javon Baker, if we can get, maybe Roman Wilson early in the second, and then we come back and get Brendan Rice with that 95 or even at 60, we'll see where they value him. I think those 2 packaged together is going to be a really nice get for the Bills. And maybe other people don't agree, but that's just my feeling, and I still feel like there's still really good wide receiver prospects. And the biggest thing, and we saw Kevin Masari tweet this, is that we really think that the Bills are going to go after a veteran receiver here, at this time. And I said that before we started the show here, before the draft started, that it's veteran receiver plan for Brandon Bean, or that's the potential plan. I kind of stated that, and I think that's got to be it. You got to, at this point, you're going to have to bring in probably one more vet, or try to make a trade for a vet receiver at this point in time. And then, like I said, you still get, if you get Roman Wilson and Brendan Rice from this draft, I think that's going to be a nice get for the Bills.
Yeah. The other thing that I want to say real quick is that the other reason why I wanted a wide receiver in round 1 is because it's very cost controlled. Because you get him on a cheap rookie contract for 4 years, you get that 5th-year option, you sign him to that extension, and that would ride out with Josh Allen for the rest of his career.
Well,
so you're looking at anywhere from 7 to 10 years. Let's say they got Brian Thomas Jr. He could have been here for a decade, and that's when Josh is probably going to start to fall off the cliff, as much as I hate to say it. But that could have been the dynamic duo of the future, Josh Allen and Brian Thomas. And maybe to Bean's credit, Jacksonville didn't want to trade, or there wasn't an offer that made it worthy of them doing that. But then that's where I have the problem with, you trade with your arch rival in Kansas City. You probably help them out by getting a speed demon who's probably going to blaze right past you in the playoffs again. And then you help Carolina and you pass on Xavier Leggett.
So again,
you still also have Troy Franklin out there. Sorry to cut you off, but Troy Franklin and Keon Coleman. I hate to say that name, but those guys are still
out there. He's
big
there.
Body guy.
He might be in play.
He's right. We talked about him at the beginning of the show. We might not like him, but if the Bills do, because he fits that role of, he's a bigger body guy who can, be physical with people and make contested catches in that sense. I'm going to agree with Lance on the one major point. My favorite draft scenario coming into all of this before, weeks ago, whatever, was the Bills trade down and they still end up getting 2 receivers. Now, I wanted those receivers to be Xavier Legette and Xavier Worthy. That would have been ideal in every sense of the word. I'm not naive enough to think that that would have happened, but it could have. So trading down and still getting 2 guys who weren't that level, but Lance just gave a great example. If you still get 2 complementary guys, a physical one, a speedster, a route runner, and a, pass deep ball catcher, whatever, something in the combination of those attributes, you're still coming away with a win in this draft. Now, whether obviously Bean did not value or saw the same value differently between, those guys and who's here. A.D. Mitchell being still on the board, physical guy, could have been their pick all along. Who knows? Keon Coleman, maybe they loved him from the start and they said, you know what, we love that he's falling further down, and he's going to end up being one of the best wide receivers in this draft. Because if somebody said that to me today, I'd believe it. Keon Coleman 5 years from now is going to be one of the best players in this draft. A.D. Mitchell 5 years from now is going to be one of the best players in this draft. Absolutely, I'd believe that. And the Bills still have a shot to take them and have recouped picks for it and have the ammo to move up. A lot of what I'm hearing now is, oh, well, the Bills now have 15 picks and that's useless. Yeah, it is, because we're not making 15 picks. We're making 4 picks tomorrow, and it's going to be of value, right? And we're giving up stuff to move up and make things happen to make sure we get the guys we need. Because, yeah, there's still safeties out there. There's still offensive line depth. There's still defensive line depth. There's a lot to pair with. We need 2 wide receivers still, right? But there's guys on the board at wide receiver who can still fill the needs for this team without taking 1-1. And again, at 28, we would have been happy with at least 5 guys who are still on the board. So if you get one of those 5 guys and you got 2 picks added as ammunition, including a 3rd round pick, you still have a lot to trade up. That is value there for me. So you get 2 guys, wide receiver, take your pick at this point. I don't know if I can have an opinion tomorrow, because everything I wanted to happen did not today, and the worst part did with the Chiefs getting Worthy. So long term, you have to focus on what you think is best for the team if you're Bean, and he is very much sticking to his guns on this one. Tomorrow is going to be a new day for Bills Mafia. There's a lot of us going to bed angry. And I'm not saying I'm happy with what happened today because of certain things happening the way they did, but tomorrow you'll be able to make it happen. I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be bread and butter day for improving this team right now and in the future. You're going to get 4 or 5 guys tomorrow, and that's going to be changing it.
I'm happy.
Yeah. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you. Bring the joy.
I've been team trade back since the combine. There's a lot of dudes, a lot of them, and I'm good with it. So
honestly, I'm not upset with the trade back with Kansas City. I mean, call a spade. We gave them Xavier Worthy, but they was going. If we wasn't taking them, the Kansas City Chiefs was going to find a way to get him.
Yeah,
one way or another, So that's what I truly believe, and since I believe that, I'm not upset with that trade. If I could get the 95th pick, if I can still get the top 100 pick, it's more about trading back with Carolina, and it's not necessarily the trade back with Carolina. It's like, okay, Brandon Bean, what was your reasoning why you didn't have Xavier Legette as part of or being high on your draft board? And I think someone asked him in the presser, "Hey, how much 1st round picks you got?" And he said, "Not 28."
Yeah,
and we believe him now.
Yeah, that's what I said. He didn't lie to us, man. He told us straight up, "I'm not trading my picks. I'm not moving up. I don't want to do that this year. We don't have 28 guys." He said everything. He told us to our face. Bean rarely lies. I can't even remember a time when Bean gives a press conference. Believe what he says. If he wants to dance around something, he will. If he says something straight out, he means it, and that's exactly what he's done. And he stuck to that tonight.
Well,
you know what, Izzy? Go ahead, Izzy.
Okay,
go ahead, Izzy.
The whole Legette thing, I understand that people love Legette. A great attitude, great story. The guy had, the accident when he was younger. He had to fight through all the adversity. He checks all the boxes when it comes to his mentality and how he wants to do things. Only one of those things I mentioned is a football thing, which is the mentality and how he processes things. Outside of that, if you look at all of the football stuff, he runs a good 40. He's physical. He's got good size. He's got good speed. Like, okay, that's fine. The production in college wasn't there. It just wasn't there. And you can blame it on quarterback play. You can blame it on whatever you want, but it wasn't there. And so I can't hold it against Brendan Bean for not liking the guy if he didn't see him produce. And then he got Spencer Rattler, who is supposed to be a pretty good quarterback. He's probably going to go in the 4th round, probably. He still didn't produce. People produce with quarterbacks who don't go in the 4th round or the 1st round or the 3rd round or even at all. People still produce. And he didn't produce. He had some nice plays. He has good body control. I get it. Good hands. These things don't always pan out. And while I understand people's infatuation with the guy, because I heard him talk, I watched the highlights, I watched the film, I wasn't in love with the guy. And that's, my prerogative. And, I know Kevin loved the guy, and Akeem really, really, really liked him. I just wasn't really understanding why. And it's like, I don't understand why people hate Keon Coleman, but I understand, like, people are like, not even in the 2nd round. I'm like, in the 2nd round, I'd definitely take Keon Coleman. At 60, I'd take him.
Oh,
I wouldn't take him at 28. Hell no. But at 60, if the Bills took Leggett at 28, I'd be okay with it. But I didn't want it. I'd be okay with it. There's a difference between those two things. I'd be okay. Like, all right, that's your guy. You know more than me. Fine. But I don't understand it, and I don't need to, because it's not my team. My job is not on the line. Your job is on the line. It's your ass. It's your seat. It's hot. Your problem. I get it. I'm just a fan who's sitting here breaking down what you do. Just like Kevin said, he doesn't understand either. He's like, dude, he was there. You didn't go get him. It's his ass on the line. So
give me one player that is a possibility for the Bills at 33. If you was drafting right now, give me that player. I'll start it off. Troy Franklin.
That's your choice, or that's who you think? Predictive or who we want?
That's what I think.
I take Ladd McConkey over Troy Franklin every time. Every time. It's not close.
I think it's either McConkey or A.D. Mitchell.
I would also confirm that would be my suspicion, is that their guy all along was McConkey or A.D. Mitchell. Both of those I've seen mocked hundreds of times to the Bills at 28. So again, if you're thinking about it just from that perspective, a lot of experts who do this for a living predicted that the Bills were going to pick these two guys at number 28. The Bills got that guy and still got 2 other picks that they're going to use to move up tomorrow, most likely, to get their guy, or try to use. Obviously, you always need a partner, but that in itself is a win. You still got your guy. You still got A.D. Mitchell. You still got Ladd McConkey, whoever it is. You got that guy that experts said you were picking at 28. And you got that guy and extra picks. That's a win for Bean. How is that not a win for Bean? Yes, that means you gave up Kansas City. We know that's a tarnish. I don't like it. You don't like it. Nobody's going to like it. But it might have happened anyway. If we picked our guy at 28, they were still going to get Worthy. Bean has to answer for why Worthy wasn't his guy at 28. Bean has to answer for why Leggett. I think Leggett is a little clearer. But you could say the same thing about Worthy. He's a one-trick pony. Speed. We don't want that. We want a guy who can get yak. We want a guy who can get this. We want a guy who can beat at the line of scrimmage. Whatever. So that is why Worthy wasn't their guy. I can write the script for Brandon Bean right now. That Worthy wasn't our guy. Speed only. It wasn't good enough for us. Leggett wasn't our guy. 1 year of flash play wasn't good enough for us. We wanted a guy who we thought had a high ceiling, could contribute now and in the future. That's Ladd McConkey. That's A.D. Mitchell. He's going to have to explain that pick when he makes it. Or we wanted a guy who we thought was a game changer. Sick to my stomach. On defense, Cooper DeJean and Johnny Newton, right? But that's what I'm telling you. If you look at it that way, it's still a win.
It is.
Again, number 8 overall was ranked by PFF, a very respectable system in all of football. The NFL uses this, and they had him ranked number 8 overall. Cooper DeJean. If the Bills end up with Cooper DeJean at 33, how is that not the entire steal of the draft so far? It's going to be. Somebody's going to take that guy, and somebody's going to say, that's the steal of the draft. This guy should have went 8th overall, and he's down here in the second round for no reason, apparently. I mean, he doesn't have injury thing that I know of that we haven't heard anything about, so who knows?
See, here's my problem with everything, right? So you guys are talking about Troy Franklin, if he's going to be the move at 33.
Too early.
And if they were to do that, let's just say they do, then why do you trade one pick back to give Carolina Leggett? Because if he wasn't on your board in round 1, why are you going to reach for Troy Franklin now to potentially make up for what you lost last night? So
the reach would be
is it a reach for them in their eyes, though? Do they look at that as a reach? They might, for all we know, they might look at whoever player they select. That's the better player.
Yeah,
maybe Franklin was higher on their board than Leggett was, but I mean, it seems like Troy Franklin has been right around that 50 mark. So that's why I don't think that he would go above, let's just say, McConkey or A.D. Mitchell.
Not necessarily.
So, I mean, if they're going by their board and they really did like A.D. Mitchell that much or Ladd McConkey and they think they can get him tomorrow at 33, then we're going to have to live with it. But if they're trying to be that nitpicky with it and say, well, Xavier Leggett doesn't have a first-round grade for us, so let's just move back to pick 33. If Carolina takes him, so be it. Like, we can't be getting so fine and saying, well, let's try to finagle 4 or 5 picks here. That's why I said earlier on the show, like, if you're in win now mode, sometimes you have to be aggressive and say, even though we have a grade on Leggett around, let's just say pick 35, we'll take him at 28 because the need is there.
Yeah, and just to defend the Troy Franklin thing, right? Because he was one of the earliest mock drafts I saw had him going to the Bills at 28. Now, I think he's fallen off a lot since then, being a smaller build guy, but maybe the Bills see him as a potential true X because he does have some of that BTJ in him, right? That was the original comparison that Eric and I did on the hoof, BTJ and Troy Franklin, because those were the two first mock guys to the Bills at 28. I loved BTJ a lot more, and Troy Franklin was very similar, though. True X guy, can run down the field, can get open down the field. Now he's a smaller body, and there's physicality questions there. Sure, but there's questions with every single one of these guys on the board now. It's just a matter of how much the Bills like them. So they very well could have said, this is the guy we think is falling for no good reason, and he's a true X receiver who could have gone at 28 just as all these other guys, and he's the one we want, so now we're picking up 2 picks and getting him. I would be shocked if that's the case. I think they are in on Franklin. I just think it's lower in the second round. Mm-hmm. And then I think, it's going to be one of those other 2 guys at the top of the next round, even if it's not that 33 pick.
The whole thing with Mitchell is the whole character thing, right? That's the only pause for concern I got there, right? Because when you're a team, when you're an organization and you fire a head coach, what do teams do? If you had an offensive minded head coach that failed, you're probably going to go get a defensive mind next time around. Or if you had a defensive mind, you're probably going to go get that offensive mind the next time around. The Buffalo Bills just had issues with Stephon Diggs, right? The timing, it just happened. It didn't happen 2 years ago. It's just the timing, I think it's bad timing. And when you had problems just recently with a receiver, you tend to want to go another direction. So that's what's leaning me away from a Mitchell and putting me on more to a guy like Ladd McConkey or Troy Franklin, because those guys are, especially Ladd McConkey, he fits the Buffalo Bills culture. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
They definitely love Ladd McConkey as a human being, right? Like they were all in on Ladd McConkey from the fit portion of it. Like, yes, he's a process guy through and through. We like what he's done. Whether or not they think he's good enough to pick at 33, we'll find out. But they definitely like the guy. So AD Mitchell, it's a question of, do they like the guy? Is he the right fit? And do they see the same ceiling that some people have talked about with him? And in those two situations, I'm still on the Ladd McConkey train over the AD Mitchell train for that reason. But I don't know. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Another thing, like my man Kevin, he mentioned like Leggett and Franklin, and so like if their guy was Franklin or Leggett, maybe they viewed both those guys equal, and they're like, cool, I don't care which one we get, as long as we get one of them, we'll trade back out of the first round, get the guy in the second round, and then move from the 6th to the 5th. That could have been enough for them to say, same guy on our board, who cares? And I think that's really hard to. I mean, we're not them, so we don't know.
Right.
So without the knowledge of what's going on in the room, we can't say. All I can say is, if they had a few guys that they were like, okay, they're gonna take one of them, but they want to give us a pick that's higher than the one we got currently to go get them, and then we only got to move back one spot, and we can have whoever the hell we want that's still on the board, other than the one they pick. Who cares? Like we just moved up 2 rounds, so that's fine. But guys, I gotta be in Raleigh tomorrow morning, pretty early.
Yep.
That's about an hour drive, so I gotta get to bed, and I gotta double check these idiots, make sure they did their chores. So you guys have a good night. I'm signing out. If you guys do your thing, but I gave my points, and I'll be back on tomorrow. So
yeah,
I hope to see some of you guys back tomorrow too.
No, we'll be here. We'll be here.
We're still hosting it tomorrow night. Yep, that's right.
The intellectual base behind these men in this room right now. The intellect behind all 4 of these guys, and the guys who were on before me, and Kevin. Like, it's been a pleasure to watch, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of the conversation. So Kevin, Anthony, Hakeem, always. It's nice to be on my first show with both Kevin and Anthony. And it's nice to be on with Hakeem again. You guys have been awesome. I've been awesome. I know I cut my man Anthony off a couple of times. My bad, dude.
No, we're on the same page, though. You and I are the positive wavelength right now.
I think we are. We had our moments where I was like, I just cut him off, and I don't like that feeling of
not at all. Not at all.
So, it is what it is. But hey,
I'm trying to fill the blank air. That's all.
Yeah.
You guys take care.
Have a great night.
Good night.
Yes, sir.
We'll see you tomorrow night.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thanks. What a great night, as Izzy said, man. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the tickers and the different things. It was so hard to gauge all the, when everything was announced on my end versus when someone else saw it and all that. But definitely had a good time doing it, and hope you guys did as well. So thanks all for your time. I won't be able to join tomorrow night, but I know you guys are gonna crush it, and I hope
we're
Kevin,
gonna miss
if you're
you
around again tomorrow and you want more to say, you always know where to be. So appreciate all you guys, and thanks everyone
Lance,
out there for joining us.
Can't thank you enough for doing all the work in the background here for us. That made it easy to process. Good communication going on in the background, getting people in and out. Telling us when things were happening that we couldn't tell, or if something was wrong with our sound or something. So thank you for doing all the production work in the background and for giving us your input as always. So it was a smooth transition night today. Everything went well, and that's because Lance was getting it all done. So thank you.
Appreciate you guys, and go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills, baby. All right, guys. So we got to wrap this up at some point, right? So I'll give me what's on your mind right now. I mean, we've talked about, yes, I like this. Yes, I don't. How about if I frame it this way, Kevin? Because I know, like, right now you're in a place, and I'm not saying you're wrong. You're not happy with what's happened and how it's went down so far. Give me your best case scenario moving forward now. Do you want the Bills to get as many picks tomorrow early on, take 3 in the top, 20 picks tomorrow or something, find a way to get that done? Or, what is it that your best case scenario right now in terms of what the Bills come away with or how they work things going into tomorrow?
When we're done with this, I need to go look at what current picks the Bills have now, because so much maneuvering happened that I don't know exactly how many picks the Bills have or where they're at. I know they have a lot now, obviously, but I think best case scenario is they move up and get as much talent as they can. Like, high-end talent. I'm not saying that you try to find all these Khalil Shakir and Christian Benford and Dane Jackson gems late on Saturday. Go get, like, okay, if you want to get Cooper DeJean, sure. If you want to get Jackson Powers Johnson, if you want to get Johnny Newton, after tonight, I'll be open to more moves, I guess, with the prospect of the flexibility that we have. But I guess what I'm trying to say is Bean better have a plan, because if he traded back and he doesn't completely fill out this roster, he doesn't give Josh that dynamic weapon, he doesn't get that big wide receiver, then what are we doing?
Yeah, that's a solid point, but I think that we are going to see some movement tomorrow, and we are going to see things happen tomorrow. I asked for best case scenario. I'm thinking about my worst case scenario, which is never a good thing to end the night, but you got to go through the transition. That's why we do mock drafts and everything. My worst case scenario is we go in tomorrow, we pick Cooper DeJean, we pick a defensive lineman, we go away from wide receiver and then wait to pick, maybe a Baker, that's a good wide receiver, and somebody to pair with him that's speedier, so there's guys out there. I mean, I'm more worried. I have more faith that Bean is going to do the right thing, and he has the ammunition to do so. So he's licking his chops thinking, I feel good about what happened right now. And we're going to hear from him. I think tonight he'll have a press conference. I'm looking forward to hearing from him, and I already know half of what he's going to say, but he will have to do some explaining about, the things that didn't go down the way Bills Mafia wanted it to. But yeah, I have faith that best case scenario is going to happen. What you just laid out, I would be happy with for sure. And, that'd be better than worst case scenario. And long term, all I'm thinking is I have to kind of sit back and laugh thinking, if the season started tomorrow, when the season starts in September, nobody's going to care that being traded back right here. They're going to say, look at this team. It is Super Bowl ready. And that's how I feel. When we go into September, you're going to look at this team. You're going to say, we're going to the damn Super Bowl, and I feel confident about it. And that is because Bean put this roster together to make sense, to keep that momentum going, to keep us in contention for a Super Bowl. And it doesn't matter what the Chiefs got or what Carolina got or what we didn't pick. It's going to matter who we did bring in and the way we did it, the way we brought in the depth that's on this current roster come September. And that's
as long as he hits it out of the park tomorrow and Saturday, because we arguably got worse tonight. By not doing anything, we got worse.
Even if you think A.D. Mitchell was their guy, or Ladd McConkey was their guy, or Keon Coleman was their guy, whoever.
Well, that's why I said we need to see what he does tomorrow and Saturday, because that's why he has to have a follow-up.
That is fair enough.
Because if he doesn't, we're going to look back in September and say, wow, we really could have had Brian Thomas Jr., but now he's lined up with Gabe Davis down in Jacksonville. Or here comes Xavier Worthy. And to be fair, I really didn't want Worthy, and maybe Worthy would have gotten selected by the Chiefs anyways. But, passing one pick for Xavier Legette could come back to bite us. I compared Xavier Legette to A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf. And if my comp is accurate, that could really come back to bite. So that's why it is so crucial. This could be the most important Friday and Saturday of Brandon Beane's career.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because you could point back to this moment, maybe not next year, but 2 years from now, and say, what the F did we do? And it's Beane's fault. And now he will get fired. Right. And now we do have a reason to fire the man. People calling for him tonight. You can't say that right now. Right. He has a plan. He's executing it. In 2 years, if that plan didn't work, then you can yell at the man and say, look, you made all the mistakes and didn't do anything right this time around. And that's what cost you your job. But I have faith that that's not going to be the case, that he is going to. We'll see more will be revealed tonight. We're going to start tomorrow's show with today's press conference from Bean, obviously, because whatever comments he has today is going to reveal what's going to happen going into tomorrow and beyond. So I think that ultimately, and again, I have confidence that the roster we put out come September, because we're going to have depth at positions like, whatever, safety, D-line, say whatever. We'll have some holes, weaknesses, sure, every team does, but we're going to be better for it for having not invested all in on one guy like a wide receiver trade up, or having not given up some picks to get a Brian Thomas Jr., even though that would have been a good ad, and instead adding depth around the roster. So that's how I feel about it right now. We'll see if that's the case. I have a feeling it will be. We'll all be on the positive train come September, and this moment won't matter as much. But man, I could feel it in the room when all four of us were like, what's going on? And the air was just sucked completely out of the room. First with the trade to Kansas City. Okay, that one made sense, but then also not taking a player at 32 and allowing Leggett to be gone there. So
I think that's like my final thought is that was the one that did it for me. Because at first I was like, okay, that's fine. I wasn't that big of an Xavier Worthy guy, but you did try to get more value. You got that 3rd round pick back. And if Kansas City was going to take Worthy anyways, so be it. I think we did pretty well there. I would have liked to get Brian Thomas Jr., but okay, I think we're doing pretty well. And then he trades again with Carolina, one spot just to not take Leggett. That's the one that got me.
Mm-hmm. Well, he clearly used the leverage against him and said, well, I know you want Leggett, so come get him. Basically, and said, we'll take your 5th.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like he literally gave them Leggett for another 5th round pick. And if he doesn't do something with that 5th round pick tomorrow, that's not going to look good.
But to me, that just means we weren't going to pick Leggett anyway, right? If a team calls us and said, we want to pick a quarterback at 33, do you want pick 34? Yeah. What else are you giving us? Because that's free, right? It's just free. If a team then calls after that and says, we want an offensive lineman, are you looking at offensive linemen? No. Come on up and take him, and we'll move down, and you give us more for free, because that's not who we're looking at. And Cooper DeJean and our wide receivers are still on the board. Do that all day long and get everything you can, because you might as well at that point. So that's the way I look at moving from 32 to 33. To me, that's more of Carolina played their hand way too early, and everybody knew they wanted Leggett. So the Bills played them and said, well, you better come up and get him now. And we got something for you. We got something from it, right? Rather than pick Leggett. And again, they have to explain themselves why they didn't like Leggett. And there's reasons there that we know of, the negative with him. But yeah, I mean, I was surprised by that too. I thought Leggett was going to be the pick at 28. That was my prediction coming into today. That's where I felt. But, I would have been happy with McConkey at 20. I would have been happy with Worthy. I would have been happy with a lot of guys. The fact that, it could still be 80 Mitchell or Keon Coleman doesn't excite me as much, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Akeem, what do you got, Akeem? We kind of left you out of that while we
were okay.
But
that's okay. I think right now it's about patience. It's about patience as fans. We can't, overreact too early, even though we overreacted already. We kind of gotta take a step back and say, okay, the first round is over. There's a lot of draft left. There's a lot of capital. Let's see what the plan is first. Let's see the actual drawn out process, and then we can critique from there. So was I disappointed at first? Yes, I was disappointed at first. But again, we're not the experts. We have knowledge on the game, but we're not getting to pay the big bucks to make those big time executive decisions. So Brandon Beane and his staff and his scouting team saw something in those guys that we didn't see to make them not want to go that route or that direction. We'll see what direction or what route they're going in tomorrow. Can there be trades that can be had that's for proven players that doesn't have anything to do with the draft? What are the Buffalo Bills going to do in the draft? Who are they going to select? What position? So right now is about patience and letting this process play out, and then we can see what happens once the finished product is finalized. So patience, everybody, patience.
Yeah. Akeem, you and I going to be live to start tomorrow for sure. We're on the clock, so it's going to be exciting. We got a lot of good guests coming to join us tomorrow as well. So, tune in with us. We're going to start at 6:30. Picks start rolling in at 7, and we're on the clock. So we're on the clock right now, technically. So 20 hours until the pick. Kevin, I know you might not be available to join us entirely tomorrow or on and off, but If you're not, at least jump in the chat and tell us what you think, because after the emotions of tonight, you at least owe that, right? You got to have a place to vent and let that out. But hopefully you can hop on at some point tomorrow night to give us your thoughts as well. But thank you for coming in and giving your perspective. And I'm glad we have different viewpoints on things. That's the whole point, right? We are Bills Mafia. We all want the same thing. We want the Bills to win. We want to have the best roster. We want to hit on all our picks. And there's different ways of getting there. So we'll see tomorrow if we're feeling the same way or differently. And who knows, there's still time between now and then where Bean can make something else happen. If a trade or a signing happens in between, again, we'll have a lot more exciting to start off tomorrow. So any last thoughts from you, Kevin, before we sign off?
I wasn't a fan of the Kincaid pick at first last year, and now I'm eating my words. So I hope I can say the same thing, but the difference is we didn't pick anyone tonight.
Yeah.
So I think it's easier to be angry tonight because we're thinking that we're still in win now mode. We're essentially wasting Josh Allen's career. I don't want to go that far, but I know people will say that. So I think if you're passing on premier talent, it just doesn't sit well with me. So again, I hope I'm wrong. Hopefully Bean has an incredible plan for tomorrow. But until then, I'm a little bit skeptical right now.
It's a good note to end on, because we all should be skeptical. We don't know what's happening yet. We don't have anything to judge on yet, except for trade down. We did not get a player on this team added yet, but we will tomorrow. That's for dang sure. And I'm expecting multiple, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So thank you again, you all, for joining us. Like, follow, subscribe, comment, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Facebook. You know where to find us. Built in Buffalo. This has been our night one draft special. We're coming back at you tomorrow night, again, starting at 6:30. We'll have lots of great guests again. So hopefully we see you all there. Thanks to our sponsor, Acropolis Realty Group. They have been great for us. They'll be with us again tomorrow night. So again, thanks for tuning in with us. Thanks for kicking it with us. And as always, go Bills.
Go Bills.